friends, but um, people from Africa. Like I've had friends from Malawi and Ghana and Uganda and South Africa, and they're just really kind, nice people. And um, I am just doing my best to learn like all the countries, and I want to learn all the capitals. I've been doing this thing with flags, learning all the flags, and like there are some flags that are so similar, like Poland and Indonesia are just flipped. One's white on top and the other's red on the bottom. One's white and red, one's red and white. And like Monaco and Indonesia are the same, but just a different color red, slightly. I mean, there's just like all kinds of really intricate um, differences that I've been studying. I flags, and so I basically all the flags down. Though there are some like islands that still they're not like they're just islands that I've been doing. Um, so I'm gonna do Africa.
So yeah, the Senegal flag looks like other countries.
Senegal, Cameroon, they all look the same. They're like a star, red, white, and green, right?
Yeah.
Mali is similar, but Mali doesn't have the star. They're all very similar, and they're all in
Iraq, Egypt, and Syria, and Yemen,
and United Arab Emirates
they're
and
all the same
wait,
part of the world.
and United Arab Emirates and Kuwait. They're all that red, green, and white. Um, yeah. And then there were ones that I used to know that changed. Like Libya used to be just a green flag, but after
Like the same flag if they're like right next to each other. That should be a reason for that.
yeah, because it was like the to be it was Arab coalition or something. Why do Jordan, United Arab Emirates, and other countries have such similar flags?
Can you have their own flags? Are you kidding?
Definitely, and with pride. LA's got a really cool flag. It's red, yellow, green, uh, Um,
Yeah, Denver's flag ever.
no, that would be like banners from like earlier than the Roman Empire and stuff. But no, there's something to that. Something to Nepal being maybe older than Denmark. There's like they don't really know how old it is necessarily.
Why does Nepal
Actually,
have the only non-rectangular flag?
no, that's not true. Switzerland. Why does
Oh yeah.
Nepal have as a like a square? It's the only country that did not protect it. The design has historical and cultural significance. The flag consists of two juxtaposed triangular figures, creating an irregular pentacle. Okay, it's to symbolize the Himalayan mountains. The flag's unique shape that had. Okay, is Nepal the oldest flag continuously used by a country? I'd read something like it. There's an argument to be made. So the flag of Denmark is older, 1625. Flag on the Nepal on the other has been used since 1743, while the Nepalese flag is unique quadrilateral national flag in the world. It is not the oldest continuously used flag. It's very old though. There's a reason why I said that. I mean, I knew it was Denmark, but there's something to the age of the flag. It's called maybe the old flag continuously used by a country. Flag of Nepal is often cited as one of the oldest continuously used flags with its current design. Okay, the Nepal flag's continuous use and distinct design contribute to arguments supporting its claim as one of the oldest. Well, it's just saying it's one of the oldest. Um, Oldest continuously flag.
Nepal.
Yeah, I have a friend in here who's from Nepal, and okay, this is what it was. This is the thing that I saw. So it's third. Uh, Denmark and the Netherlands are older, but I knew Denmark. Um, yeah, I have a friend in here. I've always wanted to go to Kathmandu, and I know a lot about Nepal more than average people because I've studied to some extent the Sherpa people, and they're not portagers. They're not the people who climb to Everest or other mountains, though that is a common career that they take. They're a people that's known as the Sherpa people. Um, I mean, I know just some facts about it. It's got the airport in the world, and like, well, it depends what you define a city as. What is the highest city in the world by elevation? La Paz, Bolivia is.
You know where the deepest cave is in the world?
Yeah. Well, I know where it was in the United States. I think isn't it in like Vietnam or something? Okay, that's an interesting one. Yeah.
Is it in Africa?
No.
Damn. Is it in South America?
160 miles wide. It's very wide, and it runs into the ocean.
That's fascinating.
It
I don't
is.
know why every time I click on Google Maps, it's now making me do a dial tap. Because they expect vicious activity.
I know why. Um, Expensive, and they don't want people using it for open street maps, which editor. That's
That's something that only started recently.
right, because bots haven't been that prevalent.
It seems like the river kind of like this inlet.
It does. That's why I said generally is considered it. But if you actually look at it, it is a different color than the ocean water. It's like brown.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm not doubting that it's the river. I'm saying
It's the confluence of two
it's like
different
it's like
rivers.
160 miles wide, but like going like through like two. I mean, it is going through two chunks of land. So,
It's there's the Paraguayan River and then that river, and they meet there. And I know what you're saying. Like it looks like, well, this could be ocean, but if you look at it from a satellite view, it's it's a different color, and the salinity does not see. The Amazon has always fascinated me. Yeah, it's either the longest or the second longest river in the world. There are between the Nile and the Amazon, but did you know that there's not a bridge over it? Like you can't drive over it because it in the rainy 30 feet in the air or 30 feet ground, and it's not practical to build a bridge. I think you eventually could. I'd like to see one built, but there are just a bunch of different tributaries as well. So you'd have to keep building different bridges. So the best way to cross it is through ferry. And usually in your major rivers of the world, Mississippi at the mouth you have New Orleans, and um the the Yangtze, I think it is like or the Yellow River is the Pearl River is Hong Kong, and like the Yellow River is um I want to make sure I have this right. I think it's Shanghai. Of all these rivers, you have a big city, but um, the Yellow River is Shandong. Hold on. So it's Yangtze of Shanghai. Let me make sure that's right. Yeah. The Nile is Cairo, but there isn't like the same at the Amazon. And it's because the Amazon's so wide. It basically creates islands at the mouth. It's 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 the largest tributary system in the world. Tributary system in the world. It's the largest watershed. It's absolutely giant. It's a fascinating river. And as you can tell, I'm pretty obsessed with it. Do you know what the longest river is in the United States? That's incorrect.
This is called. Are you sure that's not? Are you absolutely sure?
Yep.
The Rio? No. I mean, according to Google, it's the longest river.
No, it's,
I
it's not.
try Google it.
No, it's not.
Which which one is it?
It's the Missouri River.
Oh, by 1 kilometer.
It's pretty close.
Longer by 1 kilometer.
Is that true? Okay, according to Wikipedia, the Missouri. Yeah, you're right. By 1 kilometer or 1 mile, 2 kilometers.
What are the odds of that?
What are the odds of that? You know what? Another weird thing is like that. If you look at the square mile of the United States, it's freakishly close. It's like, what are the odds of that? I know that's more politically driven. The United States has a total land area of 3.7 square miles.
They're not.
The Mercator map. Hold on. I mean, I think I could just speak. Well, I mean, arguably any continent is an island, but if you get past that, um, so you're asking, what is the third biggest island in the world? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I believe it's Madagascar, is it not?
No. Unfortunately.
Hold on, hold on, hold on,
Probably close.
hold on.
Very close. It might be freakishly close.
Um, what would be bigger? It's not Borneo.
No.
Okay.
Very close.
Um, Borneo. Wait. Well, it says Greenland, New Guinea, Borneo, Madagascar. So you're saying New Guinea?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Have you ever known anybody to go to Baffin Island?
Um, or, oh yeah, how is that not? Doesn't that count as an island?
It does. It's number 5.
No, it's the projection map that makes it look way bigger.
Way bigger. It looks huge.
It's literally half of the size of the U.S. on the.
Dude, Greenland always looked so big. When I was a kid, it was huge. And it's also North Pole, which it is not. And it's
And Antarctica looks like the biggest thing ever if you go to the bottom.
because it's like the whole bottom strip, right? But it's the windiest place, the driest place, and the earth.
Why is the North
It's underwater.
the ice Arctic Ocean, right? That doesn't show it.
It depends what time of the year. So sometimes it's broken ice, sometimes it's frozen over, and it can Antarctica.
That's only in Antarctica?
Right. The Arctic. If you're thinking Greenland, different. That's land. If you're just talking about the open water of an ocean, it can freeze, but generally what it is just like this broken up ice most of the year. But it's not like perfectly frozen over.
Yeah, that's weird. I thought it was literally like a permanent like miles thick ice. Why would
No, that
I guess because of like the tilt of the Earth or something? But the South Pole is just less sunlight, so it's colder.
no. The South Pole has land, continent. So like the ice and stuff can build up on it. The North Pole is just water, so it doesn't have anything stable on which to lock on. Like it does on Greenland, but Greenland isn't
Okay.
directly over the North Pole.
Okay.
It's open ocean. Does the North Pole ever have liquid water without ice over it?
Heliocentric
Just a moment. Go ahead.
are you flat Earth? Are you a heliocentric or geocentric?
I'm a centric believer. You know what? Um the Arctic okay. So the ice is typically 3 to 4 meters thick at the North Pole, with some ridges reaching up to 20 meters in thick. What about in summer? Though? What about in summer? During the summer months, the North Pole experiences notable presence of liquid water, primarily in the form of melt ponds that leads to openings in the sea ice. This phenomenon is increasingly due to rising temperature, sea change. In recent years, the Arctic sea ice has become thinner and more fragmented, resulting in larger areas of open water near the North Pole compared to the past. For instance, during the 2024 summer season, significant amounts of open water were observed near the North Pole, with researchers and explorers reporting easier navigation through the region due to reduced ice resistance. The luxury polar expedition ship Commandant Charcot was able to reach the North Pole through openings in the ice, highlighting the changing conditions in the Arctic environment. Despite these changes, the majority of water at the North Pole remains frozen for the majority of the year. So, I mean, that's what I thought, but from 2 to 3 meters in thickness. However, the increasing presence of liquid water during the summer underscores the rapid transformation. So, it's it's generally frozen, but it does break up, and it's not like miles thick like Antarctica. Do you know what Arctic means?
Um, cold
Bears. Do you know what Antarctic means?
bear. What do you mean? What do you say? Bear? Like
Yeah,
grizzly bear?
yeah, but it's not because of polar bears, even though it works out that way. With Ursus Major, the constellation, which means like big bear in the stars, and then Antarctica means no bears, which it does work out that there aren't bears at the South Pole, but it's meant that that was you could see Ursus Major.
Ursus Major.
Yeah.
Um, the Great Bear constellation of the North.
Or perhaps it's Greek.
Dipper.
Major's not the Big Dipper. It's no, it's Great Bear.
So that photo is a lie.
Uh,
Oh wait, no, the part of Ursa Major.
okay,
Kind of halfway, but
okay. I mean that's good in my book. Ursa Major is Latin for Big Bear. Arctic comes from the Greek word Arcticos, which means near the bear. But a lot of people think Arctic means bear because that's where polar bears are, but it doesn't have anything to do with that. It's because of Ursa Major. I heard a guy on a podcast say that the other day that Arctic means bear because that's where polar bears are. I shouldn't take this thing. I think it was Brian Callen, so who the fuck gives a shit? The kid and Fighter and the Kid, but they didn't even know where the Arctic was. They're just such dumbasses. Anyway, I'm fascinated by that. My friend's parents took a cruise to Antarctica. It's something I've always wanted to do. I think that'd be cool. My aunt took one.
yeah, you,
She
you
didn't
can
take it.
go if the weather isn't bad, they let you go for polar bear dip and jump in the ice water.
That would be more a penguin dip because there aren't polar bears there.
You're right. You're absolutely 100% right.
I wonder if they'd survive though. I know that they've tried other things to live there. Cows don't make it, and that's really kind of the only thing they've tried. Like cows die basically immediately. There's like no vegetation. But they tried to have. I read about a story like the Ernest Shackleton, one of his. It wasn't his expedition, but he was on another expedition of um, uh, cows there. And I think one of the cows gave birth. And there's this interesting story. Like if you have an iceberg and it breaks off, that's called a calf, and they named this cow calf like I forget. Hold on, cow calf. Ernest Shackleton, Antarctica. What did they name the calf? Uh, they named it Iceberg. Iceberg, when part of it breaks off, it's called a calf. And
yeah, I got that.
And so when the cow gave birth, it gave birth to a calf that they named Iceberg, which was like the opposite of what happened.
They named it Iceberg.
Yeah. Which I think is just cute.
Oh, they're really making jokes about that animal that they literally let freeze.
Exactly. I think they got him back on the ship and were able to save some of them, but not.
Why don't they try like a poacher?
Well, that's what I was thinking. Let's look that up. Well, there's nothing for it to eat, but would polar bear
Seals
in Antarctica?
Seals in Antarctica, or is it only like
polar bears could theoretically survive in Antarctica due to the similar cold climate, but introducing them would have severe ecological consequences. Dog, I think we should do it. I think we should get up. Just keep everybody on their toes down there. So not only would you have to worry about it being the coldest, driest, and windiest continent, but then there are fucking man-eating monsters. But if you had bear scare, no big deal.
We have the upgraded polar version.
That's right. Yeah, but we need like a super duty. I wish there was like, I'm sure there's an island somewhere that's super ass cold and you could put like at least like 2 polar bears there to mate, and it's like the craziest fucking story. I don't want to get into it, but okay. Do you know the story of Ernest Shackleton? The most probably, and his is the best. So basically, he was born in, I think, Ireland, moved to the UK, started studying under um, like ship's captains, did a trip to Antarctica in like the beginning of the 1900s, and but the goal was everybody wanted to make it to the pole, to South Pole, and eventually he was able to fundraise his underneath him as a captain. They get there and they're gonna go try to make it to the South Pole. They end up not being able to, and they survive for like 2 years in Antarctica with like no food, very little provisions or anything, and their ship breaks down in the ice. So imagine you're just like stuck on the ice. There's nothing to do. So they take a fucking rowboat in the Drake Passage, which is like the worst fucking weather or like worst sea swells in the world, and they make it to an island called Elephant Island. It was like a whaling island, and they tell the people there, look, we've got a whole crew of people still on Antarctica. We need to go save them, and they did, and not a single person died on the expedition. It's like the most, like I slaughtered, like Yo, now give me a quick version of the Ernest Shackleton story.
They were able to rowboat
They
that far and
they
like
rowboated
get back.
like hundreds of miles. Yeah, Ernest Shackleton. He was an Anglo-Irish Antarctic explorer who led British expeditions to the Antarctic. By 1874, born in 1874 in Ireland, his first experience was at polar bears as a third officer of Captain Robert Falcon Scott's Discovery expedition. During the Nimrod expedition, he and three companions established a new record farthest south latitude. The Imperial Transatlantic or Antarctic expedition of 1914, where his ship, the Endurance, became trapped in the ice and eventually sank. Despite the loss of ship, she and his crew survived after drifting all 27 men. Like, I would model my life after this guy. He would just had an enduring spirit, but he cheated on his wife, and so I've never been really happy with him because of that.
Was it with like other crew members and the ship?
Does he look like a? Did you say did he look like other crew members?
No, was he cheating with
No. It was somebody in England, if I recall correctly. No, there were only men who were on the ship. I would understand if he cheated with somebody on the island. I get that. I would, or on Antarctica. I would get that. Like, you were on an expedition, whatever. But no, dude, this was like down the street from your wife. Like they were still married when they returned. What happened to you? There he is. And it happened in England. Like, it wasn't like on the he. They weren't very rich from this, and they just did like around different universes after it was all said and done. But dude, this fucking rowboat, fucking fascinating story. Not even the worst of it, or well, I guess it's really bad. But they get to Elephant Island, and the way Island is shaped, couldn't just go around. Like, it didn't have like a smooth beach. It was very rocky, so they had to climb over a mountain and then slide down the hill. They got to be like going like 3 miles an hour on like a fucking slide, and they basically like slid into the city. And the people who welcomed them, they were like, these motherfuckers look, they were dead, like they were zombies. Because they had just been in Antarctica for 2 fucking years. Then they got on a rowboat, got to an island, but they didn't even get to the right side of the island. They had to then climb a mountain and then fucking slide down a mountain to get here.
Toboggan ride at the end.
Exactly. Yo, what about the rowboat? How big was the rowboat, and like how many miles did it have to go from Antarctica? And then talk to me about them having to get to Elephant Island and then climb a mountain and then slide down the other side. I've listened to this story on a podcast. It's called the Explorers Podcast. I listened to it a dozen times, and every time I listen to it, it's like, how did they do this? Shackleton's endurance expedition involved extraordinary feats of navigation and survival. October 1915, carried, which was a really small boat, like a rowboat. Elephant, 800 miles from South Georgia, the destination Shackleton chose to seek rescue. That was another thing too. It's like, how do you find an island? It's like you know how easy it is to just need for an. They had what?
I I'd be so sketchy just hoping that you hit an island that's visibly in the direction of the compass.
Exactly. And on
That's
top,
there's no.
you're exactly right. And on top of that, it's not like the ocean there is still. It's like swirling really quickly. It's actually a different ocean that hasn't been talked about a lot. Normally, people think of the four oceans: the Indian, the Atlantic, the Pacific, and the Arctic. But there's a fifth one that was introduced at the beginning of the 21st century called the Southern Ocean. That's basically the area south of like South America and Australia, and it just basically swirls in a circle around Antarctica, and it it's just like it's the most dangerous sea in the world because there isn't any land to stop it, and so the speed of the water is really incredible. The swells are really big. Um, so
Yeah, no, in the really dope documentary that I watched on YouTube a while back about this guy who builds his own like yacht to like race around the world, starting in South Africa. Like the Drake Passage is like the hardest part of the race. Some people died along it.
okay, so the lifeboat they took, it wasn't a rowboat. It was 6.9 meters long, so it was like 22 feet long. But that's not big. I mean, that's still very small. It's a lifeboat. Modifications made. Oh yeah, and then they had this carpenter, Harry McNish, and like I would read or I'd hear about these stories, and they didn't get along. Like this carpenter didn't get along with some of the other people there, and like it was just absolutely madness. Um, a model of the James
How did
Cook.
the other people survive if they're just trapped in a
Yeah, so they killed seals, and they just like lived in tents.
they had a fire?
It was really hard to get. They had like a whale blubber they used as and they had this like
Oh, it is
um
oil.
this like it was really hard to keep matches dry. They had like it
Where do
was
you get the wood though for the fire?
you wouldn't
You
you would
burn the ship?
you know
You burn the ship?
you use the whale or the
Oh, so
seal.
you're cooking a seal on a whale.
No, I misspoke. So if you use like um the blubber,
That was part of the whale.
yeah, I mean I guess, but they wouldn't catch whales, they'd catch seals. But let me find out specifically. How did they keep a fire going? I remember hearing they had these like cans of things that would like light. There's no direct mention that how they kept a fire going on Elephant Island, not on Elephant Island. They used whatever materials they could. No, on Antarctica. On Antarctica, how did they keep a fire? Oh, I remember. They had a stove. They had these stoves that they made. There was like an invention at the early 19th, end of the 19th century, early 20th century, to have these special stoves. Yeah, that blubber stove. The crew of the Shackleton expedition managed to keep the fires in Antarctica primarily by using a blubber stove, which burned seal or whale blubber as fuel. Okay, well, you're right. This type of stove was essential for both cooking and providing warmth in extreme cold. In the extreme cold, for instance, during their time cramped on the ice floe after the Endurance was lost, the men used the blubber stove inside the makeshift galley to prepare meals, despite the challenges of working in frigid conditions and dealing with smoke and often that often blackened their face. Additionally, the crew relied on whatever materials they could, so such as wood scraps.
Well, I think I also may know what kept them alive.
What would that be?
They were possibly singing the Will Beat song.
I knew you were and say that.
I'm a ding dong daddy from being a
The story I recall, it's been like a year or two since I've heard the description of it, but when these guys got to Elephant Island and they like slid down the side of this mountain and they got into town, can you imagine like it's just the worst fucking luck or fortune that it could have. But it's such an amazing story.
They can't even communicate because they don't speak the same language.
No, they did. The people there were whalers from like England, so they could speak to them. But they described their like first meal, and it was like, they ate like everything on the fucking island. They were so hungry. Um, what's amazing though is no one died. 27 people went and 27 people came back. And so while the Ernest Shackelford story was considered um a failure because they didn't make it to the South Pole, they considered one of the greatest, if not the greatest, survival stories of the 20th century. And I think it is. It's just a phenomenal story. And people don't know this, but the first guy to the South Pole, his name is Roald Amundsen, was also the first person to the North Pole and the first person to traverse the Northwest Passage, which nobody knows. Like nobody knows this. If you ask 100 people who is the first person to the South Pole, no one knows him. He's from Norway. And he trekked it. And then very soon thereafterward, like it was really hard to get there. But then they invented like this Arctic tank that basically would run on tracks, and then they were able to get there.
Way back.
Uh, I mean, within like 40 years, they were able to get that.
Where did you hear the ding dong song that he sang?
He sings it at the reunion.
Oh, okay, it's in the at the end episode when
I mean, it's not the end. The end's when he finds Francis or whatever. It's like they have that heist, and he goes around and he's like trying to talk to people, and no one knows who he is. And then there's this part where they sing "I'm a Ding Dong Daddy" or whatever from German or whatever.
yeah, what is or no, I want to get in Jersey.
Well, you avoid it with lime or lemon, just citrus fruit, just anything with vitamin C.
Don't they all have Jersey?
Yeah, they they basically did by the end of it because they hadn't had citrus fruits in years. It was not supposed to last that long, and um, it was a major factor. And then that can cause issues. It causes like, weakness in the bones and in the muscles, and causes like um, sores in your mouth, and you don't heal, and then eventually you'll die from it. It's a nutrient deficiency. So you've never heard William what's his name? Bill William Heath. You've never heard him sing "I'm a Ding Dong Daddy" from?
It was in the episode and I watched it. I don't remember. Maybe I did.
You know who I felt for whom I felt bad in that episode is the lady who was a prostitute, because normally a prostitute does not want to be on camera and in public, and so like for the rest of her life she's got this like scarlet letter that like she was hooking or
Yeah, in exchange for like $400 and an envelope every 2 weeks.
exactly, and like perhaps they fucked or whatever, but she so now like basically she's like, I mean, but like her grandkids are gonna be like, oh, our grandma was such a hoe, taking these envelopes for like $400. I mean, I get it, but it's like I wish she could anonymize herself again. Yeah, but it sounded like she was getting better money than that. Like she was getting some. She did it because she felt that maybe she could fall and she'd be on TV and there's not a lot going on in that town. So, but it's like in exchange, now everybody's going to know that you were a prostitute, and that part of it, to be honest with you, I wish wasn't in the show. Like he could have just done that privately, and okay, that's cool. I mean, everybody's got to get by somehow, but he added this weird part of it where he was falling in love as well, and I did not buy that he was falling in love. Like there's this one scene, I forget what it was. Oh no, this is a different episode. There's this one where he's with some actors and they have to say "I love you" like 20 times to each other, and they're like, "I love you, I love you, I love you, I love." And then by the end of it, they're like fucking really in love. It makes me think like if you just say this to someone 20 fucking times, will you like
Oh,
hypnotize them into
that
falling in
was
love?
he falls. Wait, didn't he ended up? He ended up like going on a date with the acting coach too.
Something like that.
I think he literally does. That was funny. Yeah, the acting coach at the end like totally took his mind off of it. It was so awesome.
That was a weird show. It's not that I didn't like it. I liked it a lot. Oh,
I don't think it made Nate look good at all.
no, exactly.
It was
It was
very weird.
very weird. And like other shows that have been like that, I don't know. They've like they make sense and they're more they I guess they have like more Hollywood endings, but that one was very awkward and you felt his awkwardness through the screen. And I know he plays this thing where he's like the straight guy, like the super straight guy, but he just is very awkward. I think I think he's very smart and I think he's funny, but his awkwardness is strange.
The awkwardness is good and it's supposed to be awkward, but you don't make out with a prostitute on TV is like the one thing you're not supposed to do.
Well, yeah, it shows that you have somewhat low standards, and you're publicizing it, and on top of that, you're like forever.
I think it's looking worse on him than it does the product. $400 for a SIG card to literally make out with her.
Right, that was weird. And she was, I don't know, I just feel like they could have blurred her face. Like, I think that would have been better than you seeing her. Like, now we all know what she looks like, and it's going to be hard for her to get a job and maybe to find love, like true love or whatever, because she's got this patient. When
Yeah, I don't think the show's that popular. She's not like a full name.
you know everyone in that fucking Arkansas town knows about this, including every cop,
Yeah.
the mayor,
You think so? You think it's that? Why you think it's spread that much?
absolutely, dude. That they literally they literally let him they literally let him bring in a camera crew for a movie that was shot like 20 years previous. Like anything having to do with Hollywood, they were gonna bend over backwards.
Yeah. I'm just ordering something off Amazon right now. I gotta go to sleep because it's very late and I'm tired. But thanks for talking to me.
Absolutely. When you grow up, you should be a Bill Heath impersonator.
I don't think I can be that weird, but I'll
I'll
try.
I'll be a Francis impersonator.
I think with AI, it's even better. Like, there's generate million people and podcasts and like media based around them. I'm looking forward to that.
Do you know that I think I would have sex with that Francis lady? I thought she was a really pretty lady.
I don't think they even showed her face.
They showed a picture of her from
I
Facebook,
guess. Uh,
and I still remember her. She, in all honesty, was an attractive older lady. Like she looked like 75 years old, 80 years old, but like a good looking 75, good looking 80.
well, that's good news.
Okay, hold on a second. Bill is really fucking awkward with this chick. Do you remember that?
You were just saying how they were role playing really like Bill asked her out on a date, remember?
No, that's a episode where they're like, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. They keep saying that. No, that's a different episode. Okay.
Oh, that was the same. That wasn't in.
Oh, I could be wrong. It could have been. Yeah, that young June or young, just the lady, I think who plays her June. I think that, but um, yeah, she was hot for like an older lady, and you was really into the role, but the dude really creepy.
Well, she still went out with him. So
Did they go out?
they 100%. They were having like lunch together, and it took. Bill was fine on.
Yeah. Okay, I can't remember that. I mean, it's been like 3 or 4 years since I've seen that episode. He wasn't because then um he still had to go see her.
Maybe you're right. Yeah.
That that girl who was the lady of the night or whatever, the girl who kept getting the money, she is not mentioned in the. I don't think I'm looking for her. It's all has to do with Francis. They don't. Yeah. Oh no no no. They she's in here. He's meeting her and hires her for several where they spend time together and eventually kiss in a hotel room. Oh, so they then that makes Macy sound like, yo, what's going on, Audie? Um. Okay. Well then. All right. There you go, room. All right. Well, Bill, Heath, in person. Thank you. What? What'd you say? Thank you. You're falling. All right. We'll go back to bed. Well, get comfortable, cuddle up, and go to sleep. Okay, then don't. You be your own boss, girl. You lay here. You lay here and do whatever you want, baby. I love you too. I kick ass and take names. It's hard not to love us. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom.
rediscovered these for 8 years from 1905 to 1960. Gold well, a structure explodes. Part of so my dad never witnessed any of any wealth that they had, but grew up hearing about treasures and everything, and I grew up hearing about that as well. And then my grandpa, he was into the ancient history of the Bible. So growing up, I learned a lot about ancient history from my mother's side, and then kind of seeking goals. I remember these were the first stories I was ever being told. Well, all these years later, I pursued some other career ideas. None of them really pan out. And in the back of my mind, in spite of everything, I cannot get away from like the allure of ancient civilization, you know. And the reason I pushed it off is just because, I mean, how do you make a living doing that? You know, I mean, a lot of these guys are like dirt broke who study ancient civilizations. How do you know, turn that into a good, semi-prosperous life, right? But in spite of everything, I couldn't get away from it. And so eventually went to school, got my degree in anthropology. And last year, my dad and I are talking at the beginning of the year as my channels are starting to take off. And I tell him, I'm like, Dad, I want to go find those mining camps that he had, the camps that are way out in the desert. And he had these, I had seen them growing up, but really just started looking at them maybe about 2 years ago. My grandfather, who was in New Mexico, he had maps of all the mines where they were mapped out and everything, but he had no GPS coordinates on the map. It was all hidden because he knew one day he wanted to go back out there and reopen up the mines. And so he blew in a bunch of the mines, like he blew in the mouth of the mines, collapsed them so that other people couldn't go in there because there were rich gold veins that are sticking out. It was one of the richest gold mines in New Mexico at the time, in southwest New Mexico. And so I spent the better part of 9 months scanning satellite photography to try to find, according to this 1955 map of the region, I was going on satellite photography and satellite imaging trying to figure out where it was. I eventually found it, and this time last year, I was getting ready to go out there. And so I went out there and I found it in person and explored the mines and everything. The infrastructure was all still there. We went metal detecting in the rivers like 100 yards away, and we found debris from the blast that had exploded and destroyed my family as well. Found debris from the blast, went down into the mines. We found mines with openings that are half the size of this room that are so deep that you lean over and look down and you can never see the bottom. And probably about in all there ended up being about 40 mines out there, and we only saw half of the whole property. So, anyways, that's kind of my upbringing and my background and where I come from, and all of that leaded me to being into ancient history, but not necessarily looking for Spanish gold. I kind of started in I kind of started being interested in ancient Egypt, but like we were talking about last night, Egypt is not as accessible to me. I just don't have the funds to go there, hadn't had the funds to go there, and so learned as much as I could about Egypt, and then I became interested in the Americas because I could just fly to Mexico, and so I got wrapped up in all that. Started making videos about it. Maybe about 2 years ago, I started making videos after years of studying, and I thought that maybe making videos would be a better route than being an archaeologist working for a university, being told what I have to do. If I could build a life where I was talking to people about ancient history, maybe that could afford me the ability to pay my bills, to support my wife, and my dog, and be able to travel as well. So that's where I'm at now.
That's incredible. And I was kind of shocked last night at dinner when you told me there's no way that the Egyptians did not build the pyramid. Because I just got done talking to Randall and Ben for the last 3 days. And basically everything that they show is evidence for the pyramids being built before the Younger Dryas cataclysm. Really, and the fact that the ancient, all the evidence with the hieroglyphs and the perfect symmetry and the amazing construction is like, it's impossible that they did that with copper chisels and pounding stuff.
That's true. Okay, so when I say that, my point of view, I think that there are other sites in the world that definitely allude to the idea that there's a lost civilization that dates back, as far as during around the time of the Ice Age. My personal opinion, I don't think that the pyramids in Egypt are the best example of that. I'd love to see what they present. I mean, because these guys, they study that specifically. But from my point of view, as a guy who's never been there, like I was telling you last night, I'm an anthropologist as well. So I'm not only a skeptic, I'm also classically trained, is like a fancy way of saying that. But I studied it in school. And so from that point of view, you approach Egyptology and you study, well, what does Egyptology actually say? And you get it. I mean, a lot of these guys are pretty excellent. But when you look at, I guess from my point of view, when you look at the bent pyramid and you look at the chambers inside of it, on the ceilings of the chambers, like I was telling you yesterday, they think that it was the pharaoh Senneferu, which there's a really compelling piece of evidence for that. It's not coming to mind right now as to why he built the pyramid of Maidun, the bent pyramid, and the red pyramid. Which the red pyramid is the first great pyramid that's smooth. That's like a perfect pyramid.
That's the red pyramid.
That's the red pyramid. Yeah, it's the red pyramid in the deserts of Dashur. And so, people look at the 3 great pyramids on the Giza Plateau. So you have Khufu's pyramid, Khafre, and then Menkaure. And so this is a lineage of kings. Those are like the straight-sided pyramids with the casing stones. There was one before that. There was a perfect one right before that, and it's called the red pyramid. And it's made out of a type of limestone that when the sun hits it, it's like beaming red. And
maybe you can find some images of this.
Yeah.
How close is that to the Giza Plateau?
I think it's like 15 miles south of the Giza Plateau, or maybe it's like 50 miles south. It's not, it's kind of in that area, but it's not right next to it.
And we know that the red pyramid is older. How?
I think that they date it due to like biological material or natural material that was there that was carbon dated. Plus, you also have relative dating, so you look at like, all throughout the ancient world, the reason that, so like according to classical archaeology, the reason that pottery and art is so important is because they will find they'll find pottery alongside a burial tomb in Egypt. And so you learn relative dating, right? So you learn that, okay, we can test this guy's body, the things that were in his tomb, look at the pottery, look at the art that was in his tomb. And so it's all relative dating and comparing things to each other. But I should say, yeah, look, this is a wild graph.
Yeah, we're over it and showed you. So what are the numbers on that? There's like 3, 2, that pyramid's 3, 2, the last pyramid of Giza. Oh, number 1, the pyramid of Dozier.
Yeah. So
is that the step pyramid?
Yeah, that's the step pyramid of Saqqara.
So they're saying that's the first.
Well, yeah, traditional Egyptologists think that the step pyramid of the pharaoh Djoser, which was constructed by Imhotep, is the progenitor of pyramids before that. There may have been pyramids before that we don't have evidence of. Maybe that they reused the blocks where Egyptians took down the blocks to build new monuments. But they think that the step pyramid of Saqqara or the pyramid of Djoser is the original, and that Senneferu, who may have been his son or his grandson, came in and wanted to build a perfect pyramid. So you see how hard the steps? He wanted to fill in smaller blocks and give it a point. It certainly had a capstone, but I don't know that Senneferu pyramid ever did. He wanted to come in. So what they speculate in here. Now I'll say again, really random evidence. Oh my God, so what they think, what traditional Egyptology speculates is that the bent pyramid, see how the lower side of it is more, it has more of a vertical incline? Well, they thought that maybe the way that they constructed the inner chambers didn't that the structure wasn't going to be sound enough, but they were going to. I mean, that's a thing. Think about it when you're looking at the angle of how the lower part of the pyramid goes up. How many more blocks and how much more? How many more hundreds of tons of weight? Thousands of tons of weight that they need. And so they think that maybe the inner traditional artists think that back then the Sinatra was big on building it. They thought, okay, so these are your talented. We need something. We've already built the chamber. This is how tall the pyramid's getting. We need something else to bolster the ceiling. So they speculate that Sennacherib sends out an expedition to Lebanon and he gets cedar trees, cedars of Lebanon. Have you ever heard of those before? Some of the strongest trees in the world. And they transport these trees all the way from Lebanon, bring them down to Dashur, and which I believe is where the step pyramid is, and they were bolstering it into the ceiling. And so when people who study like architects or something like that, the architects who study ancient architecture, they believe that those trees were built into that pyramid. And so when that's carbon dated, it's carbon dated to about 2,600 BC. And so that's a really tough argument to get. And when you look at the construction of the step pyramid, it's very similar to the red pyramid and the red pyramid. Now, we go a little further than that, but then with this last night, when you look at the Sphinx is a super compelling argument for in there. So about 11 years later, during the middle period, they decided to create a very purpose. They have like dreams. That dream sale was called 1,000 years. They think that traditional archaeologists think the Sphinx was built. So anyway, they go in there and they bury the Sphinx. But this is the problem. Archaeologists, even artists, say that the Sphinx was built at exactly the same time Khafre, which Khafre is the center on the Great. So in the Great Pyramids in the Giza Plateau, you've got Khufu's pyramid, the Khafre's pyramid in the middle, and then Khafre. So Khufu is the father, Khafre is the son, and then Khafre may be the grandson or maybe the great grandson. And so the pyramid of Khafre that's in the middle, almost directly in front of that is the Sphinx and the Sphinx record. So for the problem with the Sphinx, that pit, it doesn't match up. Because what traditional Egyptologists say is that, so they built it in 2560 BC, and over the course of the next 1,000 to 1,100 years, those deep erosional markings that are inside the pit, that had to happen within the course of 1,000 years, because they say that the Sphinx has been around for about, I think, 4,500 years, and all of that erosion, there are geologists who go there, and they just show them, geologists who have been there, they bring back photos, and they show other professors, and they say, what does this look like? That's over 10,000 years of limestone erosion, but this is a pit of the Sphinx. So traditional Egyptologists are basically, I don't think they have a way of explaining this, not willing to admit that it could be much earlier. They're saying is that essentially forcing one to have to believe is that within that 1,000 years before the Egyptians, while they're trying to repair it, and before they bury the Sphinx, all of that erosion happened. That doesn't make any sense. But that erosion that we see there, we just don't see it on the pyramids. Like you don't see the weathering of those blocks in the same way that you see inside, that you see in places like the Sphinx Temple. There's some evidence of it at the Valley Temple. Like in Egypt, I think there's all kinds of examples of something that could have been there for more than 10,000 years. But I don't think that the pyramids are the best example of that. But then at the same time, whoever built the pyramids, like the argument that they're making, which I have to agree with, whoever built the pyramids was also capable of doing all these other things, like building, constructing the Seraphim, the boxes, the diorite granite boxes that are in the Seraphim, constructing the Osirian, the Osiris shaft, it's just because we may know who built the pyramids, it doesn't answer how they built it out whatsoever. And I think a lot of Egyptologists do that. They go, well, the evidence really points towards that it was the old kingdom in Egypt around 2600 BC, so that's that. But then they don't, they can't admit that we have literally no idea.
And I think Robert Shockingly found out that there's water in the Sphinx. Yeah, but it's actually not wind and sand, it's made of water. And it would make sense. I don't know if that would make sense that there was no water erosion of the pyramids, because didn't there used to be like huge casing stones of rain?
Yeah, there used to be, but on the Menkaure pyramid, those casing stones are still there, and they don't bear that same kind of erosion. But then again, you could argue that the pyramids on the plateau are higher up, or quite a bit higher up in elevation than the Sphinx. But really, yeah. I mean, there's an incline that happened. I've never been there to see it for myself, so I'm kind of basing it off of really studying it and looking at some maps. But yeah, I think like the plateau is raised up. So I mean, there's an argument that but then also, okay, so then you got to think about, so the pyramids would have been built in a time during it would have been built during a time when the Sahara was green. So if the pyramids were built 11,500 years ago, 12,000 years ago, then it would have been built in a time when the Sahara was green and experienced much more rainfall. So you would see on the pyramids, you would see the devastating effects of erosion that you see on the Sphinx. Like the Sphinx is completely destroyed by erosion and water erosion. But you don't see that on the pyramids. But maybe if they were still completely covered with casing stones, but then again, at the top of the concrete pyramid in the middle, those casing stones are still at the top. They never pulled those casing stones down. And I don't know that I've ever seen a complete study on that, but I'd like to see do those casing stones show any weathering. That would be like, it wouldn't have been experiencing rainfall for 12,000 years, but maybe from, if it was made about 10,500 BC, it probably would have been experiencing rainfall for another, Africa starts to dry up around 6,000 BC, around the area it began, so it would have been experiencing rainfall for like 4,000 years, similar to places. But it's quite possible that I think people speculated to I believe it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, and Robert Schoch, I think he falls in the area too. I think that he's a little dubious about steroids, which I am as well. I think so. I've heard him in some places say, I've heard him kind of concede that the pyramids might not be this like Atlantean civilization, because there's a lot of evidence that stacks up that the additional pyramids. What is it? How they do it? What is the lot of evidence that shows that? That'd be a whole different place for you to do. I haven't dived into, because since he's kind of conceded that, I've already been studying the American stuff. But I want to clarify that I'm not, like, I don't have my ego wrapped in this argument. If it turned out to be in the Atlantean civilization structure that was around the Earth rest, I think that's fascinating. But I find it just as fascinating that, yeah, maybe, for me, the most compelling thing is, like, I can't get around the Cedars of Lebanon there in the Bent Pyramid. Yeah, that's, and if that's the same kind of architecture as the other ones, how do we get around it? Maybe they were built in later, but here's the problem. If they were put into the Bent Pyramid, it was done to prevent the ceiling from collapsing. So we know that it was built in a way where it wasn't structurally sound. So if it was built in a way that it wasn't structurally sound 12,000 years ago, it would have collapsed by now. I don't know that it would have survived all that time for the Egyptians to then go in there and be like, we got trees in here and holes for us to understand why would they? I don't know.
Can we find pictures? Maybe there was a picture we can find of the sea.
You could try. That is a really, really tough thing to find. Now, there's an expedition that's going there next year. Those might be, but I can't see it super clearly from here. It doesn't look exactly like the photos that I've seen, but there may be more than just one instance of them using these cedars of Lebanon in the Bent Pyramid. So, yeah, that's the Red Pyramid, I believe. That might be the inside of the Red Pyramid, but that might be that's the inside of the Red Pyramid. If you keep going down, it looks like there's a ton of stuff here.
I would love to see somebody break down the cedars inside the Bent Pyramid, like the way.
I haven't seen anybody do it.
I don't think so. I wonder if that's not just that's a big argument for the Egyptians building
I know he's been inside the Big Pyramid. I will say again that the Egyptologists think that from studying the construction of it, this would be something that next time Ben goes, I want to see him like dive into this. Because I'm not dogmatic in saying it's just from my point of view, diving into it, I'm like, yeah, it's a great compelling. These are made by huge dynamic. But I'd love to see somebody prove it wrong. I want to be clear about that.
Have you seen Ben's bases? The latest analysis they've done on the bases?
Yeah, he did it.
They compare all the different surfaces.
Yeah, that's some of that stuff is like inexplicable. It's just, there's no explanation. And I want to say that again, like from my point of view, I'm an anthropologist who loves the ancient history. Okay, I love ancient Egypt and studying ancient Egypt as much as I love looking into these really mysterious sites that could have been built, during this. I call it like an Atlantean civilization. But whatever kind of civilization, I see some of those ideas equally. And there's a lot of stuff that we know that the ancient Egyptians did that we still don't have explanations for. And what I think is super interesting about I think that some of those vases that he has are from, I want to say they're like old, very early Old Kingdom or pre-dynastic. And so Joker, nobody argues that Sakara step. So this will be super interesting. I haven't seen anybody discuss this exactly. This is a real dilemma, I should say, in ancient Egypt. So the pyramid of Joker is the Sakara step pyramid. Okay, it was constructed by Imhotep. In his necropolis, there is art and hieroglyphs scattered throughout his necropolis that show him in the afterlife, visiting divine sanctuaries, performing miracles. There are murals that I think now are in Egyptian museums, maybe some European museums have taken that over across the world. But they found all kinds of examples of funerary glyphs or hieroglyphs in his necropolis that show him. And then they say, okay, so then after that, Seneca comes in, he's going to try to build a perfect pyramid. So he builds the pyramid of Nidun and Medum, and it collapses. It's known as the collapse pyramid. And then he goes on to building the Bent pyramid, and he makes it too angular, it's too tall, it's not going to survive in the middle, but he decides to finish it anyways, and goes, you know what, this isn't perfect. I I want to build one again. So then he builds the red pyramid. Okay, so then this dude built 3 pyramids over his lifetime. And not in one place did he ever carve his name in any of those structures at all. He never said, like, a guy who's a pharaoh, who's like the most powerful person in the most powerful civilization that exists on the world at that time, doesn't carve his name into his monuments, into any of the 3 monuments that he builds and dedicated his lifetime to. And not only that, his son Khufu builds an even bigger pyramid, an even better pyramid, and it doesn't carve his name anywhere inside of the wall. There's no hieroglyphs inside of the pyramid. And then not only that, his son built an even, I think that the center pyramid, the Khafre pyramid, might be a little bit bigger than the Great Pyramid. And he builds an even more grand pyramid, and then builds the Sphinx temple in front of it. And then they say he constructed the Sphinx as well. Nowhere is his name. Nowhere are any funerary texts, any hieroglyphs, anything depicting this pharaoh. He used so much of Egypt's economy to build this pyramid. And then not only that, his son did it too. So you have 6 pyramids built over the course of multiple lifetimes, where there's no hieroglyphs. I mean, pharaohs have to be fake people, right? I mean, they're building this to be their tomb, quote unquote, and then they don't put their name anywhere. That's a real dilemma in Egyptology that Egyptologists can't explain. So I think it's all through relative dating. This would be something that I could dive into, but I specialize in ancient American. But it's all through relative dating. So I think there's very loose documents. Like here recently, within the last couple of years, there's this thing that makes headlines that's like, ancient papyrus found that proves how the pyramids were built. Do you see this? Yeah, it's called the Diary of Merer. And it ends up being like a ledger. It's like a log book of an ancient architect who is leading an expedition down south of Lower Egypt. So in Egypt, Lower Egypt is actually on the north side, Upper Egypt is on the south side because the way the river is. And so
all right. I don't know what to do about that or say about that. It's just kind of an ongoing thing. A lot of people are kind of freak out about it, Kevin. And they feel these things are somehow flying around up there with, even though we don't have reports of harm coming to anybody, somehow people feel they're trying to do harm to them. All right, Kevin, stand by. We'll take right here at the bottom of the hour. In about 4 minutes. And we'll come back and find out if we can really get the truth about the UFO at Roswell.
So anyways, it's this guy named Ware who's he probably some kind of chieftain or something working under the pharaoh. And this is how scant the evidence is in ancient Egypt. This is the kind of conclusions that they make, which it's not wrong to make conclusions based off of this, but it's wrong to be so dogmatic. Like a lot of Egyptologists, the guys who are at the top of the industry of antiquities are insanely aggressive about their conclusions. Whereas, like, my personal conclusion is, I think the Egyptians did their conclusions. But I'm not aggressive about it. I would love for somebody to like, I would love to be sitting here with David Randall and they tell me something and I go, and then I'll change my mind just like that. I try to be like a pure scientist in that way. I just love the subject anyways. I try to stay, I try to have a lot of humility. So anyways, they find a diary of Merer, and it's basically just a ledger or a log book. He was bringing big limestone blocks back to a place called Khufu's Horizon. And so we know that Khufu existed. Like, we know that Joseph Snefu, Khufu, Khafre, Makure, all these other pharaohs, we know that they existed because they're written about, they're talked about in other places. But then the ecological community comes out and goes, oh, see, this is the Diary of Merer. It proves how it was built. Well, no, it proves that there was somebody on an expedition to pick up limestone blocks to bring it back to Khufu's Horizon. But we don't know what Khufu's Horizon is. A lot of people think that's the Giza Plateau, that these were blocks that were being brought to the Giza Plateau during the construction of Khufu's pyramid. And I mean, some Egyptologists will tell you, like, with 100% certainty. I don't really know what exactly that means. That we assume he could be completely callous. We assume he had a palace, but that's So there's just no way of actually knowing. But that's kind of how scans and the evidence is very loose. We're also talking about remote influence. During the time that these pyramids would have been built at the latest state, say around 2600 BC, that's still remote antiquity. There's not much that survives there other than giant megalithic architecture that can stand.
Now, what is the similarity in the construction of the pyramids in Egypt and the construction of the pyramids in Mesopotamia? Are they super similar? Or do you think they're
Well, there were certainly pyramids built at exactly the same time. The pyramids in Kerala, so I got to go to Marshall. So, where is Kerala? Kerala is central Peru, kind of on the coast. It's in an area called the Valley of the Pyramids. So there's all these pyramids that what I'm about to show you. There are all these pyramids that if I were to show you, like if I were to tell you this is an obscure site in Egypt, you would instantly believe it. I'm telling you, bro, it looks exactly like Egypt. Yes, it's shocking. But a lot of these photos, like there aren't people that are going out there taking photos of these sites with the same kind of high resolution and great photo quality because people will go visit these sites. In Egypt, you can find a photo of damn near anything you want. As something as obscure as the Cedars of Lebanon in the Bent Pyramid, that's going to be tough to figure out. I think like your average person can get into the Bent Pyramid. Ben can get his way in, but your average person can't. So I'd love to see Ben talk about it. Because if there's a more compelling argument than what I'm going to I want to hear it. I want to change it. I want to because I think it's super mysterious. That's super mysterious. But anyways, ancient Peru. Okay, so let's say that Egyptologists are right, and the Old Kingdom, pre-dynastic Egypt are the progenitors of the Great Pyramid, or the progenitors of the pyramids in Egypt. Well, according to that chronology, about 600 years before that, between 4300 and 3100 BC, ancient Peruvians were starting to build pyramids as well. Not in the same way, but right, so what we got here? Okay, so these are the ancient pyramids of Kerala. Now, you can kind of tell that the top layer is missing because of how much it's been eroded over time, deteriorated over time. But most people have literally never seen this before. These date back to just over 5,000 years ago, about 3300 BC to 3100 BC. They're being created by ancient Peruvians, and they have these all over this little valley. You see them right here. I'm sorry, this is here. So here we go. There's two other pyramids. Now, the resolution on this is unfortunately not that great because, like I said, there's not a lot of people going out there to take quality photos. This is something I tend to do over the course of my career. Like, publish a lot of studies as well as just great photos and videos and drone videos of these places. Now, I want to say there's around 15 to 20 of these pyramids that predate the official time of like the Old Kingdom in Egypt. And what's interesting about these sites is that when archaeologists go in there, the key to actually go there and spend time studying this, so this is arid. I mean, this is a 3-hour drive in the middle of the desert. And what they're finding here is that these ancient Peruvians somehow were, well, I mean, they were obviously aware that earthquakes were a regular thing. And so sometimes you see structures out here that are completely, they're about the same size as these pyramids, but they're completely collapsed. And so some of the stones are left over, but a lot of the stones get reused. And so here, right here, we see ancient Peruvians working on building anti-seismic structures. So anti-seismic would be anti- or earthquake-proof structures. And so they're doing this by like like, have you ever seen people build structures using like concrete bags or bags that are full of rocks or something, and they fill them up, and then they don't take the rocks out of the bags, they just use, it's like the bag is like an artificial brick that's full of rock. That's kind of what they're doing here. This is like the beginning of Peruvians learning how to build anti-seismic structures. And so I guess what happens here, and I'm not super familiar with the way Corral works. I'm much more familiar with these giant megalithic sites that we'll get into that are in Inca territory. But this is kind of where traditional archaeology says that ancient Indian culture, ancient South American Peruvian culture is learning to build anti-seismic structures. So this is going on at exactly the same time that Jojo and Imhotep were alive. So yeah, this is kind of yeah, so Jojo and Imhotep, I don't think anybody disputes when they lived. The reason being, because in the necropolis, it says that was it. You know, there are the hieroglyphs that are there. It's amazing that like the grander pharaohs that come after them, there's not like hard evidence that they actually existed. You know, it's just provided. But yes, yeah, this is happening exactly at the same time and a little bit before the construction of this part of the necropolis. Basically,
telling us those things. There are questions we have the answer to because we haven't gotten to the internal workings of that thing. The creatures,
Stone?
they show
so I think here they're not. Maybe there's like a strong foundation of some kind here, but really that evidence comes later on when you get to what they call Monaco culture, Chapadé culture, or the Shadeen culture, and then Incas, which is tough. So what you're talking about is, now I haven't gone to see this in person, but this right here, this may be, I want to say Campo or Sacsayhuaman. Similar architecture, but you know, this, see this massive block down here to the bottom right there. A normal person, I'm about 5'10". I'm not even half as tall as that block. And another, maybe this that block is under the ground, but these foundations beneath these structures, it's like a soft foundation of smaller rocks. So you would think like if you heard of the temple of Jupiter at Belbeck, Lebanon, did they talk about that on their show? So the temple of Jupiter has I think it has artificial blocks on the entire planet. It's even bigger. So these are estimated to be evidence to it. And if it wasn't the Romans, it wasn't anybody before them. So that's another compelling argument for a structure that's been there for 10,000 years. Potentially. Completely they're using higher planet. Except in case sure that it you're seeing rock sweaters this big. And these are made out of these are made out of granite. Some of them are basalt. A lot of these are granite, so they're using exactly the same type of stone. I'm not sure there's examples of diorite. There may have been there. I'm not sure there's examples of diorite, but they're using the same stone with the exact same hardness that we're using. These soft. This is the same site. Some of these are some of these blocks are as big as. Consider like in between. Life-size llamas, animals, all made out of gold. And the Spanish chroniclers that were there, they write down sites they ever seen. Well, Spain is in a really tough place. So the Spanish, they knocked down all of the gold, the inside they have and from places like we'll get into that. And then from Tiwanaku. Tiwanaku was a big. He was the first guy. Out of these sites into the desert south into the south of civilizations into the desert Chile and around the frontier of archaeology. There's only so many Peruvians. Peru is a Peru and Chile are not very wealthy countries. So the very last thing is money. So this is like things in South America that whisk people out of the dust of the earth and everything. It's like you start to see with that old world gods. Connection there that I don't deeply study, but you pick up on a lot of these things and notice some really strange things. What do you think of Veracruz?
I read a lot about that.
So Veracruz is an interesting character that hasn't been fully figured out, but he's known as a liar. The white god, the staff god. And so the one true God. But that's 14 the staff god, the Fang deity, all that is the same civilization. So yeah, I think for sure he existed, but it's all made out of gold. So this is the gold Eldorado that they're looking for, and I want to see some other photos of this. I think around your arm, you can really see the Fang deity. Now this is found to share some of the archaeological evidence. This, I believe, this is the earliest, this is around 1000 BC, earliest evidence. Yeah, so 1200 BC or BC, we know that when these guys were populated. And now their culture, very likely from some scant evidence of like some scant evidence of world tradition. Biological material and like religious cultural material kind of going in a little bit. Into the Amazon, they see like the remnant coming out of the Amazon, and it's been Shakin de Hampar, which is ancient Peruvian site, and Tiwanaku, which Arthur Kosminski, which part that Poznanski theorized was, you know, as old as 12,000 to 5,000 years, I'm sorry, 12,000, 15,000 years ago, there was a giant statue there. Depictions of the Fang eating. In some it's easier to see than others. So you can see he's got fangs. He looks like some kind of, I mean, he's like Fang eating, but he's grasping what they think are stalks of growth to ancient South Americans and Central Americans. So what's interesting about that, so that was vital for their life. It was immensely important. So every time you see a cultural, religious statue that's going to be an ancient Indian, ancient South American culture, it's almost always God grabbing onto stalks. And so that was their God that there's a legend that Viracocha came down and told the people of the area. Now, this is a legend that we don't really know the origins of it, but they say that Viracocha came down and he met some people that were on like the beaches of Peru, and he told them to flee to the highest mountains. And I think there's a name given to the mountain, I can't think of it right now. And he told them to flee to the highest mountain. He's going to flood the wicked world. And so they all flee to the highest mountain. And this massive flood comes in and destroys all the civilization around it. The people come back down, and Viracocha comes back out from the jungle and creates people out of the dust of the earth, almost exactly in the same way that you hear like God is in the Garden of Eden. You know, he's walking in the garden, he's walking in the forest, that there he creates people out of the dust of the earth. And I should say that before that, there's a story that Viracocha appears from the forest and he's weeping because he's been walking through the forest and witnessing these evil people. He's like a light-skinned, bright man that's kind of really I think so. But they knew about these lighter-skinned people before Spaniards. So it's an interesting story, but yeah, he comes out all the evil that's in the world, and he tells a small group of good people, kind of similar to Noah's Ark, lead to the top of the highest mountain, and they're spread all of this. So they flee to the top of the highest mountain. They have all the provisions that they need there to survive. And then decide to go back down and create some really interesting stories about their culture, ancient Central and South America, which is really what I've been focusing on for a few years. Is that a lot of these, when Spain showed up, they needed to establish complete dominance over the cultures that were here. And so they did that by destroying their oral traditions, their religions, their legends, all of their writings. Like, we haven't gotten into Central America yet, but in Central America, we know that during the time of contact, there are records that the Aztecs were producing about 480,000 copies of paper. And so they were producing this paper before the Spanish ever arrived. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, 480,000 copies of paper in 1 year, and they were writing on it. And they wrote stints. So we know that the Mesoamerican writing system goes back probably 3,000 to 4,000 years to like proto. So we know the writing at least a little bit, but there's not a lot of research that's done, and it's really hard to find these sites because they're so old. They're in the middle of the jungle. They get covered up really easily, like the soil deposition causes things to sink. Quote unquote, into the soil much more quickly. But we found evidence of ancient writing that goes back 3,000 to 4,000 years in Mesoamerica. So the Aztecs are like sitting on the shoulders of giants, right? I mean, they've got fully-fledged writing systems, and they are writing down their history. Well, what's really interesting is we know that the Maya were doing that more so. The Maya were more sophisticated. They had a reign over Mesoamerica that lasted, 2 to like 3,000 years. And so, give me the official time. Okay, so I'll tell you. This episode is protocol Olmec. When Olmec culture is starting to come to fruition, you're looking at like maybe the very, very beginnings of 2000 BC. So not that long after the Great Pyramid was built, right? Are the Olmec the first civilizations that were aware of in South America? Not South America, but Central. Yeah. So they began at about 6 years of this entire table. Made out of basalt, basalt, however you pronounce it. And so I do pronounce it basalt. I say basalt. Yeah, that's what I heard when I was there. So they're made out of basalt, and that's when we see like the pyramids of Labenta and the necropolis of Labenta. And that's when we see all of these sites being constructed. Of course. So here's a one of the heads being excavated. So these heads weigh anywhere from about 6 to 40 tons. So I guess now would be a good time to let's go Olmec Maya aspect. And so the Olmecs, these guys exist from about 1600 BC until about 300 BC. So they have a really long reign in Central America. And these guys, they seem to establish the idea in kingship all across Central America. So this idea that kings are gods, and they're the descendants of gods. The Maya then picked this up later. And so these guys are constructing secure units under the ground. So when this was discovered, I think this head was discovered in the 1800s, and then it was officially excavated like this photo. So maybe just the top of the head was uncovered, but it's really tough to find these sites. And I think right now, this is I believe this right here is very so just like the top head was left uncovered, if even. I'm not sure the exact story. I'm not sure if it's exactly recorded as to how this former thing was Jose Maria that found this head. And I'm not sure if the story is recorded as far as what he was doing to find it. Like, you go back and check that it was found by a farmer as well. He was out there. I think he's trying to cultivate his land. It's these I'm not sure what they're made out of, maybe limestone. It's these structures, and then others find stuff all the time, all over the world. Here's another one. I think this may be the same head. So they've flattened out the area, they've excavated it. And then that may be Jose Maria goes next to the guy who found it. And then here's another head that was found. No, it's just a head. This is crazy. This is literally the exact same mystery that we see in ancient Egypt. Okay, these guys established themselves alongside the biggest rivers in their area. So the reason that classic Egypt is so powerful is because of a massive flowing river that was like a very powerful river, and they were able to learn how to cultivate the land around them. They were masters of cultivation, and they built massive empires just because of the Nile. The Nile was the source of the exact same thing. They had two different rivers, and they harnessed the production of maize, which maize is like the corn is everything to Central and South Americans. They harnessed maize, and so they had all the wealth of Central America at the time that they reigned. Now, what's really interesting is all of their wealth, all of their riches, everything that they had was totally based on what gave them life. So they had access to the water, they had access to the food, they were able to farm. These basalt monuments, they're jade artifacts. So in Central America, these people weren't mining down far enough to mine gold, but they could get jade. They could get like other precious stones. So jade was seen as gold to them. all of their fresh artifacts that we find in their tombs do not come from Olmec Pit. They come from hundreds of miles away. Or in the case of the Olmec Pit, the salt basalt comes from up to about 50 miles away. The problem is it's not 50 miles away along just like it's not along a river. It's not a straight path. It's through jungles, mountains, and rivers. There is literally no evidence how they were able to move it. It's almost exactly the same mystery as in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid. We see the rose granite stones that are in there. Rose granite stones weigh anywhere from 20 to 80 tons. And in the ceiling, some of those columns are like 80 tons apiece. There's no explanation as to how they were moved. They were mined out of the volcanic belt of Veracruz. So it's like the shell's like volcanic. And so they mined out these giant boulders. Now what's interesting is they believe that these were carved on the site that they were found. So they were carved when they arrived. So you may pull up like Laventa Olmec altar. If you just look up Olmec altar, you'll see it. In here, you can see that there's chunks of this missing. And so there were these giant boulders, and then they carved them out. So, I mean, you're looking at monuments that weigh anywhere from about 10 to north of 50 tons. Okay, and they're being moved from jungle, they're being moved from mountains, swamps, and rivers. And archaeologists just, so any one of these first ones, so you can see that it has like a lip that comes over. And so imagine all of the weight that was in the stone. That's a really cool thing. Okay, so look at how far the lip comes over. Imagine all the weight that used to be on the stone before it was all related to. You know what I'm saying? So imagine how heavy that was. Now this, I just did a video on this. I want to say this is about 32 tons. So the original block I'm going to estimate is near about 40 tons. And there's hundreds of them all over the Olmec heartland. And oh man, it's an arduous process. Like they've tried to move cranes. You need a crane to pick it up and put it on the truck to handle it. But what's really interesting is they were moving like Toltec monuments in like northern central Mexico, up kind of near the U.S. border. They were moving these monuments and the trucks were breaking down because the trucks couldn't handle the weight. So this is similar. This is very similar. So what they say is that these were balsa river rafts, and so balsa is like a type of river. And they say, these were balsa river rafts that moved these, but there's a huge problem with that. My mentor, Dr. Ed, he goes down to Mexico with a nautical engineer who's really interested in this, and this guy studies it. He studies the way that he creates like an algorithm, spreadsheet type of thing where you can insert a hypothetical size of your own head. So on average, the smallest one is 6 tons. The largest one is 42 tons. Okay, but that's not including all the weight that was on it before the head was carved out of the stone. And it was transported before it was carved because they found the remnants of where they chip a block of the basalt off and it would fall on the ground. Those remnants are still there. And they're able to they can say, okay, this piece of the stone was put here. So we know that this head was carved right at this spot. It makes sense. And this is another mystery. But salt is a much softer stone. Like, if you and I had adequate chisels, we could chisel this stuff out. How do we do it? That has never been proven. So they say it was done on balsa wraps. So this medical engineer is traveling with Dr. O'Connor. He creates this algorithm where you can insert your hypothetical size and weight of your hypothetical ulnar head, and then he was like, how big is the balsa wrap to actually transport it? What he found is insane. I've never seen anybody talk about this before. So these rivers that are in the Oregon Park, some of them are truly massive, wide, long rivers. What he found was that even if you made the raft 50 feet long and 50 feet wide, it is so big that it couldn't make it all the way down even the narrow parts of the river. If you put a 5-ton Olmec head on a raft that's bigger than the river itself, it would sink the raft. The smallest head is 6 feet. So how do you move a 42-ton La Cobata head? So the biggest one, you might have to look this up too, the La and the Cobata Olmec head. And so what's interesting about him is he's the only Olmec head that has his eyes closed. Oh, click on the one where it's a person standing next to it. There's a diagram. Yeah, so there's a person standing next to him. So some of the Olmec heads, I was taller than when I walked up to him. I'm 5'10". I was taller than the head. I could like barely see the top of the head. Think about how tall this guy is. I mean, he's got to be 9, 10 feet tall. And so there's no explanation. I don't think you're going to see the perfect symmetry. No, you don't see that. What you do see though is that the quality of jade polishing in they make obsidian mirrors in the Olmec Party, and these were found in the 1970s. Or maybe the 1980s, I think 1981, and they're not really published again after that. I haven't seen any modern photos. They're probably sitting in a cardboard box at the bottom of the museum. The mirrors that they made rival the reflection and polish, quality, and symmetry of any other mirrors that were being made in the world at the time. They were making them out of obsidian. But it's like it was just never picked up again. They found it, they said, wow, that's really cool. And there's only one photo I can find of it is a guy, he's holding it in his hand, he takes a photo of it, and it's a reflection of himself, but it's like the worst photo I've ever seen, so it's taken next to me in front. Either at night or inside of a tomb or something. And so yeah, but you don't see, not in all like architecture. Okay, so stop right there. So these are the column tubes. Now this is interesting. I didn't know about this before I visited and looked at stuff. And so I stood like right there next to the column tube. I've shown this in my most recent video we're watching on YouTube. So these columns come from the same basalt quarries that are in the volcano. That are very cool. And these columns are used to create it's like a cage tube that they would bury their things inside of. And these columns weigh half a ton to 2 tons apiece. Even these, if you try to transport these, would sink any of the balsa river rafts that they propose or use. So what are these columns? No. But if you tried, like I'm thinking, maybe half of those they put on one boat. I mean, you put half of those on one boat and then you sink the boat. I mean, how could these things be transported? There isn't an explanation. It's not like the Mexican Institute of Archaeology tries to hide this. They just don't have an explanation for it. And in some ways, there's kind of the same attitude of like, well, we don't really know how to explain this or something. A lot of the same mysteries that are in Egypt that aren't addressed. It's kind of the same thing here. There are a lot of archaeologists that refuse the explanation of how they removed balsa rafts, and they are quietly. Did they have the wheel? They did have the wheel. So what's really interesting is there's a misconception that ancient Americans did not have knowledge of the wheel. They say that, well, ancient Americans, they didn't have the knowledge of the wheel, but they also weren't able to, they didn't have the knowledge of the wheel, but they also weren't able to move megalithic giant monuments with the help of beast of burden. So beast of burden is going to be like a horse or not something that you will strap, something heavy to and have that quote unquote beast and like, well, then look at the monuments that they built. How did they do all this without the wheel, without more, without the wheel, without the piece of burden? Well, what adds to the mystery is that they didn't know about the wheel. There are children's toys in Central and South America that are made out of like a little llama or a jaguar, and you can roll it back and forth. So like the child's toy of an animal that's on rollers on wheels was created in Central and South America. That does not come from the old world. Like we would think that would be like a Western type of thing. No, that comes from ancient America, like ancient Central and South American children's toys were used as wheels. So they knew that you could make something roll. The problem is, where are you going to roll it here? It's swamp, like we're in the wilderness here. You got dense swamps. There's not even, like if we had a car and we dropped the car right in there, you could drive the car about 5 feet. You know, and before Westerners came in and chopped everything down and built roads, you might be able to drive a car about 5 feet, and then you have to stop. There's no reason to have a wheel holding square. But that's the big thing. Those giant boulders that I showed that are in Peru, some of those are on top of the mountain at Machu Picchu. And that is like a straight vertical ascent. I'm trying to think of the original explorer who quote unquote discovered the site. He's like the first guy that officially got on it. He was ascending up on foot and he fell down and rolled like 20 feet because it's so hard just to go up on foot. But you have rocks there that are taller than the ceiling, 12 feet wide, 3 feet thick, made out of solid granite that sit up on top of this. I mean, it's just, dude, I mean, in some ways when I talk about stuff like this, I'm like, no wonder people think aliens did this. Now, I don't think aliens did it. I think it's all human ingenuity. With maybe there's some kind of truth to humans being blind to some kind of higher power of some sort. That seems to be a religious trend in Central and South America. So in the Amazon, there are people all the time who go down there and they take ayahuasca and they have experiences and encounters with angelic beings that other people say that they've encountered as well. Now this is getting into like real fringe stuff, but sometimes I think about like our very existence and how enigmatic it is, and I think it would make more sense if there were beings that were higher than us. I don't mean maybe something spiritual, but look at what ancient cultures did in the name of their gods all throughout world history. They were all into psychedelics. They were all into plants that could put you in a higher state of consciousness, but a different state of consciousness. And they all have accounts of interacting with these beings. And sometimes I wonder, did these ancient people? I mean, clearly they were aware of something that we weren't aware of. One example I saw just this morning. You've seen these videos of tribes when people explore in the Amazon. Sometimes there are videos, even today, it's becoming more popular. There are people who go down into Western probably near where Paul Rosalie is, and they'll go out into the jungle and they'll do group pictures. They have these cameras that like long lenses and they're watching people. And sometimes the tribes will see it, they'll just sprint off in the jungle and disappear. Well, the same thing is happening in Papua New Guinea. Have you ever heard of that island? It's a little island like in Indonesia, that pyramid. And there are tribes up there, and when they sing as a group, and when that, it's like the hymns that they have are connected to something that's different than, we're so, it's like our spirits in modern day, modern world are so dead. They're connected to something beyond, like something natural, is what I'm trying to say. They're connected to something natural. And when they sing, you can feel it in your soul that what they're connected to is something natural. It's like the jump, pull, and nature of the world is singing through them. And we can look this up, like some of you hear the song, and you're all the comments, all the people are like, this is something this is recognizable. Now we're getting into a little bit of new stuff that I don't actually really talk about in this conversation like this, because I can't prove it. I want to be like a respectful educator, but I mean, yeah, I really do think that here's a very spiritual aspect.
Where can we find it?
Man, if you just look up, yeah, maybe on YouTube, if you look up like Papua New Guinea, indigenous person singing, Papua New Guinea native person singing.
Are they making them Portuguese people or are they?
Oh yeah, they're nice people. Yeah. Yeah, click on that page.
They clearly have no relevance in them. Okay, why do you think we're doing that? Do you think it's just nobody makes a decision? Nobody wants to decide this should be released and this shouldn't be released. Nobody found evidence of a first caveman that talked about mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and classified still being classified. We're so far beyond mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, it's unbelievable, yet that stuff is still classified. And it's costing us billions of dollars a year to hold this stuff in the levels of classification they're held at, when they have absolutely no relevance. And so if they're doing that with
I think the guy on top of
that could have an impact on our civilization or our society. People like an announcement that there's a heart that we have been visited by beings from another planet. Absolutely right. All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Good evening.
But imagine an entire tribe.
I wanted to ask
Yeah, but that,
if you found any evidence of what I guess what Richard Oakland would say is hybrid any sort of
so the context behind that first one that we the context behind the first one that we listened to was when they got talking to entire tribe of those guys get together, they still figure through what they sound like. Low, high, you guys do pins in the background. And when you look at that indigenous Papua New Guinea guy, he's probably not aware of a lot of the scientific advanced things that Westerners know about. But that guy's tapped into something on our planet that's natural and that is meant to be here and that wasn't polluted by our Western selfish vain society that also destroyed Rome. You know what I mean? There's something very natural out there. So when I study ancient civilizations, I see some evidence of certainly there's evidence of psychology, but certainly evidence of people that were tapped into something that was beyond us. Like, one evidence that you can look up is were jaguar. It's like a werewolf, but just jaguar instead of wolf. It's in the foot only. So this idea of a were jaguar, and this is something that I haven't seen in talk about. This is kind of getting through my own theory. There are stories of people who do ayahuasca and other like strong hallucinogens in the jungles of Central and South America, and they see jaguars like during their trance, and some people even turn into like a jaguar, or like seeing through the eyes of a jaguar, or like possessing a jaguar and hunting them. And so, some of the ancient Central and South Americans believe that when they were seeing a jaguar, they were able to see God, seeing an ancestor, seeing a somebody who was possessing like the spirit of a jaguar. So they start do the jade mask that's one from the right. Yeah, that one. That's just a very good picture. So they have, I'm talking about hundreds of these things. And so they really believe that their shamans were becoming jaguars, that they were connecting with the nature world. Now, what do you see that's similar to this that you see in the Fang deity? It's almost the same thing. I mean, the Fang deity is very likely a jaguar god that ruled over South America. And the evidence shows that relative dating, cultural evidence, biological evidence shows that somewhere in the Amazon, at some point, this could be 8,000 years ago, this could be 30,000 years ago, because they're finding caves in the Amazon that were inhabited 30,000 years ago, way before people thought that people were supposed to be in the Amazon. And so the Amazon is very likely, in my opinion, the fertile crescent of high culture throughout Central America, or throughout South America, and then it carries up to Central America. Where are the forest hills going? The southeastern side of the Amazon. So, a lot of the archaeological work that's done are on sites that are kind of on the edges of the Amazon. People don't go directly to the center and start, doing excavations. So they kind of start on the outside and throw in, but really never make it to the center of the Amazon. It's 2 minutes worth. Yeah, I mean, it's almost impossible to traverse. But there's one archaeologist, his name escapes me right now, but he has been down in the Amazon his entire life. He has found multiple cities. And these are cities that are made out of earth and mountains. So, like, and he's in the same area. He's on the western edge of the Amazon. Exactly where Paul is at. And the thing about it is, you're not going to go out into the Amazon and find stone structures in that part of the Amazon because it's all clay. So what they would do is they have buckets and they build like earth and mounds and pyramids in the Amazon, and they would build these canals to each other, and they build these raised streets so that it rains so much so you can walk on a road without it being flooded. They also built houses on top of it, and they built their gardens and farms on top of it. And then when it would rain, the little canals and aqueducts that they would build, they had these little boats, and they would sail to other cities in the center of the Amazon through artificial rivers that they had created. And these cities are being found everywhere. I'll show you.
Now, what the carbon dated things inside these caves to say that there were people there 30,000 years ago?
Yes, yeah. So in this cave, in the cave I'm talking about, you can look at like 30,000-year-old cave found in southeastern Brazil. So here's one example of these cities. So what they found is like on the surface, there's not a lot to see, but all throughout this entire area, they're finding evidence of homesteads. But a lot of these homesteads were just built out of wood, right? I mean, they were wood, thatched roofs, but giant settlements full of millions of people. And so you can see these depressions. What's thought is that these were kind of like moats, and so they held water, and it allowed the water to slowly seep over onto the center area to feed the crops. The Egyptians they did exactly this exact same thing. And then they would also have these little boats that they would sail to. So they have these giant straight lines that go all the way across the jungle, and like the lowlands on the outside of the jungle where there's not trees, and they could sail to other cities just on these little rafts in the middle of the jungle. Now, what's that is that these may just be satellite towns that are on the outside of the Amazon rainforest, somewhere deeper in there. Very likely, I mean, LiDAR is already showing that these exist. We're very likely going to see bigger earthen structures, like massive, giant pyramids, and stone structures that you get away from the western Amazon where it's all clay. So you get closer to the center and closer to the eastern side, you're going to find more stone in the rest. And so they've already done LiDAR scans that show in the Mato Grosso region in southeastern Brazil exactly where Percy Pass is. So in his expeditions in the Amazon, his first expedition, he was trying just to map the river, I think to establish a border around like Brazil and Bolivia. I think that's his first thing. And then when he was there, he had grown a distaste for the aristocrats that were in England who looked down on native people in the Americas, and he grew to love the native people because he saw something, and then kind of like what I was talking about, the guy in Papua New Guinea, these people are connected to something else. There's something else. He was like one of the first guys that realized that the way that they cultivated, the way that they built their cities, the way that they cultivated their crops was all mathematical in nature, that they knew about math. They knew some things about, special things about science and geometry, about tracking the sun. They had like calendars as well, which were not calendars, but they had clocks that they would build into the ground where depending on where the shadow was, they could tell what time of year it was and when the next season was coming. He was a guy who maybe not was the first person to actually discover these things, but he capitalized them. And so he's at his horse dies. His horse dies, and then they like eat his horse or whatever, and have a place called Dead Horse Camp. And he writes a letter back to his wife that says, he was like, in the area that I'm going down now, it's not closer to very likely I'm going to find the entrance to Zed, which is this lost city that he's looking for. Which aligns to some of the oral traditions around that. Like, there were people all throughout South America. There were probably multiple of these massive cities full of lots of gold and wealth because, he's hearing about this, or maybe mispronouncing his name entirely wrong, but there was a city called like something like that, and he just called it Z. And then there's also a story of Colorado, which is on the northwest side, so he's on the southeast side. So there's multiple stories of these cities that sometimes get jumbled together. People think he was looking for El Dorado, but he wasn't. He was looking for a different city with its own legend. So he descends down to the Mato Grosso region of Brazil. Nobody ever sees him again. 97 years later, they run big LiDAR scans over that area, and they find a city exactly in the area that he went missing, and it's complete with a step pyramid, it's complete with its own temples, its own city grid layout that they speculate may be aligned to certain constellations over the sky, which really meant that they cleared out the land that they lived in, that they chopped down all the trees so they could study the stars. And they found aqueducts and highway systems that lead deeper into the central part of the jungle, but you need the money to fly these planes. Like, it's not as easy as like you buy a drone that has a LiDAR camera on it, because those are crap. Like, you need a LiDAR camera on a plane that costs like $50,000 to take it out for one mission. And I just don't think that there's the money there. So that was just over a year and a half ago that they found that step pyramid, and nobody has walked out today. Nobody has walked out there. They haven't seen more LiDAR drones out there, but they know there's a massive highway that's going straight off into the jungle, definitely to another city, but it's so dense and so remote and so far out there that nobody is crazy enough to do it for free. You know what I mean? Because the Brazilian government, they've got their own things going on. They're not really worried. What are they going to do? A big part of if these places are going to be explored and excavated, is can they make a tourist site? Can they bring people in to come look at it? In the middle of the Amazon? Hell no. It's impossible. You have to build a massive road straight through the Amazon to bring tourists there. People who are advocates for the Amazon literally don't know what's happening. So it's yeah, I mean, that's a frontier of archaeology, but very likely the origins of South and Central American religion and culture come from somewhere deep inside of the Amazon. That's in a city civilization that's never been started. Is there anyone out there that speculates that some of these structures were yeah. So when you're looking at go to Indian culture, quite as hard as granite, but it's close. These are very, very giant blocks. And look at how big the look at how big the stair steps are. And that central temple, that gateway, that top, so they're like rectangular columns that are all stacked. And then also here at Tiwanaku, you have some of these really intricate monuments that there's no explanation. Like, were these for walls, for a foundation? I'll read them all kinds of forums where architects, you see on the top of that, you see like it's kind of like a notch that goes inside. So what they speculate was that they were melting, this civilization that did it was so wealthy that it was melting gold and silver together to act as like, I'm trying to think of the right word, but they were maybe to hold the blocks together. Yes, melting silver and gold. What are these metric designs for? Nobody knows. And when you get down inside the stone, like not on the outside, but when you're inside the stone, all of how does somebody do that? These are eerily similar to a lot of the things that we see in Egypt. And as like the Serapean boxes, how well those are carved, this is eerily similar to that. It reminds me of it. Here's another example. But look at how scattered this is. What is all of this? You know, are these parts of buildings? Are these foundation walls? They certainly don't look like it. What is the purpose of all this? Oh, you see those two H blocks? You see the foundation that they're sitting on? Yeah. That entire complex. I haven't been to this site to look at, but and it doesn't come from that area. It's not like the rock. It's transported from somewhere else. So Tiwanaku is a truly bizarre site. This is the gate of the sun. But look at here's the staff god. So he's got they're heavily eroded, but he's got fangs and he's holding stalks of corn. But this is the staff god as well. So this god like this back thousands of years. Whoever this is. I have a better photo of this. No, I was just going to say like it's so frustrating that there's not more effort and more money put into understanding this. Yeah, dude, yeah, man, you're 100% right. It's so like you could redefine everything. Yeah, you could question everything, even down to like the existence of mankind. If the lens our society looks for stuff is commercialism, consumerism, war, money, this is just we're too far down the road already to like rewind and actually say like what could we actually discover if we put millions of dollars into really understanding what this is. So we were getting into discovery. So dude, there is so much left to be discovered. Now first off, sorry, but yeah, you're right. These are really great this guy didn't get to stuff. If he had wrote about his first book, he looked for Sarah how perfectly how and polished, and he asked the biggest what it would take to recreate that. And he said it would be over $250,000. And he said after they bought the permits and paid like $50,000 to haul that stuff out of wherever they quarried it from. He said they would never in a million years cut it out of one piece. They would cut all the walls out separately and bolt them together. But those boxes are all carved out of one solid stone. Yeah. Just the amount of research you did that you saying that there's something exactly like that in our if you look up the sarcophagus of Pakal is spelled P-A-K-L. So the sarcophagus of Pakal, it was found in the Temple of Inscriptions. And so, I'm so glad you said that. Okay, so you can pull up that. So this is a cast of it. This isn't the actual thing. It's still inside it's still inside the tomb today. But I stood here. This is like a life-size photograph. Dude, I'm telling you, this thing right here, it's 7 feet tall, 10 feet wide, 15 feet across, carved out of one solid piece of wood. Okay, and it has hieroglyphs all the way around the side of it that tell the story of the Maya gods of Palenque. So in from language is Chiapas, Mexico. Now, the city itself existed from about 1000 BC to 780 before the mysterious collapse of Maya civilization. And that 1000 BC estimate, it goes way further. There's evidence off in the jungle that there's goes back further. So this is really interesting because on the inside of that, it's not a completely hollow box. Sarcophagus was carved out perfectly to be the size of his body. That entire sarcophagus is solid. So imagine they find one of those boxes that's an actual cow sarcophagus or something like that. Yeah. Inside, this thing is solid black where like the lid is cut off. But how they cut the lid off top of that, and then they carved out a crevice on the inside that they placed it. It's so heavy that they placed it into the pyramid and built it around it. So this is one example. But what's interesting is this moving these megaliths in the Maya world. One of the reasons that the Maya world doesn't get as much love as places in South America like ancient pyramids like Machu Picchu, and then of course Egypt. We have all these megaliths which are blocks over the size of this table that we don't know how they moved it. It's really interesting. Dude, you're not going to find this published anywhere. This is private conversations between archaeologists that work in Central America and only things that they know about. There's not like a popular mouthpiece that's voicing all this stuff for the world to know about. So this kind of, I would consider that a monument, okay? That giant of a monument was not common in the Maya world around the time that Paul was alive. So that's about 600 AD. It wasn't common. They weren't doing that at all. This is a one-of-a-kind thing. What's really interesting is deeper into the jungle, in the most remote areas, places that there's no photos taken of these sites, and things like that I want to visit over the next coming years. The further you go deeper into the jungle, the older the sites get. They can date that by pottery. Like they can see how Central American, pottery evolved over time. So when you find pottery in certain places, you go, oh, it's this type of pottery comes from this area. They know that because they found that kind of pottery in graves, right? The deeper you go into the jungle, the older the sites get and the bigger the blocks get. Just like ancient Egypt, the older it gets, the bigger the blocks get. Just like seems to be just like in South America, the older the sites, the bigger the blocks get. So deep into the jungle, there are places that there are photos taken of these sites. I just did an interview on this for YouTube channel. This hasn't come out yet. Maybe it'll be out by the time this episode comes out. Where I asked Dr. Warren, and I kind of knew this a little bit, but I asked him, one reason Maya architecture doesn't get the love that it deserves is because there's no megaliths. Do you know of any examples of it? The short answer, yes. The long answer is they're at the oldest sites that are in the most remote places, deeper into the jungle. And he was like, so if you're out in the jungle and you discover a Maya, so that's the inside of this tube. So that entire tube would have been covered in like beautiful red cinnabar, like blue Maya paint, which they don't know how they created the paint yet. So that whole thing is like one complete solid. But that wasn't normal. That was a replication of older Maya architecture. Largely that isn't photographed. Like at some places in Nepal, when they dig down underneath the city, they do see. I haven't seen this personally in the official studies, but I've seen people just going in with cameras and underneath the structure, they're giant stones. And so these Maya cities, much like Cholula, have you heard of the Cholula? Cholula, we know was populated. I think Cholula is the most consistently populated city in the entire planet. Like it's been, from the time that it was built, it's just been populated the whole time. No matter how far back they dig, people have always been living there. A lot of Maya cities are the same way. There's a pyramid, the next emperor or king goes on top of that, goes on top of that, goes on top of that. So where you go to the center, what's weird is that those blocks are bigger and bigger and bigger when you get to the center. But they're older as well. It's not like one king goes takes everything out and blocks back smaller. It's the first king who used the most massive blocks, and everything else that came after it was much more inferior. So way out in the middle of the jungle, just to show you an example, I'll show you guys a photo. This is how little that we know about let's see if we can call it like the jungle of skin. That's like what the Nile jungles are called. About 25 years ago, the city of Toronto, which is what we're seeing the area of right now, this is like the most grand city of the world. About 350 structures were actually mapped and identified and put on display. And all of those that you see are in this photo right now. Some of them are kind of covered up by treetops, and the way that they break down the structures may not be super conventional. Now, Dr. Ed Barnhart was hired to go through this area and map the entire area, I think from 1999 to 2002. And so what he found was that what was on display was like less than 10% of the entire city. The actual entire city is this entire square of jungle that most people have never seen before when you walk out there. So what's on display when you go there today is this. The entire city is all of this right here. And those 300 structures that were on display, to give you an idea of how packed Maya civilization is, those 300 and some odd structures that are on display, that's what they knew about. By 3 years later, by the time he was done mapping it, it had gone from 350 to 1,150 structures that are in that tiny little area. So, and there were structures. So this main palace right here, this is the royal palace. This right here is the temple of the Egyptians, where that megalithic sarcophagus was found. There is another structure out there that I'm going to go to probably next year when I do my expedition to Joshua, which hopefully we'll touch on. I'm going to go back out there because there's another structure out there that's bigger than the house that's sitting in the jungle. But I saw this. He mapped all of it. Yeah. He mapped the entire thing. And when I say mapped, I don't just mean that, oh, this is here, this is here. He mapped every angle, every staircase, the height of every pyramid sitting on top of the staircase. He mapped the foundations. He mapped how far, like, I'm talking about.
That's out of the.
So you see the yellow ones? That's what it all display. Okay. The rest of it is everything that he discovered afterwards. It took him 3 years. It took him 3 years. Yeah. It took him 3 years and he did it twice. He mapped the whole thing twice. Yeah, and what's crazy is so you see the blue streaks. Those are artificial aqueducts. Those are canals that they dug into the ground to be able to funnel the water, to channel the water through the city. So they had their own plumbing, they had fresh water that was pumped that could flow next to their homes, they had pools. Like, I mean, I walked into the middle of the jungle, there is a house, like a regular residential swimming pool sitting there in the middle of the jungle, still being funneled full of clean spring water. So that's me inside of an aqueduct. So they would dig these, so I'm 5'10", that's probably 10 feet tall or so. So they built the foundation walls and a roof for their underground water systems, like these underground caves. So you can be walking through the jungle, and they go into the map. It's like, see all of these blue streets, these are all artificial aqueducts. And so the one that I'm standing in is probably somewhere out here off to the, no, it's somewhere out here actually. And so I could walk through that for miles. It's a tunnel full of clean water that's flowing under the ground. That they artificially created that because they were like, I want to build my temple over here, so we're going to take this stream and we're going to build an artificial river all the way over here, and then we'll build it all the way down here because it has to go to another stream at some point, so it goes back into circulation. So they build it where it connects to their home, and then the water will go through their home down to some other river, and it connects back to the main source of water. So if you're walking through the jungle and you start hearing rushing water, you look around and you look down, and there are like these limestone blocks. Now look at these blocks too. There's no mortar. Of course, these things are heavily eroded. I mean, heavily eroded. You can see what water and rain has done to them, how much it's softened down the side of the limestone. But if you're walking through the jungle and you hear rushing water, you look down and you see a block, some of the dirt and moss, shine your flashlight down, and there's a river, an artificial river that's encased in limestone blocks rushing underneath. These are like, dude, I could be walking through the middle of the jungle, and a perfect way to, okay, a way that I could find a city theoretically, which something I want to do someday, is I could be walking through the jungle, and one big sign is you got to keep looking at the ground, and when there's some blocks that are placed artificially, you may not be actually at a city, you may be standing above an artificial aqueduct that will lead you straight to that city. So theoretically, instead of trying to follow the roof of the aqueduct back to the city, you pull off those casing stones around the top, jump down in the aqueduct, look which way is it flowing? It's flowing this way, let's go this way. And you can walk underground straight to a city in the middle of the jungle and come out right where I'm at, boom, inside of a city that I've never seen, in the middle of the jungle. And to give you an idea of how, here's a pyramid that I've jumped down inside, or a temple I jumped down inside of. So these structures out here get sunken so easily due to soil deposition and how much it rains. So what I'm looking at right now, this right here is the roof of a temple. But I thought it was an underground chamber when I first saw it. So I jumped down inside, and you can see, like, look at how symmetrical the interior of it is. I mean, it's trapezoidal and everything, and it's a tall ceiling. So I was thinking, this is super cool. This is an underground chamber I just jumped into. Well, I get back home, I start studying Maya architecture. This was never built to be underground. This was above ground, and the ground had risen all around it. So this temple was completely underground. And it's not like that happens to all structures. It's just kind of depending on how it's sitting on the hillside. It's on a case-by-case basis. So I thought that was pretty cool. This is me standing in front of a temple in the middle of the jungle. So this is the temple of Lady Satan, who was Kapala's mother. This isn't on display for like regular tourists to see. You have to actually just walk straight into the jungle to find it. So Dr. Barnhart took me here. This is in January. So I'm giving you that. Oh, you got to fully armed. You can't be armed because they don't let you have guns or anything like that. So I have a little photo here for locking down. Okay, so the biggest thing is a pterodactyl snake. Can we see a pterodactyl from here? Yeah. So here's the next thing. Can you see the pterodactyl snake? Yeah, there. Yeah. And then this is like, it's the most overpowered snake on the planet because it would be easier to see if it was a solid black snake, like a black mamba. But this guy is dark and light brown with very dark brown, with a very like some dark brown patches that make it look like leaves. So it looks like dirt with leaves on top of it. And they're ambush predators. So they'll sit in one spot all day long, and they're like their fight or flight. They're gonna fight. They're gonna strike at you multiple times. So they sit down, coiled in a spot underneath all the foliage. You're walking through, boom, punch you on the ankle. These guys are so venomous, so much more venomous than snakes in North America. You have to get medical treatment. There's just no way that a Westerner is going to go down there and get bitten by birds, and if you don't get medical treatment, you're not going to live. However, there are people in Guyana, in the Amazons, that's the northeast Amazon, and there are Colombian indigenous people. Maybe something interesting is called there are Korean people who have been bitten by pterodactyl snakes, and they don't go get treatment because they just can't afford it, whatever reason. They go back to their village, wherever they live. They do their herbal remedies or whatever kind of indigenous remedies that they have. They live through it. The same thing with rabies. There are ancient Peruvians who have been, I guess they've been getting rabies for like thousands of years. They've learned either their immune system has learned to defend them from rabies, or they've learned like these indigenous cures that modern day scientists just haven't gone in to figure out what do you guys do to cure rabies. But yeah, I mean, like your average person getting bit by a pterodactyl in the middle of the jungle in Central America. You gotta get immediate medical treatment. Within, just a few hours if you want to save the limb that's bit. If it's your finger, forget about ruining your finger. So, you know, when I when Paul says, and maybe it was this podcast, he said, like you take off the heavy boots, your weak little pathetic feet, and start walking through the jungle, and I'm thinking, man, that's great. But I wonder if the people who have been living out there, so like when I'm in this area, it's the Maya people that are around. They're walking around in sandals, barefoot, digging the jungle, no big deal. And so I wonder, you know, there's got to be some kind of, there's got to be something that they're tapped into as to how they walk around the jungle, how to be safe. That a guy like me, some gringo walking through the jungle, I don't think about that or even be aware of it. But this is one of the dangers. Fairlands, I would say, is like your number one natural danger. Your other danger is going to be a jaguar, but if you're going dangerous, like the people, a jaguar is going to be like in Belize, we're at the site of Lilpa. This is in Northern Belize, program for Belize. It's like a really uncharted area of the jungle that's being studied. When Dr. Barnhart was out there was this young girl who was like a runner, and so people were like, "Well, we're running down the road by herself," and she didn't listen to them. So she ran down the road and goes down this little path to go see this timber that they've been excavating with her, and she can go back underneath for the purpose. Well, there's a jaguar inside the timber when they go there, and so she like sees the jaguar, starts slowly walking back, and the jaguar stops her right behind her on the road, all the way from the archaeological site back to the camp, and then there were more people. But hey, jaguar would maybe be a threat, but more realistically, definitely not just a purloin snake. I mean, there's like rattlesnakes and stuff that are out there that can get you. And if you get bit, you should go get treatment. You shouldn't stay in the jungle.
Oh, you told me last night about rattlesnakes.
Yeah, so there's a big myth about. Well, I mean, I don't know that it's necessarily a myth, but it's like, you know, if you get bit by a rattlesnake in like a meatier part of your body, a fleshy part of your body, like the calf or the thigh, or something like that, you don't necessarily need to go get medical treatment. You can survive that. You can take like multiple Benadryl a day and sleep it off for a week. I mean, cowboys were doing this back in the Wild West. They were getting bit by rattlesnakes and they would have to sleep it off. And a rattlesnake wasn't a death sentence. You could get bit on your finger, probably lose your finger. You could get bit on your toe, probably lose your toe. There were certainly people who died from rattlesnake bites. A lot of people are allergic to their venom. But if you're not allergic to it, you're a healthy, fully grown male or female, you're not going to die. Fairlands or pearl snake bite, they're like 3 times as venomous. So in North America, we're pretty safe from snakes, other than corpses. You don't want to get bit by corpses. But they have little tiny mouths. How venomous are pearl snakes compared to rattlesnakes? I believe basically exactly the same. I think a pearl snake is like, I think a pearl snake is just slightly more, like maybe a couple percentages more venomous, but not nearly as dangerous. Like if you look up most dangerous snakes in the world, the pearl snake is even higher enough. If you look up most venomous snakes in the world, the pearl snake is higher. But a pearl snake, you can pick one up in a wild and kill it. You basically have to like press it against you to get it to bite. You really have to do something. You have to either be really unlucky or very negligent. Like I've seen videos of people playing with pearl snakes and they get bit. But it's not nearly as dangerous as this guy. Probably a rattlesnake is more dangerous because rattlesnakes more likely to bite. So, but yeah, I learned this when I went through EMT school. 2 years ago or 3 years ago, when I was still in college, and that was like one of the big myths that I was showing. Yeah, and then my one of my best friends, he actually pursued EMT more so. Like I never officially worked. I went on some like you have to go through your rotations. We're actually working on the ambulance, but he went through. He actually worked for I don't know, like 6 months as an EMT. Saw all kinds of stuff. Saw all kinds of snake bites. And yeah, every single person in the hospital, every person working there, all attested to the fact that a rattlesnake bite won't kill the average person. It'll just, it's like a black widow bite. You're gonna have a fever of like 106 degrees for 3 days, and even if you don't get the antivenom, it's bad real. Yeah, you can survive. It's Central America, no, you're gonna die. So that's a real danger out there. Now the other danger is that Apocalypto, the Aztecs are chasing that poor Maya guy through the jungle, and they go around this tree, and there's a giant turtle that's there. So turtles, they range in all different sizes. So you can have little small ones, or you can have some that are like 8 feet long that are super thick. But the attacks don't usually come from giant turtles and snakes because they know that just a strike will be enough, like a drive-by will be enough to take them away. Smaller turtles and snakes are really scared and not mature enough. They haven't lived that long. They're going to give you all of them. And so there are rangers in Costa Rica. Like Costa Rica is by far where the most snakes get, by far where the most people get bitten by poisonous snakes. Yeah, I mean, there was a ranger out there who died from but I would fair to guess that he was a ranger. That would make the most sense to me. There are people who they don't get their bites ever treated, but their leg dies, and it like the necrosis sets in, and it becomes like this black piece of charcoal bone attached to your body. Like the rest of their body will get over it and survive, but that leg is not. There's a wide range of what could happen. Some of the other dangers going into the jungle are live boar. You don't want to get bored by pigs that are out there, although I don't think that's that common. First jaguar, puma are out there as well. They're more aggressive than a jaguar. Like a jaguar is going to usually leave if somebody's out there. They're very elusive. The puma is more likely to stay and be around human beings and defend its home. And another danger would be killer bees that are in the and so I think where the story goes is they're trying to make very docile bees, so they take your average honeybee, they take your African bee, both of them are very docile species, they try to breed them together. So some lab in Central America or South America, probably Central America, I think, and it may have been multiple. I think it was people maybe all across the world that were doing this, but I think that somewhere it didn't work. And this is either in Central or South America, and these Africanized honeybees, which is what they're called, escaped this laboratory, and now they're roaming through the jungle. Like many different brigades of these Africanized honeybees going through the jungles in packs of millions, and
For some reason, they're not docile as the
they're like bees from hell. Yeah, they sting and attack you, and will relentlessly attack you, and they'll chase people for half a mile. If you can sprint as fast as you want for half a mile, they're going to be right there behind you, chasing you. They'll get up under your clothes, crawl on your skin, sting you however they can. Say this is a problem that could arise. So say I'm taking a team into the middle of the jungle outside of Yoshima, which is where I intend to be arresting photos of it. And so say I'm taking people out in the middle of the jungle at Yoshima, and you hear this millions of Africanized bees. What you're suggested to do is to run and dive underneath the bush, because I guess for some reason these bees don't want to get inside. Like they're not going to swim around the thick bush to sting something that's underneath it. Right? They're not going to come that close to the forest floor. Well, the problem with that is if you run and dive underneath the bush, that's where a fertilized snake likes to sit. Or that's where any other type of snake likes to sit, or spiders or whatever. Something bad can happen when you dive underneath that. If I were to run, if I were near a river, so there's the Yosemite Central River that's right next to it. It's a big river that is the border between Mexico and Guatemala. If I were to just say this happened right as soon as I walked into the jungle and we get attacked by Africanized honeybees, you can run, dive into the water, and hope to stay underneath the water and swim away and come up with a place where the bees aren't there. Well, the bees are gonna hover above the water and watch you. They can smell your pheromones, whatever coming off of your body, your hormones. They follow that, and they will watch you underneath the water. And where you pop up again, they'll attack you again. the San Jacinto River is infested with crocodiles. And crocodiles are not alligators, so crocodiles will intentionally hunt the local villages. They will stop one person for weeks at a time, and they'll see their routines and everything. They'll see like this person's going to come. They don't know what they're doing, but this person's going to come up to the river at this day and time, and they're probably that person's probably washing clothes or getting water that they can boil for fresh water, whatever they need to do. And so they will watch that person, and they will basically plan premeditate their kill, and then they go up close to the shore, they sink down to the bottom just so deep where they can't be seen. So they there. They come out, grab the person, kill them in the water. It's like, I think these are more ruddy crocodiles, so you're looking at like 10 to 12 feet long. So not the biggest crocodiles, but it's a crocodile. It's not an alligator. The alligators are out here in the Everglades. You go slap an alligator with a tail, and it's gonna run off. But crocodiles are not that way. So you go run into any swamp, like that could, you could think like, oh, well, that's just a river. What if there's a swamp or something nearby? No, they're there. They've been there for the last 80 million years. They've seen death. Yeah, in the Amazon and in the jungles of Central America, it's amazing that a civilization actually arose there that was as widespread as the Maya. These are people who they had a perfect understanding, more so than the Greeks and Romans, of our not our place in the cosmos, but the cyclical nature of the cosmos and of the way that stars move, the way the moon is going to be in the sky. They worship Venus, and to be able to worship Venus requires significant understanding of astronomy. They would build their buildings. So this is something I've never seen anybody talk about. The temple of the sun in Palenque was built by Paul's son. It's right behind the temple of Destruction. And every single, so there's an opening, there's a single door that opens up. And the temple itself is built according to the sacred geometric number of 6.8. I'm sure Randall mentioned that. It's built perfectly according to that. And so the way the Maya did that was they would have ropes that were like cords that were a certain length, and they would stretch it up, half it, and then they would build their structures accordingly. They got that from these local flowers that are in the area. You see these flowers all over Maya temples. They realized that the flower was like a perfect geometrical shape, and they built their buildings along to the geometry of flowers. And so, like, it's common for Maya people to say the flowers are in our houses, the flowers are in our buildings, but they don't realize, some people today don't realize they're referring to sacred geometry. That goes really in depth, but the temple of the sun is every single aspect of it is built perfectly. And as the sun moves over the temple all throughout the year, where the shadows align inside of the temple, along every single column, even the back side corner of the temple, as the sun aligns, the priest that goes to in that temple can figure out exactly what day of the year it is. So the temple itself is like a calendar or a clock for our solar system. And it's amazing the things that they were able to accomplish in the middle of the jungle where the environment was so harsh, but yet they had all the resources that they need. It's totally counterintuitive to what old world archaeology says about why civilizations were born. Like along the Nile, along the Tigris and Euphrates River in the Middle East, and in the Indus Valley, where you have the river that borders India and Pakistan. So those are like your three great fertile crescents of the old world, which all happened after the time of the Younger Dryas. The northern Africa, the Middle East, and the Indus Valley, they all dry up over the course of about 4 or 5,000 years. Civilization starts again, but it starts along these river valleys and Nile valleys, and people have to come close together to build a life, right? Well, in the Maya world, they didn't have to do anything at all. They did not need to build. There was no actual reason to build the city of Early that I showed you. It's just pure ingenuity, pure creativity. However, maybe there's some kind of psychedelic aspect taking a lot of the same substances that we know that the Tigris and Egyptians are, these other cultures in the old world were experimenting with, and then meat gods, humans had likely took hallucinogen of some kind, and I think he met the god Horus, and god Horus was telling him that Jupiter was doing a good job creating Egypt, and so he goes to join their gods. Well, I mean, yeah, in Central America, it's not the same. So it's is there any connection? That looks this solid ground. I mean, this is one of thousands of walls that are like this. But it was created by a civilization Atlantean civilization. And sure, I mean, you could infer that there was potentially something to see all over the world, and people piece these little things together and notice similarities. And there are some striking similarities. If there were civilizations in ancient Peru and ancient Egypt 12,000 years ago, maybe they did know about each other. But your classic Maya dynastic Egypt, I would really see the connection. However, there's a really weird thing that goes on that's in the Olmec world. And I'm going back in February to study this a bit more. If you would pull on the 13 we have been to Olmec, yeah, that kind of isn't so that column tomb that I showed you earlier, they're like the king wasn't there, but they're still able to find biological material from the Olmecs, and they're able to try to, I mean, they can still test the DNA of the indigenous people that live there. Like all the Maya people still live there today. You know, their descendants are still there. Tiwanaku's descendants are still there. Peruvian descendants are still there. So they test their DNA when oil hasn't destroyed the grave or the biological material, and they test it. They don't find anything that results in being African. Really. But if you go meet the indigenous people that live there that have DNA in them at all, they do look like the Olmec heads. They do have very peculiar round faces, big lips, big, broad, like kind of flat noses that are similar to what we think Africans look like. So yeah, I think it's pretty close. So this is an example of like early Mesoamerican hieroglyphs. So let's shoot from this angle, but around his waist, just to the left, you see the foot that's there, that's carved onto the. There's a foot that's pointing down, like the heels at the top, and the toes are at the bottom. The toes are at the bottom, right? Hanging off his waist. No, it's actually the left of his waist. It's but the foot's like pointing down. And you know, it's a footprint. And so over on the right, you have some like lifts there. What's interesting about Olmec art is so look at that. And I'm not implying connection here, but it is strange. How similar is that to, if you guys know this last couple episodes, how similar is that like logographs or logograms that they could put their keys to travel. So on the top of his head, that little poofy thing, or kind of like the hair coming down, that is interpreted as being a turban. That's not his hair, because all Olmecs depict themselves as being bald. So it's very likely that they shaved their own heads. And ancient Americans were notorious for not being able to grow beards. They didn't like growing facial hair is like a whole Middle Eastern thing that I think that Europeans picked up through like insemination and then came over to this side of the world. But a lot of Native Americans were not growing facial hair. So he has a beard as well. He's wearing a turban, and he's got these little pointy shoes. Well, beards, turbans, and pointy shoes are not seen anywhere at all in the Olmec world. Now, this monument dates back to about 900 to 1000 BC. So exactly at the same time as this, there's another thing you can look up. It's like a San Lorenzo clay head. San Lorenzo S.A. in Laventa. This right here, that's up on the screen now, look how amazingly intricate that is. This was found at San Lorenzo. So Laventa is like the westernmost edge of the state of Tabasco. This is found in Veracruz at a site called San Lorenzo. This is, he's wearing a turban, he has a little curly beard. This does not look like a Native American. What this does look like is somebody who lived in the Middle East. At exactly the same time, around 1000 BC, the Phoenicians are launching expeditions out of the Strait of Gibraltar from the Mediterranean Sea, and they're going to be the first civilization of their time to travel all the way around the coast of Africa and back. So the Phoenicians were excellent seafarers. Well, there's been studies that prove, and I think they've tested it with like mock ships that they send out into the ocean, that if you go too far west out of the Strait of Gibraltar into the Atlantic Ocean, you'll be carried by current out into the middle of the ocean, straight down through the Bahamas, Caribbean, straight down into the Gulf Coast, right into Olmec heartland. So what's is there's some evidence out there that there were Phoenicians who did in Olmec heartland, and they're depicted on Olmec monuments around 1000 BC. And this is something nobody's talking about. But we don't see evidence of that. We don't see evidence. Very likely, like they stopped in the Caribbean and they met with the Carib people. It's probably likely that they stopped and ended up in the Gulf of Mexico. But at this point in time, the Caribs that are in the Caribbean and the proto early Med people living in the Yucatan, one, we just don't have the evidence to write it down. Or maybe the Phoenicians stopped in the Gulf of Mexico and spent a lot of time around the Olmecs because the Olmecs are so much more progressed and they're the only civilization that came across that was similar to themselves. Now, whether the Phoenicians sailed back, we don't know. We don't have the evidence of it because there's no. I don't think that there's any. Well, I'm just learning about this recently. That may be a place that the Phoenicians spoke about that was the Gates of Hercules, which is like straight in Gibraltar. There's a place they spoke about that was further out west, but there isn't like there's not any substantial. There's not anything written substantially about it to prove that these are the same Phoenicians that came back from the New World, from Mexico. So whether or not they ever went back, if they were just may have just been a group of 50 of these guys and they died in Mexico. We don't know, or their DNA is such a minimal amount that it can't be detected, 3,000 years later. But yeah, this is a contact in the New World way before Columbus. Yeah. Well, and actually, I should clarify and say that there may be more listed at one point in time. Like, when Aztecs, we know that when they were writing, when they were ordering, about 480,000 paper a day. These guys were standing on the shoulders of giants from the Maya are the ones who really expanded Mesoamerican, like their calendar, their mathematics, sacred geometry, and their writing. and they really mind. So the Maya they probably begin around 1000 BC. That's like the very beginning, and then they flourish at about 580, so 1500 years later. And they really bring everything. They really bring everything like to life. And then they exist from their height at about 500, 600, 700 AD. They start collapsing. They start moving from the jungles of Guatemala, which are like where all the older structures are. There's some kind of drought. Maybe there was volcanoes. Something happened. So people start moving north towards the top of the Yucatan. And so their architecture changes. They realize that worshipping men as gods doesn't actually work. So they start having like divine councils of rulers. So they start moving north in the Yucatan, where they stay there from 800 AD to 1400 AD, and they're like fighting the Aztecs at the same time. The Aztecs are about to launch an assault on the entire Maya world as soon as the Spaniards show up. So for about 2,000 years, when the Spaniards show up, around 2,000 years, the Maya had been writing. So the Aztecs were producing almost 500,000 copies of paper a year. Think about how much for the last, almost 2,000 years, and everything that they knew. So what's crazy is the four codices that survive. So when Diego de Landa, I think this is like the 1570s or 1540s, he's in Merida, Mexico. So he burned, according to Spanish chronicles, he burned tires of books. So floor to ceiling. I mean, imagine all the books you have on your bookshelf, how much knowledge. Multiple tires stacked up on floor to ceiling. You could just show an entire civilization just like that. This is like the burning of the Library of Alexandria in the New World. The Maya knew very likely everything. They knew their whole, they knew all of their origins. I mean, what we have learned from the Dresden Codex, which is just one of the four codices that have survived, has completely changed everything that we know about the Maya. I mean, it taught us almost everything about their astronomy. I mean, there are books that are this thick, or that are written this thick in small, fine print about everything that we've learned to do with Maya astronomy. I mean, it's like a book that unlocks. Like, explorers and archaeologists have been looking at these temples, and they can't figure out, like, okay, why are these columns put here? Why are the cities built the way that they are? They're just looking at it and they just think that maybe it's all obscure. Okay, one codex, the Dresden Codex, added context to every single Maya city that was ever created. Like, it gave context. People go, oh, so this temple is aligning to the sun. This temple is aligning to the moon. This temple is aligning to Venus. This is why all of these structures are tilted slightly to the northeast. And like every single Maya city that you go to from one codex has added context to everything. And then when you have the context, you learn some new things. Like as you get deeper and deeper into it, like you might have I can't think of an example, but I've been in that situation many times where if I didn't have this context now, I wouldn't be able to figure out one more step. So, I mean, you're talking about tens of thousands of codices that were burned. That's everything that they're doing. Everything. It's just, I feel like no matter what I say, it would be an understatement. I mean, yeah, this is on scale with the burning of the Library of Alexandria. Egypt, where people were coming into their areas, if you had books and scrolls, they would take them, they would copy them down in the library, and then they'd give it back to you when you left Alexandria. Well, I mean, yeah, the Maya are doing the same thing. They're exactly the same thing. And their form of hierarchy, if you could, when you look up like Maya hieroglyphs, you can just look up anything. this is so much more complicated than Egyptian hieroglyphs. When you look at it, it's like psychedelic almost looking at it. It is very difficult to wrap your mind around what you're looking at. And their civilization is so complex, their language is so complex, their hieroglyphs are so complex. I mean, a lot of times they're carving the face off of the rock to allow the hieroglyphs to pop off the stone. And you'll see, yeah, it's hieroglyphs. So this is just like this is nothing like that. If you look up like Maya stela, like if you zoom into one of those glyphs, yeah, click on that first one there, zoom into one of those. So each of those little glyphs is several words. So can you see how the glyphs are broken up into like 4 quarters sometimes? So each of those are four words. Yeah, there are faces in there, there are temples in there, there are animals that are in there. It's like the most complex ancient language ever. Like most ancient languages are lines. You know, there's this line attached far. And this is a simple example of this. I mean, if you look up like a Maya hieroglyphic stela, if you spell stela S-T-E-L-A, or L-A, you're going to see some stuff that's just mind-blowing. I mean, it's hard to even understand what you're looking at. Yeah, maybe click on the first one. That's probably first one. Yeah.
We're going back now to the man who calls himself single.
Any of those, I mean, look at that. Those are glyphs that are carved into the side of the monument. So it's like that. So this is at Copan, Honduras, I'm pretty sure. So this is like out of it. It's not just like the chisel and there's a line and a lot. Yeah, this is like a crazy it's 3-dimensional carving. It's very likely the king of lunar space, and that's probably a depiction of. So some of these are depictions of trees, animals, and jungle foliage that's around him, and those you have his face that's in the middle, surrounded by the world that was around him, and it like fades into the hieroglyphs that are on the side of the stela as well, that tells the story of his life, his rule, and the city around him. And so you look at these things, and they're otherworldly, and all of the books that were produced in the city were either burned to ash, just smoke, or sometimes they're not preserved very well because their tombs were prematurely opened up. Like that one up there. That one. Yeah. So I think that's the bond as well. So it's amazing. Oh, if you look and see at the bottom right, you can see a flower right there. So a lot of this is alluding to sacred geometry. There's a flower on the right that's a 5-star flower. That's alluding to the worship of Venus. So as Venus makes a reach in the sky, it creates the 5-sided star. So the 5-sided star is not seen anywhere in the ancient world except for ancient civilizations that were aware of Venus. Because where Venus appears in the night sky, it creates like a 5-sided star. But you can't see it. You have to know where Venus is going to be and track it. And so, over the course of a year, maybe it's multiple times a year, Venus creates a 5-sided star. So any ancient civilization knows about a 5-sided geometric shape follows Venus, which means that they were very advanced astronomers. It's freaking crazy. So in the center of the jungle is where you're going to find, in the deepest parts of the jungle, is where you're going to find the most, you're going to find the oldest, you're going to probably find in some ways the most advanced structures, because as Maya civilization continues after like the fall, because they fall in about 750 AD, but they're not conquered by Spain. How did they fall? Nobody knows what the collapse of Maya civilization, what caused it. Could have been drought, because they lived like in highlands of Guatemala and southern Mexico, Honduras, that's up in the mountains. And then something happened to cause a mass migration north into the lowlands of the United States. Yeah, about that time. And then the Toltecs, who lived near the Aztecs, come over into their land as well. Like the Toltecs helped build Chichen Itza, if you've ever heard of that site. So the Toltecs helped build Chichen Itza, and then you have like these Maya astronomical observatories. Like there's one called El astronomical observatory, but it's not aligned anymore. It's fake. It's hollow on the inside. They lost the knowledge at the time went on. So how many civilizations do you see that where they start out using the biggest, most massive megalithic rocks that they can find? Their knowledge of the world around them is at an all-time peak. And from the very beginning, it peaks. It doesn't get better. And it's the same. It's that exact same in the Maya world as you see. It starts at it rises to its peak really quick and it falls. And by the end of Egypt, they're not building as many structures that would last and stood through the test of time as the old kingdom, three dynasties, or even the civilization way before that.
What's wild about the culture
Of course, you know about the earthquake.
Yeah. That's like what I was saying at the beginning is that is a remote antiquity that we
I don't know it for a fact, but
don't know about. And a good example I'll give you for how little we know about the study of Mesoamerican
water temperature. I try to do it
So
underneath the ocean.
in the Loch and Dome jungle, it's very likely that there is a lost city that is out there. So there's a city that's never been found. People have thought that they found it. This is like an artist rendition. This is called Loch on Top. Maybe it existed around 600 BC. Where is this? But this map over here, this is the Loch and Dome jungle. This is south of Palenque in Chiapas, Mexico, just west of Guatemala. Out in the jungle. So this city of Bonaparte is over here that I have pinned. That's a very small necropolis that probably about maybe 20% of it is excavated on display. And near Bonaparte, they know that there was a city that was involved with them. There's one city called White Dog that attacked Bonaparte and ran through Bonaparte, killed their leaders and everything. That the city White Dog has never been found. The city Loch on Top has never been found. So it's a lagoon that's in the center, that's in the north center area of the Loch and Dome jungle. So Loch and Loch and Dome, it's the same kind of Loch and Dome Maya people, so it's called the Loch and Dome jungle. So the local indigenous people, they call this giant lagoon right here, they call it Loch on Top, which is very similar to Loch on Top. So the only difference is the in and the in. But nobody has been out to this lagoon before. And a body of water like this in the middle of the jungle, I mean,
Nobody's been right there.
except for local Maya people that live there. There's no photo you can find of that lagoon lake. It's like a giant lake. There's no photo. Nobody's ever walked out there. And I would guess that that's yeah, I can do it right now. You want me to do it?
Yeah.
One hot
Saying that
summer,
nobody's
all crops fail.
Or at least
According to that, we found a new plant.
Yeah. Oh, we're about to get. Oh, here's a drug claim that I found.
3 different varieties.
Here's the jungle. This is the jungle's rest. So this right here is the uncharted jungles of Guatemala, where they know more cities are.
Can you zoom out for here?
Others would survive, which
Okay.
propagate
So
a higher order.
So where we've been talking about Palenque is right here.
How did you find that drug thing? Just randomly?
Yeah, I just like systematically scour the area through GPS coordinates. Like I would go in straight lines looking down to see if I were to go out there, what do I not know? So just as some reference, here is Palenque. This is the jungle of Palenque. Okay, here's where those 300 some odd structures are. This is actually the full scale of the city that was investigated. Right, that jungle is literally nothing when you look at the other Maya jungles. So right here, the entire central part of the Yucatan is, look, there's no cities that really pop up as you go in. There's these main little cities. Out here, this is uncharted jungle. Then you come down into Camp Pache, this is uncharted jungle. There was a city called Pocomtine that was found right in maybe this area, about 37 miles deep into the jungle. I think it was Ivan Spratt that just found that city. The lower part of Camp Pache is completely uncharted. The northern pretend jungle in Guatemala, there's almost nothing that pops up. It's dark green. Oh, it's dark green. This is where some of the earliest sites in Maya history in this jungle. Even the things that pop up like Ghost Lagoons, if I were to zoom in here, there isn't actually anything here. There's an airport. And this is probably this could be like a wildlife research institute. This is where some of your the like colony beekeepers, people who study bees, so if something gets out, it doesn't like immediately attack the local community. Like, there's all kinds of stuff like that. But the vast majority of this is completely uncharted. So recently there was a lidar thing that made news that showed 60,000 structures that were found in the jungle. So this is right where we were just looking. Yeah, it's on the southwest side of where we're looking. So this is like an artist rendition kind of like a lidar scan. They like beat it up and give you an idea of what it would really look like. Okay, to give you an idea of how little we know. We did not know about those 60,000 structures until within the last 7 years of LiDAR scan over. And then when they do LiDAR scan, they realize just how much is out there. Okay, I'll show you because a guy that I know went out there on and did a Google Street View of the city. He walked out there. Okay, so here's the entire jungle. All right, this is where the city is, just right here. Look how far in it is. I'm measuring it real quick.
Some guy mapped all those roads with Google camera.
Well, yeah, like by hand.
Right, like the cars typically have them mounted for Google, but this guy was carrying.
Yeah, and so from right here to about right here, 5 miles into the jungle. That's it. And we had no idea. It's 60,000 structures were there. So we click on. Oh, I was actually a little bit further. So maybe we try 4. So then we come in and we click right here. Stop. And now. Oh, look at that giant pyramid. This is probably 60 feet tall, and there's a temple at the top of it. So you can see the stairways coming through. These are, dude. These are in the center of the jungle. This was only 5 miles deep, bro. Look at how much is uncharted. Look at that. All of that is uncharted. All of that is uncharted. Even the western side of the region, it's all uncharted. There's stuff like that everywhere, bro. Everywhere. Literally everywhere. It's okay. So down here. So let's go back to Bonham Park. So there's actually a street view here.
Dude, how do you guys do this with these street view cameras?
I don't know. You get like a 360.
You just go to Google, like,
Yeah,
I'm gonna walk down the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. So this is from inside one of the two. These are the murals on the inside of Bonham Park. So some of these depict. This like obviously depicts. So I stood here in January. So some of these depict the oh yeah, it's amazing. Outside, out in the middle of the courtyard. So just the courtyard has been excavated. Yeah. So look how giant this steel is compared to this. This dude's close to the camera. Like when you're standing up next to this thing, you're like this tall. And so this thing is massive. So this is like the big wide open plaza. Here's some of but look at how massive this pyramid is. And those murals are in there. Now this is a somewhat less impressive city, but off in the jungle, like you walk out to the tree line and you're off in the jungle, there's more pyramids out there. Like nothing has been excavated here. So in these murals, it depicts the city of White Dog attacking Bonham Park. It also depicts the city of Wacom Ha. When you come and look down here at Laguna Wacom Ha, you click on the photo, there's no photo. Okay, I've tried to Google it. The only photo I can find is like somebody who flew over in like a Cessna and took a really blurry photo a long time ago. There's nothing else out here. I'm going Street View, of course. But there are villages of people that live somehow, somewhere near here. This is something I want to track down at some point. But they call this place Wakan. How far could you
Look around like the edge. All I can look at it is fine.
No, I mean, okay, I'll show you here. Okay, I'm just going to go on a rabbit hole for 2 seconds.
How wide also is that body of
It's big.
Yeah.
So it's a mile and a half. Okay. Yeah, a mile and a half, and then what, maybe like a quarter or 3/4 of a mile. Yeah, exactly. So it's a huge body of water. So this very likely fed a community nearby that is not Bonham Park. I'm guessing Bonham Park probably got their water from this river right here, and that there's very likely some civilization, some city, maybe the lost city of Wacom around here, but that's as far as anybody knows. So that's something I'm going to track down one day. Now, as far as how are you going to get there?
If you're from the year 2063,
Yeah, I'm going to walk from Bonham Park. It's not that far.
aside from the horrendous
Yeah, less than 3 miles. But you're talking about like basically impenetrable jungle going down. Like when you leave Bonaparte, it's like a very steep slope going down, and then you got to hit the river, and then you got to go through. You have to go through the swamps to actually get there, and then we'll probably camp out on the banks out here, up a little higher. I mean, this looks like a pretty good area to camp out, and so anywhere around here, bro, anywhere around here could be the remnants of a city. I'm going to guess it's going to be a little bit higher up, so like the elevation increases over here. I'm going to guess, purely off of just looking at a ton of cities, I'm going to guess it's going to be right up here on top of this ridge, on any one of these sides. But it's anybody's best guess, but maybe if there's local Maya villages out there, then maybe people who already know about it, that know the flex also. Oh, I would hit that. And then they'd like lock me in a room forever, and people would think I'm crazy.
Well, more sightings. There's more like UFO sightings in this part of the world.
Oh, really?
South America and Mexico, yeah.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yes, yeah.
I'll have to ask you when I go next time. So, what you were asking about when we were looking in uncharted areas for temples, okay? I'm filming a pilot for the digital TV production studio companies. In April, I'm filming this pilot. We're going to the city of Yashulan. Okay, in the city of Yashulan, remember what I was saying a second ago about how a lot of Maya cities are oriented to the northeast? What I just said a second ago, I was like, oh, this is because of the Dresden Codex, this is why the buildings are aligned to the northeast rather than true northeast, because of the celestial bodies that we call it. So you look at Yashulan, all these are northeast. Some of them are a little bit more north because they're aligned to a different body, but look, the vast majority of these are all facing northeast. So what's interesting is here is a map that it was out of a book that you can't. It's like an older field study book that you can't find on the internet. So this is a map of Yashulan, and it's on the. So you can kind of see it right there. It's on the tip of this bow island, so it's like right up here. But there were scientists who have studied howler monkeys because troops of howler monkeys come through this little peninsula-looking thing to escape predators like jaguars and things like that. So jaguars aren't going to, they may not come through this because it's kind of a tight area. They want to be out here in the open and not feel like there's a bottleneck. This little piece of land. So it's basically like an island that's connected to the mainland by one sliver of land. And so it's unlikely that jaguars would come through here. I don't know the jaguar studies in the scenes here. And there were wildlife biologists that were studying howler monkeys because when you're at Yashulan, you're hearing like that. And I mean, dude, I was thinking like the first people tens of thousands of years ago who came to this area, when they hear a howler monkey, if you ever hear a person come down Central America, you'll hear one howler monkey person who's this tall. It sounds like an animal that is the size of a tree making that noise. That's how loud it is. I mean, it sounds like a monster. Yeah, it sounds like an otherworldly monster. It's amazing. And when they all do it together, it's insanely loud. No video could possibly give you an idea of how loud it is. Yeah. So there are these wildlife biologists going to the jungle here studying these howler monkeys, and they're like, there's pyramids out there, there's temples out there, they're all over the place, they're everywhere. We're walking over small little residential buildings, there's giant pyramids out there, there's temples that are out there. Nobody's ever been out there to look at it because nobody's saying enough to do it for free, other than me. So here's a map of it. Now, there's in this entire, so I read the whole book, and it's basically like a study of the city itself. There's one page, so this is a photo that I took, that's like what the city looks like when it's covered up. So this little building is a building where there was oh my gosh, so the very first suspension bridge in the entire world was built at the city. They built a suspension bridge right from, like the Golden Gate Bridge, the Brooklyn Bridge. It's a suspension bridge that covers, that crosses the Usamasita River. So they know that when I believe the city of Calakmul, which is in southern Yucatan, or maybe I think it's southern Yucatan, right above Guatemala. They marched all the way down through Guatemala, and they had to come through Yashulan because Calakmul was second to Bolivia. So they came allies with the Octomon and exact linkage. So the thing about the Maya world is we call them the Maya. It's not one civilization. Each individual city is a city-state. And just like Greece was at war with Athens, which Athens is also in Greece, and Sparta, I'm sorry, Athens is at war with Sparta. These city-states war amongst each other. It's not just one civilization, it's multiple civilizations. In this case, hundreds of civilizations that have their own lineages of royal families and kingdoms at each individual city. So it's not a straight line like Egypt is, like from Narmer and the Scorpion King, the real life Scorpion King, 3200 BC, straight to Cleopatra. One straight line. This world is anything but a straight line. So they built the first suspension bridge. And so what's really interesting is somewhere in here. Here we go. In one page of this book, it says Structure 88. This is people who explored the area. This is the old book. In Structure 88 is a small pile of rocks nearly 1 kilometer southeast of Structure 54. Structure 54 is the most southeastern structure of the main site. Bowles noted that the masonry terracing continued past Structure 53, but neither he nor Satterwhite continued along the trail to investigate the structure. This is a lintel that was found. So this is like a lintel. When you walk through a doorway, they knew that their hieroglyphs would get become eroded because it rained so much. They started putting all the hieroglyphs in the ceiling of the doorway. So the doorway is on, and you look up as you walk in, there's a lintel right here. So it's like a hieroglyphic piece of art at the top of the doorway. So they found this in the middle of the jungle, and this is just like a artist impression of it, but that lintel is still in the structure, and nobody's seen it in, I guess it was moved. Okay, never mind. I'm thinking of a different one, but, so the lintel was moved, and so this is like the 1960s, so in 60 years, nobody's been out there. So as maybe it lives, it probably rains to it probably dates to the reign of Machman, Skull the Third or later. And so they knew that as I said before, they knew that there were more structures beyond the structure, but they couldn't continue because the jungle was just too dense, and maybe they didn't have the resources, or being paid enough, whatever. The only people out there are violent and doing it. When I just want to see what there's something out there. I know that there are more. There's an expansion to the city that goes along the outer valley on this little island. The perfect place to finish to buy a boat. But what's your structures or outlooks? Because back in this trail, they go through the jungle, and you have a guy running barefoot, sprinting through the jungle to deliver a big run. Hundreds of miles in a short period of time. So we figured there was some defensive structures that were higher up, watching as it surrounds these corners, potentially to visit or attack Yashua. And we think that up here on top, there are definitely defensive structures where you'd be able to see down into the river. Very likely. So I go and Google Earth and I start looking. I barely be able to see where everybody was watching. Zooms in just barely to the northeast. It's really easy to see on my radar. Yeah, I see it. So these are rectangular structures that are terraced. So they have multiple different levels. Now this would be on it looks almost exactly the same. If I put like a completely close all of these are oriented to the northeast. So it's the same alignment. And it's in this graphical spot. It's and very likely there will be other circles on these areas. So this is it's it's extremely steep. I mean, this is a huge area, and so these astronomical temples are way up there. I walked to these earlier this year. Really? Yeah. I walked up the. So you come down here, you land here on a boat, you walk through the jungle. This is like a research station. These guys will walk out in the jungle. They're only here. Or maybe they do, but they don't say that, and they don't have a mouthpiece to really get it out there. So yeah, I walked from Jaguar's temple first through here. I was walking over to the Acropolis over here. There's a path that shoots up, and the barn was like, you want to walk up to the top temples, you can take the path. So I walked up there and walked all the way through here. There's monuments and stela that are laying on the ground. It's very likely that these are constructed similar to the Temple of the Sun at the gate. Themselves and they point to very different one from every single major cycle to figure out, look over the shadow aligns here in 6 more months. Let's see if it does X thing. Okay, if it doesn't do that, then it doesn't do this. And then you test it enough to that. But we didn't realize that. So all those books that were burned, think about how much is out there that is just lost to us, and we have to piece it all back together. So also the reason I want to explore Yashuan is that the top of the Usama River, electricity is very expensive. And so everyone wants to build a dam out of it, but the dam is going to raise the water level, and it's going to flood this entire, the water's going to split the temples. All of that big ground, a lot of it will be. And all of this area on the outside will be completely flooded. So it's going to turn it into these, dam it all up and have a lot of water power to push people within. So I have dams on 2 ends. And the river, when you're going up the rack, when you're going up the speedboat up to Yashuan, you look off to the right, and there are pyramids out there that are completely covered in foliage. Like Nueva Palestina is a great example of how little has been discovered. So this is a photo that I took. This is from the city of Nueva Palestina. These are called the Great Pyramids because they look like the Great Pyramids in Giza. That is with an insanely extended length. This is ridiculously far away from where I was standing. Those are way off in the middle of the jungle, and there's no scientific study. I'm sure people have walked out there, but there's no study. There's no photos I can find. There's not even a name. So look at this little diagram that I've got that I show Cosmic Summit, which, by the way, we're having a Cosmic Summit again 2024, but everybody's here. Hopefully you come through your house. So let me see. I've got a
crazy. This is like
right? It's crazy. So here's all the green dots on the right diagram are the documented locations of Maya cities. So look how densely packed they are. Every single area where it's a bit more empty, it's just as packed. That's how many cities are left out there. That's how many pyramids are out there. I mean, you're talking about easily over, I would estimate easily over 10,000 pyramids have not been discovered in Central and South America. And so then you're trying to look for, it's hard to find a lost city in Central America. So, okay, here, I'll show this real quick. So, here's the city of Panama, okay? So, to go from here to over here to find the city of Lock that might be over there, let's see if White Dog. Lock them on everywhere. That's going to be a really tough expedition. So, one thing, an example I give is like this road from the Lake of Palestina down here, north side of the Rocky Dome, it really starts out right here because all of this is inhabited. So, the north. So this road that goes down into Bonaparte, I would say is metaphorical. The rest of the Rocky Dome is how much we know. All of that completely uncharted. Completely uncharted jungle. But that's also not all these little satellite things. All of this is completely unexplored. The Maya Mountains underneath. It's all completely uncharted. Now, think about trying to find the origin of civilization in the jungles of the Amazon. How big and massive that is compared to anything that's in the Maya world. But think about all the stuff that's in the Maya world that's never been discovered. So you're trying to find a lost city in the Amazon. Look at that compared to this. And then look at that massive jungle right there. Look at that. It's impossible to wrap it around. Yeah, it's like it's beginners, It's nice and dense, and no matter how many trails you cut, the trail grows in. Like you cut the trail down, you turn around and the trail's already growing and covering itself up. You come back down and see what the forest is doing. Loggers. Okay. So there's a lot of that out there that I haven't exposed to it thus far. But as over the next couple of years, I imagine I might see the remnants of that being out there. So illegal logging is huge in Guatemala. It's huge in southern Mexico. I think it's pretty big in Mexico. So there are giant trees, there's like saber trees that are in Central America. So saber tree is like the tree of life for Maya people. These are ancient, thousand-year-old trees. But they're highly sought after. And not just that, it's highly sought after. But it's not only that, you're looking at how much cartel activity is there. There's a lot of cartel activity out there in the jungle. They've got their own compound. So look, I found this in the Lock and Dome jungle as well. So this is an airstrip that I found. That is not like they love. Split second. We have this. Like country, all of South America. Like that's really obsessed with it. Because in my videos, it's all try to stay that build a life that's around me that I'm trying to like that life. That takes a while. I want to build something that anything that are bigger than myself. Not something just like glorify myself, but something that brings a hard frontier that's still accessible. Like the age of exploration. I can prove it a dozen times over. But that I could run into. So these maps aren't really for 3 or 4 years, and I've never seen it change on Google Earth. No. Okay. Well, no, it can. Is it 2020? April 11th, 2020. Okay. So yeah. So in the last 3 years, I was thinking I haven't seen this since 2018, but I haven't really seen this change. So I was like, what do they do? Do they go down the river? So you start following the river, cocaine. You know, they're manufacturing cocaine and marijuana out here. So there's all this kind of stuff that's going on. Now, what's interesting is this might be an older operation because drug runners in the jungles now have created they've created airstrips that have canopies. So there's like one little opening where you fly in, but they like carve out a hollow tunnel of trees. So somebody flies in and they land underneath the treetops. Yeah, and so we go to these photos. I have some photos. Yeah, so here are some. These are some drug planes that just get abandoned. So if these places get busted, they just drive out or they walk out of the jungle and they leave the planes behind. So here's one that I guess crashed into the jungle because there's no airship. But if you look long enough, like I was just kind of going through Google Earth for a second yesterday, or Reddit for a second yesterday, and there are other people who find planes in the jungles on Google Earth. Central America, in the Amazon. Also refugees, like two other types of people that could be a danger. So Guatemala has a lot of like political, civil unrest. Recently they had like civil war, or they had a falling out of the Guatemala politics. But I know that there are refugees that are living out in the jungles. They live underneath the treetops, so they can't be seen. They build little holes in some of the treetops. And some gringo guy goes out there, and they don't want me to be there, and they don't want me to risk it, leaving and telling people about it. Or I go out to this might be more common in Guatemala, which is why I'm not really looking to explore Guatemala yet. Maybe I don't know how. Affiliated, like it's a full armed expedition. But in Guatemala, yeah, they excavate Site City. This happens in Western Belize and Guatemala. There are leaders that will come over from Guatemala, and they will have machine guns, and they will kill tourists and archaeologists who go out to these most remote sites in Belize. They will kill them and loot everything. So, like, at a temple in the middle of the jungle, for whatever reason, I don't know the geological explanation behind it, but at the corners of buildings, the way that the soil disposition works is that artifacts will drift to the corners of buildings and sink. So you go to a corner of a building and you start digging down, that's where you're going to hit artifacts. That's how leaders know where to look. It's just like one of the tricks of the trade. And I remember studying it more at the beginning of my degree, but it's a simple explanation. But basically, that's just do you know the cartel? And it's got to be, the guys who now oh, did he? Yeah. Well, and now, can't get into it too much because I go down there, but now, yeah, the cartels and organizations that oversee Maya archaeology and projects, exactly. They used to be separated, now it's just the same. And they, like another city that it all comes out of. And like everybody goes to the city as well. But yeah, it's nuts, man. So they're basically lawless at this point. So they're selling artifacts on the black market all across the planet. happens in Egypt, like it's a horrible person. You know, oh yeah, he's a terrible person. It's extremely speculative that he would oversee archaeological projects, and he would have his own guys that would do it, that are all thought out, and he would take the finest relics and artifacts that would come out of his digs and sell them. That's largely why he lost his job as the president of the ministry. He was also a lot of brother. So it also does. I think I'm not an expert on his life, but I understand that it was a secret expedition. Yeah, like a big temple. Oh yeah.
To be very accurate in what they do. We also have modern day prophets.
Yes, yeah. And yeah, that kind of made that story kind of made waves, and there's part where he's on like television, he's standing in front of a tunnel, which I believe is underneath the Sphinx, and they're like, "What's down the tunnel?" And he goes, "Down this tunnel." Nobody knows. He's never walked down there.
I do remember.
Come on. That are shafts at plateau and go hundreds of feet down, but I don't think it's certainly credible that will come out and spoken about it. Maybe there's some photos that leak, but that's not something I dive deep into. But that kind of collusion and corruption does happen in Mexico as well. But it happens at the top. You know what I mean? Like your average archaeologist that discovers something amazing and revolutionary in the New World isn't going to, they're not like some dogmatic person, because they're in a frontier. In Egypt, it's not a frontier of exploration and discovery. So people have had and their ego into the study. So when somebody challenges it, like have you seen a debate between Graham Hancock and Zayuwas? And how I didn't even watch that. There's not anything to watch. They don't debate because Zayuwas doesn't even entertain it at all. He cannot sit there and debate Graham Hancock challenging Zayuwas' ideas and what his whole paradigm is built on.
Why was the finding of the art wherever it would be found?
He's banned from Egypt. Oh, really? Yeah, he might be banned from Egypt because in his new show, Ancient Republic, he doesn't go to Egypt, which you would think he would. I think he's banned from the country. Because I only get that because I think he has said that on a couple of occasions, but when he says Egypt, maybe he was just talking about the archaeological sites there, so there's no reason for him to go. I don't know myself behind it. But yeah, I mean, these guys, they can't all the time stand up to the scrutiny, because I think there's certainly guys that are in this ancient civilization community that aren't right about everything, which is okay. But there's certainly people in the archaeological Orthodox community that aren't right about everything. And to them, that can't be okay. You know what I'm saying? They're too prideful to do that. That's one thing I love about getting to know Dr. Barnett. He's like a really archaeologist as well. He's very aware. That there's a lot of dog trussers and people who have their egos. It's not a good thing.
Right now, another time that they can here right now, they're always talking about movies and stuff. Asteroids and comets. In your time, run into any problems with this.
It's invigorating. I haven't done it to that extent yet, but I have done it to a certain extent. And it's invigorating. It's infatuating. Being excursions like that, where you're among and you're looking for something that's much greater than yourself. You're looking for something that is like a treasure of time, please, for 1,000 years. Pretend that I'll show you. These little faces, so look at the jungle. These are little faces in the station doesn't really go on. You can be walking through the jungle and see these.
Back.
I think it's carved out of a single piece of rock. But I don't think it's ever been excavated to that much of an extent. But if you zoom in, you can see it has carved eyebrows. Like it has detail into it. It's not just a flat, it's not just a flat thing. And there's actually a giant temple that sits on top of it. So look at how much foliage has grown around it. But you're going through the jungle, and all of a sudden you see one of those faces looking at you from the side of the temple. And it's invigorating being out there. And this has been something that's been true for the last 600 years that Westerners have been exploring this area. They've been exploring the Americas. Like on the Lewis and Clark expedition, there were several guys who committed suicide after the expedition. They were gone for years, and it was the highlight of their life. It was so dangerous, but so beautiful, and so invigorating that when they got home and they knew that they would never do it again, they couldn't get over the fact that they had already experienced the greatest part of their life. Yeah. And like Percy Fawcett was obsessed. He went to the jungle like a dozen times. He was a British explorer. He went to the jungle a dozen times from England from 1906 to 1945 when he disappeared in the Amazon. And he couldn't stop going back. He was obsessed with Franz Blom. He drank himself to death. He's the most iconic Maya explorer ever. He explored all the areas that we talked about today in Chiapas. And there's a book about him called Restless Blood. And he was just restless. Like deep down, he was restless because he was like chasing something that kind of existed, but kind of chasing, like he was actually chasing the jungle and discovering something. And when he wasn't there, he had a problem with alcohol. And so a lot of these explorers have they have like crippling. It's amazing. I mean, it's something that's like viscerally. I've grown to be obsessed with it for the last few years. It started in Egypt, and then it came over to the Americas, and now I'm at a place where my channel kind of turned into a page talking about the ancient Americas and all the Restream and everything. And I've discovered things. I'd love to do the Amazon. But it's just so, Percy Fawcett 20 years ago. But in Central America, I'll find something. I'll find probably more than once. If I really commit myself to publishing.
Don't you have an expedition you want to talk about?
Yes, I do. So I have an expedition that is March 17th through the 23rd, March 2024. We're going to be going to Chichen Itza, Uxmal, Ekbalam, Labna, Kitchen, and a set of uncharted ruins that are off into the jungle that don't even have a name. And there'll be a couple other surprises, sites that people will go to with us. The spots are filling out. A bunch of people from the Cosmic Summit have signed up. They were some of the first people that signed up. And then we've got Cosmic Summit coming up next summer. It's going to be, I believe, in Greensboro, North Carolina, and Civilization events ever. Yeah, I mean, Randall's going to be there, Ben's going to be there, Jahan James, there's a bunch of other guys that are there. It was probably, it was the coolest event with all of the people who all have the same interest all being together, and everybody from the Cosmic Summit still chats today. Like there's a giant group chat, and there's a Discord now that people go together, and it's got all these little subcategories. It's got all these little subcategories of different topics that have to do with ancient civilizations. So I will. And but as far as our tour, I'm going with a guy named EXT. You ever heard of him? Yeah, EXT. He's an American, but he lives in Cairo, Egypt. So he's like an Egyptologist, expert in Egyptology, and he knows everything. But he's in the United States for a little bit out of the year, and he and I have gotten close. We've gotten close over the year because he also specializes in the study of the Maya. So he has a company called Death Expeditions, and a tour. So technological, scientific, yeah. You can find me on anything. So it's Luke Caverns, LUKE. You can find me on anything. My social media are really what kind of I'm taking off, but I'm looking to really start pushing into. I think I figured that out. I don't know if I don't do it. You know, I did like 60-second videos on social media, and I was thinking super long videos are what people want. So now I'm shooting for 20 to 30, 45 minutes. I just did one about romance, and I'm going to talk to someone about fear today.
So pretty much the same. Yes, pretty much the same.
This is
Did you move this from one of the ancient Olmec temples?
no, but this comes from Colombia.
For real?
Yeah. So I bought it at Colombia. It's handmade. I ordered there.
About the neuro augmentation.
Whoa, dude.
I would say
Yeah, so that's
your time or
the temple of inscriptions, and then that's the that's the final thing that so that's the temple of inscriptions at Colombia. It's very similar to the temple of the calendar for the Maya people, but that's where that mega sarcophagus that we talked about earlier. So that's being made by the local Maya people. What is it made out of? It's like clay stuff. Yeah, but it's handmade by the people who are out there. And I bought that. There's like a little market that's off to the side of the pyramid where local Maya people make little arts and crafts by hand. So I was thinking about the story. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. I also bought this. I gotta keep this. So this is a Maya Jaguar whistle. So have you ever heard of Aztec death whistle before? They show Joe Rogan's videos. Yeah. You try to blow into it, they can't do it very well. So the Aztec whistles. So the Aztec whistles, the Aztecs would sit up in like the that's why like the enemy is screaming. Or maybe like so it's meant to sound like the roar of a jaguar. Oh yeah, okay. They're like the Maya people who also do it. Jaguar.
That's something we have to understand.
Okay.
Yes, they grow in circles. Suddenly in the middle of circles are strange formations here, which
This one is probably
all right. I guess you're on the run. It's not quite
Yeah.
as brave as I pointed it out to you.
yeah, but
I do have to keep on moving.
it's pretty cool. They have a lot of those things, but I just want
number. She knows how to get hold of me. Fax me, all right?
You bring me on here, man. This is the
Thank
first
you,
time I've ever
Jonathan. And I need to talk to your video over. Take care. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
It's crazy. Appreciate it. It's amazing, man. Thank you so much for coming down. Big things are coming, man. People are gonna, their minds are blown by this podcast. I have no doubt. Thank you very much. All right, man. Let's get you on your flight. Yes, sir. All right. Goodbye, everybody. Where did this word spook originate when referring to a CIA agent or an FBI agent? How are they called? Why are they called spooks?
The closest thing I've been able to come up with is the reference to the ghost.
Yeah.
Right? They're
Yeah. Houdini.
that makes sense.
It's weird. I think that's what
But what about the glow in the dark thing? I still don't know where that is. That one,
I definitely
know
know
where it's going. That one is locked up.
Yeah.
I every time I see those comments saying that we glow, I kind of want to get pissed, but then I don't know what I'm pissed at. So then I'm like, yeah, I don't really know.
Steve, you want to cut the lights and see if he glows?
You might too, Jim. I don't know. Sure he's out on you.
There's a light sneaking in.
we got that backlight, so
He's good.
I don't glow. Conspiracy to X-spooks. Like this morning, CIA versus the FBI. We wait for a long time to do this. We got a great.
This has been a killer weekend, man. Coming down here and get.
Are we allowed to talk about it?
Yeah. I think it's all. Yeah. I'm allowed to talk about it. I don't know about you.
Fucking Danny Jones watching the sun come up. I love that I get a text from your wife. Like, well, Danny was out till 6:30 once you guys get back. And it's like 3:30. I need this. Like, I need like this is great.
My secret.
Yes.
I dropped you guys off at like 3:30 and Shane came back. Bro, club don't close till 6:30. One more lap dance. Boy.
I just go Jimmy D. Get my life.
The site for neck.
Yeah.
Who was your favorite girl?
I think Andy and I were both consistent. Each girl that walked up. But I did like that with Jules. Yeah. Jules. She called herself Bubble. Yeah, Bubble, but we called her Jules. Yeah, we like to Jules.
Is that Karma with a C?
That might be
That was the line of the
week. Definitely the line of the weekend.
Andy's sitting there and he pulls his stripper close. He's like, I'm sorry, I just gotta ask. What's up with the AK on the arm?
She has these 2 tattoos on her belly. That's a brave girl in general.
What'd she say?
Definitely. She was like, well, I like AKs, and I believe in karma.
And he goes, fair enough. And then she walks away and he goes, that's why she's a stripper.
A classic line. We'll go down in history. The thing that was the most disappointing to me, though, was that we're in a strip club. It's a great strip club. Pick 3 places for it. But the people that came up to us the most, I'm pretty sure were men. Because they recognized us from TV and from podcasts. So here we are in a strip club surrounded by women who get paid to show you attention in the places where we get the most attention. Yeah. Is from other men in the strip club trying to give us things.
You got hit in the humidor the other day.
Cigar shop was wild. So Julie and I are on our way. Pick him up at the airport, Tampa Airport. Andy's coming in later. We go to Danny. We go to Danny's house. We bring some cigars. Make a little bit of wine. Like, so we stop in here. We're in the humidor. Small humidor. And comes a guy and he's like, wait a minute. I know you from Danny Jones. Concrete. So I'm like, yeah, that's. So I'm like, thank you so much. So hopefully we can be. My fan. You're listening to this man.
say, hey, this is Julian Dory. He goes, yeah, I know you too. Walks out and he goes, yeah, yours is pretty good too. It's like, we really gotta work on our class. Andy's in there trying to introduce like Jim, Julian, and meet everybody. Like, oh yeah, that's cool. Anyways, Andy, nice to see you. Oh god, but no, the hell of a job hosting them. And it's impossible to say no to this invite. Danny Jones, host of the year. Next year's in Hoboken. Yes. Sounds great. Looking pressure to Julian Studio. By the way, huge shout out to you on the side for helping me build some of that. And Steven back there, figuring out the lighting situation. I'm so excited to build that. So we came in and did some work. And people are excited to see that new studio, bro. It's really good. I'm trying to get you this. Never gonna happen, bro. Like the hardest sell for a family in Florida. That's the last place I've ever been. Really, the streets here. So I'm doing a TV show, right? And the next show that we're doing has a filming segment in New York. So whenever you're doing a TV show, you have to abide by the laws of the state of California, and you also have to abide by the laws of the state that you're in. So it's actually restricted how many hours you work, what you do, we can talk about it. So New York State actually had a mandatory sexual harassment training video that we all had to complete, we all had to pass in order to do our 5-day shoot in New York State. So it was like going right back to corporate America. It was a YouTube video, like 65 minutes long. Anybody can find it. New York State sexual harassment training. 18 questions, just like you and I used to do at the agency all the time. Oh my gosh, I mean, yeah, true or false, A, B, C, or D. Which of the following is denotes sexual harassment? And it was insane to me to see how New York defines things as harassment, inappropriate behavior, etc. Because it's like what we used to think was flirting is now illegal in the state of New York. Yeah. So I don't even like you, Cuomo. Did you watch it 3 times a street? See, I'm not quite smart enough to do that yet. I had my little questionnaire sheet. Finished this shit. I had 2 days to finish it. Big TV show that you've been doing. No, I don't think we talked. I don't think it was a big TV show. You do a great job on it. You're about to film season 2, which is great. But fascination and discovery live. In knowing what you know, there's nothing interesting. It's in finding the don't. What is the show? I mean, we're tracking data. So we're in a ranch in Colorado. We're sitting in strange readings in terms of radiation levels, energy levels, track this. Lights inside. We're tracking as much as we can track. And ruling out a lot of what we see. Not all of what we see. So what is the remaining just something we don't know? The horizon, reflecting on the belly of the sky satellite. That's who's responsible for Skinwalker Ranch. Yeah, talk about dark. So you think it could also be our own, obviously, weapons testing? Now, one of the things you were saying saying is that there's a bunch of these, like a sound like a lot of testing bases that we've never heard of.
Yeah, there's so much more than what's publicly known. If you think about it, every time something becomes public, then it basically gets through. Like Area 51, for example. Everybody talks about Area 51. I'm more interested in Area 52 and Area 50 that nobody talks about. Because you know what the actual looks like? There's multiple areas for all this stuff with this kind of stuff. Like 25 different investigative areas, criminal areas, all what people want to talk about Area 51. They think they're referencing a specific area.
And when you guys did that show, did you guys mainly focus on Skinwalker Ranch?
We didn't focus at all on Skinwalker Ranch. I mean, where else you go? What am I supposed to know?
I don't know jack shit about TV.
I don't blame you, man. No, so essentially what we tried to do, so Skinwalker Ranch, if you don't know, Ranch in Utah has got a long history of connections between high strangeness, which is strange phenomenon, everything from like space sightings, the space crack sightings, to like sightings, forward sightings, all sorts of things in one geographical area. There are other geographical areas in the United States that have multiple points of Skinwalker Ranch, because what the intel people will tell you is that one point of corroboration is worthless. You need multiple corroboration. Right? If something has feathers and quacks and the bill, then it might be something. It's just quacks.
I've never really asked this because everyone always just thinks about like some of the agencies.
Oh, you did?
I did. But at the FBI, like anything had in every iteration of like Hitler, for example, around the office and what he could look like, Hoover and others there did he live. So you look at some of these like Bigfoot type ideas, is there at least paying attention to? Did you guys have or focus on potential craft that are not of this earth?
Well, listen, I don't have any extended, however, it's hard to believe that it doesn't exist because what it understanding had this across the world, but sense that it had to exist. And there was like got to know along the way. Together, we have an opportunity to work together. We're going to talk about things. We're going to actually deal specific items of factual nature and talk about it together. Right? I want to be able to say, guys, put eyes on this. What do you think? And those guys and girls, they take. Right. Even sensitive stuff. Like that's it's kind of like a professional courtesy when you all have similar classifications, similar security measures. You kind of share. You share because you all have access to these vital information. And guess what? In this case, you need to know the thing I'm talking about. But there are people who just take. There's no, and you get it. So after a while, you start to build your own kind of conclusion. I think pretty accurately. So okay, I'm not gonna push that person. But I will provide information. And it's not always just people who are doing what we call special projects, right? You always have to run all of the strange findings you find through an index of this be a special project. Could this be like a subdivision of a private military kind of something new on our behalf through a special project, highly classified, highly compartmentalized.
But you're also separated out basically cells like on a need-to-know basis with things. So it's not like you're writing, for example, as a spy on, oh, here's every single thing we're working on. It's not close to that.
No, yeah, exactly. Because you're like and they would send it to me if I was in Newark or I was in New Jersey or wherever we were, and we would forward to behavioral science. And it was pretty amazing conclusions that behavioral science would make based on a very simple patrolman. I don't say it's simple, but based on a simple set of facts that a patrolman would come across. The next thing you know, you're really down a rabbit hole, but it's a very productive rabbit hole. Back is definitely an ass from zero. Now you're in the middle of a situation where you're trying to protect that location, right? So that's when hey, what's going on? What's going on that we're getting on the simple little task we're getting over X.
The thing of it all is that in order for an operation to be stood up, it has to be funded, like so it needs to run. And I take it into something, you're like giving like a thumbs up to run. It doesn't work that way. You have to have funding approved. It doesn't matter your level of interest before you go. So if you're talking about FBI, you're talking about CIA, you're talking about groups that have a vested interest in national security. That is the mission. So when funding is reviewed, the question that the funding source is asking itself is this operation going to contribute positively to national security? Think about how many times funding is denied. I promise you right now, you have no idea how often funding is denied. We know it well because you sit around all day long reading about denied funding. So when funding is actually approved, that means that there's such a preponderance of evidence that it's a national security concern that the funding is denied. So when you hear like when a patrolman's correspondence and report of something that you saw in Arkansas, New Mexico, whatever, when that actually makes it to FBI and then money is awarded for FBI to look into it, that's significant, right? That's not just some small thing.
Absolutely, man. That's a great point. And you're right, because we actually have to sit in front of boards every quarter, even if we have a funded operation. We have to come back and justify, first off, what results, right? Because everybody has great intentions, you gotta have results. Once you get those results and you're moving it forward, then you prove your case, your need, over and over and over again. And what I would see is a simple observation that there's never a need to continue to provide factual information or results in order to continue that particular who's doing it. It's not me. I was never involved in doing those things, even though I was at a level where I could have been. There's others that are doing those things.
This is what that whole Rush thing is about, right? He was in charge of finding missing money. There were like millions of dollars that were missing apparently that went to black programs, right? What did you guys think of that whole thing? Black programs are a real thing. I mean, there's a whole black budget thing. Because if you know what the budget is being spent, start to do like being spent on budget, yes, that's they know what we're spending. Need to know. 1 billion. What was his take on that? He's a fucking idiot.
No, I get a little skeptical, and I think a lot of people out there do, when you see things pile on in almost in unison in a way from so many governments. I mean, we just saw
saw like a video in Mexico. I don't know if we can put that in the corner of the screen, Steven, or if that's copyrighted.
The aliens they just found in Mexico. No, that, like I said, that shit's been on the internet for a while.
Right. But now they're like putting this whole dog and pony show on to make sure fucking everybody sees it. You know, and I'll say, like, when you listen to Grush talk at Congress, like, not that this really counts for anything, but he comes across as pretty credible. But there's also so many arguments about what these things are. Are they crafts from another planet, right? Are they future humans? You get the religious sect that wonders if they're like demons. So they're, you know, some of it sounds crazy, but if we don't know what it is, we don't know what it is. And when you hear him going through it, you know, when he says stuff about we have, I may get this wording a little wrong, but he's like, we have possession of biological entities. Biologicals
Very
not of this planet or something like that. Is it this? Is that what he's referring to? Is it the little green man that James Fox is citing? Or, you know, is it something else? I don't know.
Yeah, and it's important because biologics, what else is biological? Plants, right? For example, there's all sorts of things. Germs, viruses, what is it? Taking things out of context. And especially when it comes to the way government people speak versus the way that the lay civilian speaks, they speak in completely different terms. Government people work really hard to use terminology that they can't be like held accountable to in the future.
Right.
So it's overgeneralized and undercommitted. Meanwhile, civilians are coming out and they want to be like hyper specific about everything. So that's why you hear terms like or evidence. Yes, I mean, I've actually spent like over a year now researching this stuff. It was a guess a year ago. Now I've actually seen data, and I'm like, the 2% that I can't explain, it still fits terrestrial models.
And you've also been public now, at least like on podcasts and stuff, talking with Danny a couple of years back, 2 or 3 years back, that like you do think we are not alone in the universe, right? So it's not like you're just like, I'm all this stuff, we're the only things here. You just don't think the evidence we're seeing for maybe some of the specific stuff they're dropping is compelling enough, and the things that you've seen up close, it seems to you and I were talking there, but it seems like just like a Chinese spy balloon.
Yeah, I mean, it's and this is just, I would love to hear Jim's take on this, but the way I see it is you have to start by ruling out what's known. If you can't rule out what's known, you can't believe that the solution is the unknown. It's not a judicious way of analyzing it.
Yeah, slippery slope right there. I mean, I think that makes a ton of sense. And what I like about this guy, this is a true American patriot whistleblower, right? So he is coming out to make some statements that definitely are he's got some clear danger that he takes on, some clear risk doing this, right? So my thought on it is, and I think we talked about this on the last pod, it's the whole conspiracy theory generation. What's not known, the gap needs to be filled, right? So but this guy, no, he's been there. He's been in the middle, right? He's not your traditional whistleblower. I mean, the Bureau has, we've seen it every day. What's going on? Sexual harassment, the Bureau. Never been addressed. And it never will be addressed.
Look at the roads. You know, look at the roads behind him.
Yeah, that James Clapper.
Look at Sean Ryan there.
So you got Sean right now.
Mel Gibson on the right.
Why is James Clapper right behind?
And then George Knapp, right? And then this is
Jeremy Corbell. He's like the director.
So it's really interesting to me because you have like this mixed bag of credibility behind him. But the other thing is, he had to take the steps himself to come out and say something.
Yes, absolutely. That's a huge piece, especially a guy who's a traditional Army or Air Force officer, military guy. Yes, sir. Moving forward. So move on. This guy, this is impressive to me.
I think he could be one of the soldiers that found that, right? doing here?
Bro, he said back to the third in Italy.
Maybe I'm remembering this wrong. Correct me in the comments if I am, but it was allegedly from like 1933 or something. Mussolini had it, and then when the Allies like took Italy, 44, 45, they took
This is all some sort of cover up, or is this all some sort of limited
quality on the left there.
Yeah, I can't speak to that. I don't know. I don't either. What I would say, what I think is really relevant. I mean, I'm not the kind of person who likes to pull summaries out of the details. I like to look at the strategic view and then let the details fill. And here's what we know. What we know is that Congress is an interest in unknown. What we know is that within weeks of the Chinese spy balloon being an international incident, 3 more UFOs were spotted. In my book, ruling out what's known versus unknown, we saw a spy balloon. It made the headlines. What does the government start looking for after that? More spy balloons. But if we call them a spy balloon, we just learned it's going to cause an international incident. So instead of calling them spy balloons to the American people, we're going to call them UFOs. Easy. Remember, government's job is to keep the American people passive, calm, content. When you start saying that there's spy balloons over missile bases in the United States, your average American does not stay passive and content. They start paying attention. And that's the thing that is so true about our current government. The government's job is to keep us willfully ignorant. The information can be there, but we want you to voluntarily choose ignorance instead. You have to choose between the headlines or Netflix, please choose Netflix. If you have to pick between what you're going to watch on YouTube, I hope it's, girls in bikinis on trampolines and not intelligent podcasts.
So damn true.
So
spot
but
on.
from a CIA spy and FBI special agent in charge perspective, for you to when you were doing your jobs, which would you prefer? Would you prefer
Ignorant American people, perhaps.
Every day. Less they know, the better easier our job is.
saying the quiet part out loud? Then?
Get out of our hair. You know what we want. What you want, and when you're a government professional, when you're in charge of doing anything that has to do with making decisions to keep the American people safe, the last thing you want is for every American person to have a say. Think about every parent out there. Do parents let their kids vote on what they're going to have for dinner? No.
Right, but you're saying that the United States is our parents and their children.
That's not what I'm saying. Sure, it's built. It isn't what it is. It's what we fucking want. And for all because they're hearing us talk. I want to be treated like an equal, and I want to have. No, you don't. You don't. You want to be able to get. The voting thing is interesting, right? The whole voting thing is interesting. Because if we just review the history of the when social justice or whatever else starts coming through, we kind of take it out of order. First, we bitch about the fact that you have to be a man. Well, you're saying. And owning heart. And owning individual of any color was vested in the success of the country. Oh. Now what we have is people complaining all the time that it's sexually charged and there's all these biases that separate us instead of realizing, no. Right? The people who were originally supposed to vote on the direction of the country were people who were vested in the success economically of the country. Now, any 18-year-old can vote. Even if they don't like the United States, they still have a vote, an equal vote to segregation happened through our growth and our evolution through civil rights and through women's rights and everything else, but it also happened during Vietnam. Prior to Vietnam, you had to be 21 to vote. You had to be 21 to vote, you had to be 21 to drink, yes. But then in Vietnam, the draft came, and the draft was how old? 18. If you can die for your country, you should be able to vote and get a drink. So they changed the laws in multiple states so that people could vote younger and drink younger during the period of the draft. And then when the draft ended, some states went back, and some laws did not. And that's how we made it so that 18-year-olds now, who are cognitively, biologically, not of sound mind, right? Your cognitive brain has not matured by the time you're 18, but you have a vote in what the direction of the country is. Yeah, and you are conditioned for whoever people are listening to.
In your
family,
Yeah.
and what's in your algorithm. You know, it's interesting. Still on military posts, and I'm probably going to get a letter from Superintendent West Point. If you are on a military post and you're 18, guess what? You can have a drink there. Now, they don't encourage it, but okay, all you cadets up there that are 21 and under, you're welcome. And you owe me one. But yeah, that's still the way. It's still the way. So, my point is, just what Andy said, you're conditioned as an 18-year-old. First off, you have the right and are encouraged to vote. Secondly, you really don't have any clue as to why you're voting. You have no context.
So if they're going so out of their way, and I'm not just speaking about the U.S. here, I'm speaking about other governments as well. If they're going so far out of their way to, I don't know, what would you call it? Push the UFO? Is that a piece of it, or is that
It's a nice distraction,
right?
Just follow the correlation between liberal politics and the very close to each other. Right? The Latin American countries that are the most invested in the UFO problem are also the most leftist countries.
What about in this country? Also,
What about in this country?
I thought that
I devise more and more left and right extremist points of view in our politics, and now at our most divisive point, we have UFO become the mainstream topic. Right? Now, why? I don't know why. All I'm saying is if you follow the data, you can see the correlation between Chile, between Mexico, between Brazil, the United States now, right? Even in Europe, there are the countries that care the most about these topics tend to also be more left-leaning. One of the things that I wonder is it's because left-leaning governments are trying to appease the masses. The masses are interested in what other life is in the universe. So
they are now.
they were before.
They mostly work. It goes to what you were saying last night at dinner when you almost ripped Julian's head off.
That was hilarious. That was awesome.
What was the point you were making? You were talking about this with Trump and Obama and how they communicate with that.
Yeah, so this is just, I didn't, glad that you're
You are ripping my I was loving it. It's fucking great. It's like, where are the cameras and mics?
So it goes back to our conversation. It goes back to the topic about government is supposed to be a parent, right? If all government, all democracies, authoritative governments, dictatorships, they're all the parent-child relationship. It's just a different kind of parent. Like your dictator is your abusive parent, right? Your toxically masculine parent. And then you've got some like liberal democracies that are like the touchy-feely hippie mom. But it's still parent-child. Let me cultivate you, let me raise you, let me tell you what's right, let me tell you what's wrong, let me punish you if you step out of bounds. It's all for your best interest. It hurts me more than it hurts you. That's the fucking relationship, man. Now, during the Obama years, Obama successfully passed this narrative to the American people that the government was trying to do the right thing. We're going to contribute to the global civilization. We're going to be global citizens. We're going to try and help our peers, and we're going to invest in aid or humanitarian aid. Meanwhile, he's signing killing Islamist extremists to try to keep America safe. Because business, that's a good thing. Because you want to subdivide your option, because then that makes people super faithful and super, what's Trump's famous marketing quote? All press. Right? So he ran the White House like you run a business, not like Trump runs a business, like every marketer, every CEO, every successful business person everywhere runs a business the way Trump tried to run the United States. And was it the Trump show all the time? Of course it was a Trump show all the time, because his brand, his business is tied to the name, the Trump. Right? He wants to drive that divide. Now the American people are lost in the middle. From having mom and dad argue in the kitchen or in the bedroom with the door shut, to now mom and dad are arguing in the kitchen, and the kids are like, "Oh, I think mom's crazy, dad's right."
Yeah. I mean, but there's also the concept of like when you turn over power, you know? So you go from W to Obama, they're politically extremely different, but there's an understanding that the people who sat in that seat, they know, and the people who haven't, they don't. So there could be like a guy like Obama going on the campaign saying, "We're going to end all these wars, hope change, whatever." Then he gets in there and W goes, "Hey, have a seat there, fellow. Let me tell you something about a little covert action, some cool shit right here. You're going to love it." And then he goes, "Oh, wait, so I can use these drones, and that can be a little bit more deniable. Maybe people want to see some boots on the ground." And Obama goes, "I killed two birds with one stone politically."
Except that you're underestimating the fact that we're talking about career politicians, which, going back to our founding fathers, was never supposed to exist ever. Yeah. So career politicians mean that Obama, as a senator, knows about the process of covert action. Obama is an authority over the executive branch. Career politicians know that from their junior freshman year, right? They get that. So by the time they become president, they already know they don't. Trump, on the other hand, Trump's smart to know how the office of the president works for the most part. But then when he gets the option, do we kill people for covert action, or do we kill people overtly and like let CNN and everybody else cover it? Well, hell yeah, we're gonna do it that way. That's why you see all the brinksmanship stuff that Trump does. It starts an open trade war with China. He's like there is active inbound aircraft going towards Iran, and the whole world is watching, and Trump's sitting there like, "I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna make it." It's mainstream control.
You make a great point on the active trade war with China, right? So there was a point exposed to abuse where he actually had named. He never got off the ground. He had named those subtrade, and he's a businessman. Big time New Jersey businessman. Not now. No, it's different. Another guy, high school buddy. You all know. Bottom line is that was it. He was doing that. He wanted that out there. He wanted a face with this particular view to go out and say, "Yep, we're gonna fuck you over every chance you don't want to do." That's what we got going on. Or whatever. Yeah, or exactly right. So it's kind of I love the picture. You all get that. We can see it. We can see the two completely different views and where it's at. Beautiful. Beautiful. It's great.
Why did you? Because for people that don't know, or some of the Bustamante fans, behind the curtain is actually like the refreshing part about Trump. There's a lot of things.
So you get, I think you got two different people, right? We talked about Esper, we talked about as to he is at this point. So along the way, I think CIA actually crafted him, later understanding how, I don't want to play the game, how to make things happen. So he just took that from CIA to State Department. He took it right to the White House. Oval Office. You know, if you read, I read both books. Esmer's was a little bit harder to read. Mike's was great. You know, and as my friends have said, man, there's nothing Mike didn't do himself. You know, that's kind of what they said. So it's an interesting piece. I don't know that there was a strong, personally, for Trump, but I do know there was a lot of tension. There was a lot of argument for the sake of ego. Ego soul. You know, ego soul thing. There was never a soul with regards to I love America. There was an ego piece. I love America. However, you better recognize me as a person. You got that, Pompeo? You got my mic, whatever you call it. You got it, Mark? One kind of ran with it because he was smarter than the other guy. The other one kind of jumped out, you know? So that's my thought. Obviously, there's tons of stories that right now I'm not going to talk, and that's why they were able to salute. Yes, sir. No, move forward. The problem is that's bouncing off of everything. You know, I wish I went to West.
The next week he's saying, I want to know about like, all right,
Yeah, exactly. You know, but anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that the thing that America has not accepted is that we have to appreciate the Trump White House. Because the Trump White House transformed the United States forever. Like, we went from what? In how many different ways, man? We went from mom and dad treating us like kids, and we weren't allowed to know the information, to all of a sudden we know the information is actually there. So now when you see the Biden administration stepped up, and they basically just replicate the Obama administration, and you see them try to close the door, now we're kind of sitting there banging on the door like, hey, we want to know what's going on too. We want to have a voice in this conversation too, right? The same shit's happening now, we call the bullshit. Primaries for Republican candidates just went down, right? The first round of primary debates for Republican candidates for 2024. That brought up the question: is there going to be a primary debate for Republican candidates? There are two Democrats. Thank you. There are 2 Democrats challenging our incumbent president right now. Word came back from the Biden administration: Biden will not participate in debates. That's not new. Who's the other one? There's RFK and then
Newsom. Gavin Newsom, right?
he's challenging Biden?
I believe so.
I don't know the second one off the top of my head, but for sure we got candidates.
So
Either way, an incumbent president has not accepted a primary debate going back to like pre-1970. But we're in a world now where we have no problem saying this is bullshit. Us in 1994, we were like, okay, that's just the way it is. Now we say, no, this is bullshit. We kind of want to see what these other folks have to say. Essentially, we, the American people, won't even get to be introduced to the contenders for a potential Democratic presidential slot. We won't even get to know them, ever, on a mainstream stage. I mean, Vivek Ramaswamy,
yeah.
the whole world discovered him because he did an outstanding job in the primary debate as a talker candidate.
Great talker.
Vivek Ramaswamy?
And I went from nobody. Yeah, see how to spell for Goshen either. So he's great with lights, but
Times faith in the spelling.
Stephen, there's a Times article too about what do you think about like say the I don't want to say his initials on here, but Bobby's security. It has to be some the most disturbing piece.
And can I just have to chime in because you and I, maybe this makes the final cut, maybe it doesn't. Jim and I literally wrote a proposal for Bobby Kennedy's campaign manager. How long ago? 2 months ago? At least. Telling him in his top 3 threats that a human assault in a public event was something that he was going to have to make one of his top 2 to 3 primary issues, and that we already were working on a plan to how to keep safe, right? Due diligence, advanced teams, et cetera, et cetera. And then 2 days ago or whatever it was, we see this article. I'm like, Jim, we fucking wrote this down.
Price just went up.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got a weird dynamic here. So his campaign manager, strange bird, right? So, yeah.
Why is he strange? He's just, I mean, was he an investigative? I mean, or just like, no comment.
He just thinks, but he doesn't get it, right? So all we have to do is, and there's a whole, for me, I have a whole theory on gaining Secret Service's validation in order to move forward. Yes, there's things that you see that you have to achieve along the way, but it really comes down to putting it in this simple terms of, I'm going to probably get assassinated if you son of a bitch my shit now. There's the gap. Andy and I spent the better part of a day authoring this perfect piece, in my opinion, and sent it off, and I got a phone call back, yes, forward after September 13th. Literally. I think this hasn't that the date.
I was down 2 days after the 14th. The 16th, maybe the 14th or 15th.
Yeah. Who sent you the response? So the contact between, we were one level down from him, from the main guy. Okay. The contact said back, love it. Let's get a little bit more detail after the 13th, and it had something to do, I think it was in New Hampshire. There was a visit, and we'll get this moving. And we really had it. We had proposed a 90-dayer, right, to really just put an advanced team in place. How can you be taken fucking serious as a candidate for the presidency and not have an advanced team? Have the hotel you're speaking at do your fucking advance. And that's what happens.
CEOs of middle-sized companies, when they travel, they have advanced teams. Yes. Like, there's a whole executive security protection group for most companies that have more than $100 million in revenue. So that before the CEO travels for anything, to go take their family to the Bahamas, to go to a speaking event, to go just double check. This is how we get from the hotel to the conference. This is what's in the hotel. This is what's in the conference room. And they're done by what? Like veterans who just got out of their first military corps. Like, really, even the most basic stuff in the world is done on a business level. But here we have a case. Losing is a what else going on? How is the open carry and walked right into the event space by claiming he was part of the security because they don't think about it. It's like taking a ladder and like had no idea what was going on, and they had to restart. He was like, they restart doors. Hey, you know, Tim was the live coverage of it. Like, hey, how you feeling over there? You know, a little less air.
And the other thing is, okay, it's all great for the American public to see. We caught the guy, and he just there's hundreds more out there that are watching that and saying,
The money
had no one around him. That could even be somebody coming in saying, let's see what they do. Let's see how easy it is. We talked about it on a podcast, right? The Jersey City Financial Firm.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy. It's not that
Can
hard to do.
you tell that story? Just roll on stage.
Yeah, real quick. I love this one. Major company, major corporation, major managing partner,
challenges me. It's not a good idea to challenge me because I'm getting worked up right now. You know, what I'm challenging it. Yeah, it's just the memory of being the memory.
I need the image of Jim outside the Starbucks loading the clip.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it. I mean, that was stupid, and I now know that because everyone's told me that. But sitting out at Starbucks, right outside, it's pretty crowded. I'm in the corner with putting everything on, unloading, taking it. And people are looking like, funny, the guy homeless or doing something. So get it all done. I checked it like Julie knows. I checked it 50 times. I'm like, all right, this is gonna be great. Walk right in, right into the building. First line of defense is a 22-year-old, recent college grad. How have you been? How you been? How you doing? How's everything? You doing well? Hey, I'm just going up. You know where I'm going, right? Yep. So, first, get the elevator up to 13, right up to the floor. Come off. There's the desk right there. Did you enjoy the bagels last week? It's this simple. Did you enjoy the bagels last week? I did. Oh, I did. Yeah. I'm just gonna go in and see him real quick. No problem. Walk by his executive assistant. How are you? Fine. Walk in. He's sitting at the desk. Pull the gun out. Put it in his head and say, "We got a problem." So, bottom line is. That is this is what they are doing. And this is a guy that has more threats right now than he even knows about. Can you imagine sitting there, cut the power, and he has nobody to say, oh my God, can you please go check? No advance. They have literally, I know this for a fact, they have hotel concierges. How would you like a nice dinner? And then how would you like me to go ahead and map out where you should walk? Definitely not through the front kitchen back. That's terrible. Sorry. But that's walking. Make it look like you give a fuck.
The funny of angry Jim DiOrio on top of that motherfucker going, give me a fucking. They put the cuffs on. They were nice. They were standing them there. Maybe they'll give you the go now.
So we're not the only ones that could do it, but I think we do a damn good job.
Yeah, the big part of the problem is that the entire campaign for the Kennedy campaign right now is all based on how CIA goes down. So, what I would say is, Bobby, if you want to know who can keep you the safest, it's the person you're the most afraid of.
Yes, that's what you were saying yesterday too.
Absolutely.
Julian said that if I was the CIA, I would do everything in my power to keep him.
I make sure no one. If strictly from a reputational risk assessment, I'm looking at a guy like Kennedy and a guy like Trump and saying, put him in a glass box and no one touched it.
Otherwise, it's just the whole Prigozhin thing all over again.
Ooh, good segue.
Well, yeah.
You're getting good at podcasting.
Yeah.
Andy's got a killer
It's almost
podcast.
like you have one yourself.
With the two people who launched me. Like, that's fucking crazy, guys.
Well, there's a third.
There was a third.
Hold on.
Matthew Cox.
Let's give our dear friend Matthew B. Cox.
Let's give credit where credit's due. Me and Julian were not the first layer. There was a layer below us. He's the G folk.
Greatest fraud of all time.
Bustamante said he thinks that they're going to invade before the presidential election.
Now, but I can't believe that. First of all, you need special.
That guy's a geopolitical galaxy.
I hear you. I mean, I know that's just stupid to go up against Bustamante. But I'm saying that I've been watching a bunch of videos, and because that makes me angry.
TikTok all day.
No, he's ex-CIA. Right, I know. I'm the one that told you, you've got to interview this guy. Who is he? I don't know. 2 weeks later, bro, did you call him? What? Who is this again? What is he? What? I don't know.
Literally bugged me to call Bustamante for like 6 months before I called him. Now look at that guy.
Then he calls him. Bustamante blows up. He won't return a fucking head. You said you come on my program. It's like
He's working on something big right now. He's about to be worldwide.
Stepping on the backs a little. On the ladder. How dare you? Probably won't talk to you. He's not probably going to.
I don't
he leans forward. He goes, "Look hungry."
That is fabulous.
How did you guys meet? That was doing a screenplay version of one of the books that he wrote when he was in Philly. Yeah. Who had ties back to CIA. And he found me through my first like audio only podcast. I had ties to CIA, but I'm writing a screenplay and I kind of like to run the story by you to see if it makes sense. And that night, we clicked right away. Like he was just a painter in freaking Clearwater. He was restarting life all over again. He still had his website, his blog, where he has all his true crime stories. But we just started kind of brainstorming. That was way, way early. Nobody knew who I was. I didn't have my podcast up there. I had nothing really up there. I had a website. I didn't know how to sound it. Cool.
Yeah, Jim, you said he was a great FBI employee, right?
I met Max, and I met Matt in a different way. Probably one of the best agents I ever had work for me. He's a son. Hey, listen, he turned it around, man. He jumped on Team USA. He doesn't shy away from what he's done or who he was, and he's helped a shitload of people. That's a great thing. I wish we could say that about some of the people who blow their own horn and haven't done it.
Matt
made the transition.
has helped me a lot. I never asked for a single dollar at this point. I feel like I'm him in a fest. Like as hard as that is for some people to believe when they hear him tell a story and everything, like Matt, very interesting.
He's only got $5.7 million restitution left.
Oh, he's there.
Paying back.
And $100 a month.
Paying back Bank of America.
But yeah, then Danny here brings Bustamante on, does a bunch of killer podcasts. One 3 years ago, another one on UFOs, and then the third one was on Russia Ukraine right when it was breaking out.
Yeah,
Right? The Taiwan thing. And that was off to the races.
Yeah, we'll see. It's football season. What are you paying attention to when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine thing?
It's so interesting, man. It's so interesting. There's I would say there's kind of three layers to what I'm watching, right? You got the Russia layer, all the stuff that's happening in Russia. Prigozhin, I think, is an EVS, right? Then you have the NATO support to Ukraine, which is also changing. And then you have the Ukraine piece, which is fascinating and changing, right? So just a real quick example. The new Minister of Defense for Ukraine, they changed the Minister of Defense at the same time that there's a counter invasion going on, right? A counter offensive going on. They changed the Minister of Defense. Why? Because of corruption issues. When did we talk about that? This is me actually that constant. I swear that sounds familiar. We talked about corruption. Fucking launched this thing, dude. Nobody was talking rampant corruption in Ukraine. This whole thing started. Right? Ukraine has been a country forever. It's shut. So with like 3 out of 10 on the Democratic Index, it was never a democracy. We called this out when the whole thing first started. Now, almost 2 years into this, when Zelensky goes to NATO to ask for continuing support in the face of a counteroffensive that's not happening fast enough, the United States is facing a change in administration, and Poland is facing a change in administration. These strong allies to Ukraine are. The answer is, sorry, buddy. We have problems with the fact that what we've given you in the past, you don't have records to show us what happened with those things. And did we lose like $6 million and we couldn't even find some shit? They're not even accountable. How are we going to give the award? We don't even know what it is. Oh, by the way, maybe you haven't seen our inflation leak. Doing our best to call this off.
About the Maui wildfires, that's different.
Absolutely. It's 700 a person. Those are dead.
So to close this off, what does Zelensky do? He changed Minister of Defense, who couldn't close the gap on corruption, and brings in a new Minister of Defense with zero military background. Amazing. The new Minister of Defense's background specialty is in negotiating with Russia. So the new person in charge of the military for Ukraine is a trained negotiator. Why does they make him Secretary of State or whatever, their equivalent? Because we're starting to see what the future is going to look like. What we've always said it was going to look like. A negotiation. Russia's not getting kicked out. Ukraine's not winning according He goes, remember when Zelensky said, we will not quit until every inch of the original pre-1976 boundary of Ukraine is recaptured. Now he's appointed the Ministry of Defense who's a trained negotiator with no military.
And poured the corruption charge on the last guy who he fired. So it's just a perfect fucking situation. And we're sitting here just trying to, I mean, even, listen, let's think about it. Not one receipt for one of that $6 billion paid for. I mean, even Deion Sanders is keeping receipts. Right? I mean, even Prime is keeping receipts. These fucking people can't keep receipts.
It shouldn't be that hard.
Shouldn't be that hard.
Just for people out there, like, we heard about this whole potential revolution happening back in May or June with Prigozhin and the Wagner group. It felt like it was like a 10-hour story, and then they made deals, no problem. And then now there's the whole thing getting shot out of the sky or whatever. So even before we get there, like, can you walk us all through that of what happened, like how long Prigozhin had maybe turned on Putin internally before that, and what led to him actually doing this thing, and what the actual result was? It seems like Putin obviously was like, I'm gonna make a little peace. But
Can I start it off with a quote?
yes,
Okay, so here was Putin, right? He was a man with a difficult fate, and he made serious mistakes in life, he said, while describing him as a talented businessman. That to me wraps it all up, right? To me, I mean, he made mistakes that caused, and Andy and I have talked about that method of alleged killing. It's out of character. This one's completely out of character, but sorry to jump in.
no, it's a great. You got a great. I think it's a great point, right? So if you go back in time, we're talking June 23rd, right? July, August, and essentially what happened on June 23rd was the culmination of what had been weeks or months, which is basically saying that the generals in charge of which I think the whole world kind of learned that they weren't necessarily fully incompetent. Ukraine on behalf of Russia, and essentially falling under the logistical and financial support elements of the military, which are not very effective. So Prigozhin's getting pissed at the generals leading the military, but Prigozhin's also friends with Putin. So Prigozhin's like, hey, Putin, we can do something about these generals. Long enough goes, not getting the answer he wants. He's just more and more angry at the generals. So essentially on June 23rd, he comes out and he's like, fuck this. The Wagner group is out. We're taking our fall and going. That's what, 23,000 troops? And he basically about face and start marching away from Ukraine, marching towards Moscow. He doesn't say for himself that he doesn't say anything about a revolution. He's just saying these generals are incompetent. We're not going to play. Meaning NATO media, American media, English-speaking media pick up on this. They're like, it's a mutiny. It's finally happening. Prigozhin's going to take down Putin. No, Prigozhin's just like, I want to show that I'm serious, that I'm not going to put the Wagner group on the front lines of tuna fish because they can't deliver their goods, right? And then you got Putin, who's stuck in the middle of having to manage this or shift, this power face-to-face conflict, right? Putin's supposed to be in control. Prigozhin is supposed to be listening to Putin, but he's not. So how do we handle this? And that's how within 24 hours of the quote-unquote mutiny, you have Putin saying it's okay, Prigozhin is no longer an enemy of the state, this is no longer treason or treachery, I'm going to give him an amnesty pass on behalf of the Russian state, and now the Wagner group are all allowed to go to Belarus safely and just relocate them, right? Belarus also helping 17,000 Russian troops on the northern border. So that's June 23rd, June 24th. August 23rd, that's preceding 60 days, Prigozhin's in and out of Russia all the time, in and out of Moscow all the time, because the Wagner Group, that people don't recognize, the PMC Wagner Group is a massive resource magnet for, they're in Central America, they're in Eastern Europe, they're in South America, they're in Africa, making deals and offering protection to corrupt officials everywhere in exchange for gold, silver, platinum, right? Precious metals are all precious metals into Russia, which is how Russia had so much cash in the resources. A broke, poor-ass country. They're they're cash rich, and in the United States and these are basically also out there by other experts. Theory number one: some kind of mechanical failure, some sort of internal explosion because a bomb was placed inside the aircraft that led to catastrophic failure and out. Option number three, some sort of external explosion, most likely an air missile, not a certificate of that, it's able to geek out, but those are kind of the three predominant theories about what brought down the aircraft. And then what I find super telling is that there's only one fucking source that tells us anything about the aircraft coming down, and it's the Russian aviation. Right? That's it. Nobody else. No outside investigators, no third parties, just the government-controlled aviation, the source of all information that's seen on the downwind coast.
All the U.S.-based news is coming from Russia as a source. All of it, period.
Guess where most of your Ukraine news comes from? Ukraine as the source. Now the light bulbs are going off.
Yep. I like the two spot. I like the bomb on board theory.
What about door 4?
Yeah,
How could you miss door 4, Andy?
Oh,
The UFO.
door 5. He's still alive.
Let's roll the TWA 800 video.
Oh,
Right on.
We'll get there.
But yeah, I mean, I like two. I like the two spot. The one spot, sabotage, you got to worry about somebody who's fucking gonna sneak, that you can grab, right? The two is forgotten country. For Mother Russia, get the fuck on there with a bomb and blow this thing up. Sorry, we'll make sure your family's safe.
Suicide bomb?
I love that. Or just a carry on. Yes, just yeah. And the three air to air, I like that too. I like that. I but I'm in the two hole.
Why air to air, not surface to air?
so the track that the aircraft was on it has just gone over a military base. It was actually in a region where jamming equipment was rife because there were so many military resources, military assets in play geographically. So there was jamming equipment that was going off, and there were tons of sensors in the area specifically looking for threats to the military bases. So if there would have been a surface-to-air missile, one of those sensors would have noticed that. Not just Russian sensors, UK sensors, US sensors, allied sensors who are. I think it's fully out. Anybody who thinks that it's still in reading the wrong thing, or just a willful thinking.
You've also, like, with respect to how it's going, you've been aggressive since the beginning that, like, Ukraine has no shot and everything. And like you said, all the news from Ukraine, so it's hard data that shows that they have given up a certain percent. Describe as win the war, meaning Russia keeps Crimea, Russia and then Ukraine keeps everything else, including Odessa and access to support.
Such an important question. Let's be honest about what we're talking about. We're talking about the conditions of Ukraine losing. We're a loser because we're fucking black and white Americans. Not the way of geopolitics. There's no clear winner. There's no clear loser. Or surrender. So if you want to say that Germany lost, still exists as a country, then you can't say that, well, let's define winning in Ukraine as Russia keeps this half and Ukraine keeps that half. No, we're talking about the conditions by which they will surrender.
Well, Germany had like a lot of mainland point during the war, and they eventually were left with whatever, a portion of their original country. Now they've grown into a world power, still enclosed in that area of Germany. It's not like they have other countries around it, whatever. So I would call that an L. But I see what you're saying with the fact that Ukraine still is going to lose something. Like if they lose Donbass and Crimea, which they'd already lost in all fairness before this war, like it's not 50% or 75% or something. Maybe they'll lose them, 10, 15%.
If you're considering only land mass, you know what happens
considering only land
in the eastern part of Ukraine is where all of their rare earth minerals, all of their oil supplies, all of their transfer points for Russian oil, it all exists.
But they still control the pipelines that go through their country.
They control the pipelines that go through their country, which are few compared to the hub of pipelines. South Korea. Right? Not to mention the right? They have the courage, they have the bravery. What's happening in Ukraine is absolutely a tragedy. I'm not saying it's not. What I'm saying is they don't have the resources to be able to compete in a prolonged conflict with Russia, which is why they just have to kind of keep the pressure on. It's the fat guy leaning on the skinny guy. So the skinny guy is going to get tired of putting himself up, and the fat guy is going to crush him. Right? That's the way it works.
Do you think that NATO countries, what do you think their view on all this is? The smaller NATO countries that are surrounding that area with the U.S. pressure on trying to keep it going, and do you think they're like in lockstep with us? Or do you think they're kind of getting tired of it?
NATO's divided. This is the other thing. NATO's been divided since about month 4, right? Hungary and Bulgaria, outright NATO members who said we don't need to be a part of this. Russia has a claim. Ukraine and Russia have history. It's their problem, not ours. So already from the beginning, NATO didn't support things unanimously. Now as time has gone on, you saw France, you saw Germany get really upset because Biden, from his fucking White House throne in the United States, way outside of the sphere of influence of Russia and the conflicts in Ukraine, you saw him stoking the flames. Meanwhile, the European countries are paying the penalty. Right. Pressure, energy costs, et cetera, right?
Like visiting the troops.
He gave that. Is that when you accidentally said you want a regime change?
Yes.
Accidentally.
Accidentally.
Presidents do a lot of accidental speaking.
Yeah.
In front of, hey, what?
Yes.
The lights maybe on, but
Yeah, that dimmer is going too. Dim and dimmer. Dimmer.
maybe the fraction we watched maybe for different miniature times. Sure, but like you were seeing the dominoes fall. Exactly like they're supposed to fall. They might be big, thick, fat dominoes.
not in the big blocks you're talking about.
Yeah.
We played at the bar with like fucking
No.
regular kids drink.
This is why you need to go on a date.
Fucking bar. Too much time at the strip club.
God damn, son. Get out there, Julian. Get out of the
We're out there.
We're out there.
We're out there.
Yeah.
We were counting the rings.
Yeah, so that's NATO's falling apart because of this strategy it's been putting in place. Right? The United States strategy for economic dominance. Was recovering from being absolutely destroyed from World War II. And the United States was the big kid on the block. Well, a lot of time has gone by, and in 70 years, the two are starting to come back paired, right? So, and NATO, all those NATO countries are asking themselves, what should we do?
To this question, in all honesty, because you were out there.
Mentioned 5 years because I didn't know. Yeah, like I wouldn't have know something, but it's already
It's
there.
gotta be deception for its engaging purposes.
We're supposed to salute and move on, when the budget office does. You're gonna make it.
This has been a shortcoming of the United States for a long time.
Yes.
Like, no federal agency has really successfully planned for longer than effectively 3 years and administratively 5 years. Because you have new appointments that become the new leaders. CIA has a new director every 3 to 4 years. I don't know how often FBI has that.
Yeah, we do.
That's amazing.
The last year I haven't made that. Comey.
No, Comey definitely didn't. I mean, Ray, Chicago's. Yeah, what a great guy.
Still signing Christmas cards?
I do. Yeah, we talked. But, kind of what it sounds. So it's beautiful. But yeah, I mean, I think Louis Free, 10 years, Mueller, 10 years, Comey, 3.
Yeah,
fired. I'm fired. Ray is 6-ish.
Oh, so yeah, this guy has been on this.
Yeah, yep, maybe 6-ish. I can't remember. Maybe 6 or 7. 3 1 is it.
But yeah, so it's very difficult for a democratic government like ours, right? A representative republic where the president has appointees to some of the senior positions within cabinet and White House. Like, it's very hard for us to have continuity, which was something the founding fathers wanted because they wanted friction, because they believed that from friction would come, we would slow roll bad ideas and we would expedite because of friction. But then land owning will be the ones that won't stop having public servants be the ones accepting the public servant roles. Instead, we started having career politicians, and everybody can win. And career politicians just need to win a majority, and the majority of people out there actually don't have a vested interest in their own country. They're just trying to survive day to day. Right? Yeah. Put the two together, and you're
So going back to the Russian thing, do you think there's any possibility that Prigozhin's still alive?
that's the thing. Well, that's the thing that is like there's always the potential, right? I live in a world of probabilities, as the CIA does. When I look at the data that we have available to us, keep me honest here. The predominance of evidence that's available to us is that Prigozhin is dead. You saw like the manifest on the aircraft has been reported widely, from one source, reported widely to include him and multiple of his senior leaders. You saw the Wagner Group hold an official ceremony recognizing his death. You saw Putin come out and publicly acknowledge his death. You saw the remains of the aircraft with the number, the Legacy 600, which are actually have the right aircraft tail numbers, it's his aircraft. So when you put all that together, it's like 98% certain the guy's got it dead. Oh, but there's still there hasn't been a single third party, or there's been any DNA evidence, there hasn't been any vetted investigation to come out and be able to prove it. So we're all talking single source reports.
And you also mentioned that it's not Putin's MO. How you
Nope, it's not.
You talked about that a lot.
Yeah, Putin's MO is very personal, individualized killing. Poison. Like, of the 18 or 24 people that they've killed in the last, 12 years, it's poison. It's poison, or it's shooting, or they couldn't fly. On top of the building, and they thought they could fly. But individuals get assassinated. The killing of, was it 8 people, 9 people? Yeah, like, that's uncharacteristic. Correct. It's just not, I don't think
Eye to eye, for lack of a better term, but to make sure you know.
Now there are secondary benefits for sure. Like coming from a world where I understand sabotage, I understand covert action. There's secondary and tertiary benefits to blowing up, right? Secondary benefit. You also wipe out Prigozhin's top 2 senior administrators in the Wagner Group, which means that the Wagner Group as an operational force goes into a power vacuum because his operational
Two got the two became as one, or became the one.
The 2 would become a 1.
Yep.
But he died inside the aircraft. And then the logistics and administrative head also died. So 3 of the top leaders inside us on the Boston Concierge.
Yes.
Yes. Right? You had 4 bodyguards. That's disposable. They're all Wagner Group anyways. so what is the compare? You had 2 pilots, and then you had the stewardess, right? 10 people. 10 people on the airplane, and then that's the thing that's so interesting is that the pilots and the stewardess, none of the loyalist Wagner Group employees, they were just contract people, right? One had only been in the company for 3 years, one had been a pilot for 20 years. I think that the stewardess, this was like the first time on an aircraft, that aircraft operated by the Wagner Group. So yeah, I mean, all of that to say, like the benefit is Putin dies, or the benefit is Prigozhin dies. The benefit is the Wagner Group goes into a tailspin, which what did Putin want? He wanted the Wagner Group to come under general Russian military control. Now you have all these open contracts and no leadership at Wagner Group. They now basically being congested by the military.
But why has he never been challenged? And I ask that because their system is the oligarch system. So it's this handful of guys who are balling around the world with a lot of fucking money. I would think something like that, since you're surrounded by all these gazillionaires, at some point, a few of them got to be like, oh, this is fucking sick of this. And then, like that's never happened though. As far there was one guy and he got arrested. I forget the dude's name.
There's one guy that he's alive.
No, that's what we know about. That's fair.
The guy that's still alive.
Yeah.
Why is the Clinton Foundation allowed to go into their bank one time? Still active subpoenas on them forever. Same reason.
Yeah, you got to understand. You got to understand partially culture, right? Russia is a culture of strong arms machine. That's what it is. You build your left and right lieutenants. You become incredibly loyal to each other. If any one of the 3 of you succeeds, the other 2 are guaranteed success too. That's the oligarch system. Like only in the United States. Why in the United States? Why are wealthy people so heavily involved? Because they fund it. They had to work their ass off to get wealthy. How do you get wealthy in Russia? You know, the right people. It's the right people that make you wealthy, right? You don't have to work your ass off. So you're not invested in the system. You didn't cry and bleed into a business. You just made friends with the right person who gave you the primary contract. Put in. So all you really care about is keeping the relationship with the person in place. So the oligarchs are fat and happy, but they're not politically charged. They're like, Putin's my guy. I'm rich as long as Putin's in power. If somebody else is in power, all his guys are going to become all his guys are going to become into power.
Narrative gets spun, right? That's what we talked about. So, hey, they're coming back. They're marching on me. It's a mutiny. Everybody's convinced of that. Press does a great job of putting that out there. And then at the end of the day, it's kind of just, no. That's not what it is, right? And then so it's like, yeah, that's kind of where we go. And then, it's very similar. It's very similar to what we observe in certain power political individuals.
So let's consider the airplane. Let's consider that explosion. Just for a second. I'm going to geek out. You guys geek out with me or just shut the fuck up, right? It was in a Moscow airport, right? It was departing from Moscow. Inside the airport, you had 2 pilots who were from outside the Wagner Group. You had a stewardess who was from outside the Wagner Group. In our terminology, we call those access agents, right? People who are outside of the circle, outside of the vetting and due diligence process, that could be recruited or could be hired or could be unwittingly used to facilitate sabotage, specifically a bomb being brought onto the ground. Right? It could have been like a janitor who was sitting next to him who slipped a small pocket charge, right, or a small box of C4 or whatever into her carry-on bag right before she got the bomb onto it.
First time flying.
So who knows, right? That's one possibility of how it could happen. The other thing to keep in mind is in the preceding 2 hours before the plane didn't take off. It was departed scheduled time. It was delayed 2 hours. Why? For maintenance issues. So really, it had maintenance issues that prevented it from taking off on its scheduled departure time. Right? I asked Steven, do you have you got the website? So give me just a second, and I'm going to have you jump to it, right? Yeah, let's go right here. This is perfect. This is the aircraft. This aircraft was sanctioned by the West and sanctioned by the United States. So this specific aircraft couldn't be maintained by anybody other than countries who were willing to work outside of the international sanctions. So maintenance was probably sloppy. Maintenance was definitely aging. You know, it's going to be a hard thing to maintain this aircraft when you have the power of the Western governments all working against you. So could it have been an actual mechanical failure? Yeah, it could have been. Or it could have also been one of the mechanics that got called into that maintenance actually sabotaged the aircraft themselves. Another version of an access agent because they're not part of the Wagner group. See what I'm saying? So you've got two options there. Something was slipped on through an access agent or something was intentionally sabotaged through an access agent outside of the Wagner group itself. Now then, the plane takes off, the plane flies straight and true, everything's good to go, until what happens at altitude. Can you jump down to the altitude chart? Check this out. This is dramatic. Unbelievable. Yep. Right here. Scroll down just a little bit more for me. Yeah, in between the two, if you don't mind. So we have two on screen. Bingo. So what you're seeing here is the rate of descent and the rate of climb of the aircraft at altitude in the preceding minutes before it falls off a cliff and crashes. You can see it right there. Right? What you're seeing here is essentially in 6-second intervals, the rate of altitude change. That means that the plane was in the process of climbing and then leveling out and then climbing again right before it basically stopped working. See how that works? That's the rate of climb. So if you look at the upper one, you can actually see the calibrated altitude. So the altitude is jumping around, and it's jumping around between like thousands of feet, about 2,000 feet. Why would an aircraft flying straight and true, if it had a bomb on board that nobody knew about, or if it had a maintenance issue that nobody knew about, why would it change its altitude 5 minutes before it actually blows up? It wouldn't. That's the whole reason you sneak a bomb on board. That's the whole reason you sabotage something, so that it just operates like normal until it doesn't. The fact that the aircraft was changing in the minutes before it went down is huge data. It tells us one of two things. Either the sabotage had worked, created a maintenance flaw or maintenance failure, and the pilot was fighting the maintenance failure, so it wasn't really a bomb, because a bomb would have just exploded, going down. Right? Or there was something outside of the aircraft that spooked the pilot, and the pilot started taking evasive action, which suggests an air-to-air missile.
Oh, shit. So they were trying, what they were trying to do when they climbed at the last minute, they were trying to avoid something.
Incorrect, because standard operating procedure for any pilot, when it looks like you're on a collision course with another aircraft, you don't turn, you jump up, you climb, or you descend to get out of the same field of elevation. Right? So here what you see is they must have seen they could have seen an aircraft climb to get out of that. The other aircraft also climbed. Then they climbed again, rocket is fired, explosion happens. We gotta think about how the aircraft came down. Now scroll back up to the top, show us that airplane again. The airplane crashed because the wing became detached. Wings do not detach.
Unless it's Ryanair.
Yeah, that's it. Wings do not detach. So in order for that wing to have actually detached, and when you watch the footage of the airplane crash, you see it only has one wing. For the wing to detach, that suggests an explosion at the intersection of the wing and the fuselage. Right? Well, look what's right behind the wing? The engine. Go back to the aircraft for me again.
You get the video.
What's the fuselage? The fuselage is the tube that makes up the airplane. The wing is the wing. You can obviously see the wing. Or you see the engine. Guess what? Rockets are tuned. Air-to-air missiles. Guess what they're tuned to see?
Look at that heat, baby. The engine, all day.
So then that missile, that rocket, would have aimed for the body, the central mass of the aircraft, heavily leaning towards the signature of the engine that would be specifically. That's the kind of thing that would rip the wing off the side of the fuselage. Not an internal explosion, not a pocket charge that's stored in the rear half of the aircraft, right? The other thing that's really frustrating and irritating to me personally, go back to the images. Everybody talks about the aircraft coming down because it was missing a wing. Every picture we see, upper left-hand corner, click on that picture, that's not a wing. Yeah, the picture you see everywhere, that's the tail.
Yeah, it's the tail. Near to my heart.
Yeah, you know.
You know. So I want to see where the wing is. I want to see where the wing fell because it's single source of information. Single source of information for photos too, basically, right? It's Russian sources. So where is the wing that was supposed to be? So from all of that, I tend to lean and agree with the experts who are out there that the plane that was brought down by external explosives.
Shouldn't they have had DNA evidence by now?
They do. I'm certain that they do. And it's just whether or not they're willing to release it or share it.
Do you think a ton of intelligence organizations currently have people in Russia?
I'm certain there's something deeper to your question because to me the answer is so obvious.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking for confirmation.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Every Western intelligence agency in the world, right? Everybody from NATO to the United States is going to be all up in intelligence lists inside Russia.
Yeah. I mean,
Have you thought about this? Have you thought about the Ukrainian intelligence service that is getting intelligence inside of Russia and then using it for their own purposes and sharing it with the United States?
Of course. Yeah. I mean, I think I mean, we're giving them so much fucking money. They better be sharing it.
Have you thought about the Russian and Ukrainian intelligence services that are getting intelligence out of Russia, using it for themselves, giving it to their own private contractors, who are then selling it to the United States as circular reports? So now the U.S. government, CIA, thinks that they're getting intel from the Ukrainians, and they think that it's good intel, but then they're also getting the same intel from contract intelligence sources, but the contract intelligence sources are actually the same sources. That's what we call circular reports. That's how you get validation and verification of information that isn't actually correct. And that's the thing, that's the nightmare scenario for me that I think is happening in Ukraine that nobody wants to talk about. Essentially, the Ukrainian intelligence infrastructure is double dipping by giving their intel to the U.S. government and selling their info to government contract companies for the United States, whose job it is to verify information. Because it's so corrupt.
Holy shit. There's the video of the crash.
Hold that back. There we go. Just.
Those going like a lawn dart. Damn. Tough way to go.
Yeah, that's a tough way to go.
That's my like nightmare that I wake up from sometimes. Plane's gone down.
Yeah, I don't know. If I'm him and I'm getting on a plane, getting ready to fly across Russia, and there's maintenance issues on the plane, I think I'm driving. I'm definitely getting like that. Yeah. Maybe not drive, but I'll walk.
Unless he wasn't on the phone.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Which is where that 2% comes from, right?
Yeah.
Going back to the beginning of our conversation, the world runs on the 2% that we don't have, not the 98% that we do.
Well, Russia's also like surviving through this, not just in like pushing back some of the lines with the old-fashioned war stuff, but they're making deals everywhere too. Now
They're making deals everywhere. Oh my gosh, you would think that a country that's falling apart, at least that's what our narrative, that's what the American narrative says, that Russia's incompetent, broke, and I mean, let's add on to it, right? But instead, the BRICS are stronger than ever. American allies are joining the BRICS trading bloc in the last 30 days.
you need to find bricks for people who aren't familiar.
Yeah, BRICS is the Eastern trading alternative to essentially the G7 countries. So G7 are all your rich, wealthy, Western countries, UK, France, United States, right? And the trading bloc is created by the G7. BRICS are all the wealthy, developing countries of the world. BRICS is what they go by, even though they're much larger than this. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. That's the original BRICS.
And who are some of the other ones you're saying are in it now?
Saudi Arabia just joined. Indonesia just joined. UAE is considering joining. Like Iran just joined.
Oh, that's nice.
Like this is crazy.
Wait, so they're in something with Iran right now?
Yeah.
But it's kind of just a terminology more than anything. It doesn't necessarily mean that the treaties are being signed every time you're signing. It's like sometimes it's been by gold consent.
There's no treaty here. This is the difference.
Yeah, that's what I'm
This
saying.
is the major difference between how the West does business and how the East is starting to do business. In the West, we're like, hey, you want to be in our trading bloc? Great. You make enough money, and here are the rules. You have to agree to our ideology. Here are the standards for democracy. Here's all the stuff that you have to do. In the BRICS, they're like, hey, you want to trade with us? Cool. Done. You want to beat your people? That's cool. You want to use child labor? That's cool. All we know is that you give us an economic advantage in the trading party. Let's do it. That's the alternative to what the United States forced, and how we force human rights on people, how we force the U.S. dollar on people, how we now have proven to the entire world
Extradition.
the whole world now knows that if you piss us off, we're going to hold your good money in our banks, and we're going to get one of our friends to hold your money
with this whole war with the exactly what we're talking about the East and West thing, because I've seen a lot of stories where like Russia's making deals with countries in Africa, which is very interesting. But you were also saying like South America, they're all over that. What's the story there?
It's the exact same thing, right? It's the ability for Russia to export influence through strongman leadership, right? They can use mercenary groups. You know who replaced Wagner? Redut. REDUT was the primary competitor to the Wagner Group. It's multiple PMCs inside Russia, right? So essentially, Wagner Group said no, they paid away. Their number one competitor, Redut, comes in, and they're in charge now. They're the ones that have all the Kremlin support now, right? Because Russia has it down. You go in, you find corrupt leaders in 4 countries, 4 developing countries. Corrupt leaders don't actually know how to manage resources. They don't actually know how to lead people. What they know how to do is take money in exchange for favors and everything else.
They're learning from China.
China learned from us. That's exactly what we did after World War II, guys. Yeah, I'm full-blooded American, guys. I bleed red, white, and blue. I think we did the right thing.
But you want to leave.
But we never fucking adapted. Oh yeah, I'm still gonna keep an American passport. Gotcha. You agree? I'm going most likely to Europe. Most likely.
I'm going to sell you on
I'll be somewhere in Iberia or in the Mediterranean. Man, every place is Italian, Mediterranean, beautiful, places. Beautiful. I thought it was 7. 5 to 7. It depends on the freaking convention of the business.
Greece, you have all the beautiful resorts that everyone talks about. They're like amazing vacations and stuff like that. But then you also have all the places that's in there.
Yep.
And it's like, and Greeks, a lot of people there speak great English and everything. So you learn very easily. But like, goddamn.
A big part of what drives the residency.
Ask John Chiriakis. You talk with him ever?
Not yet.
I need to get you and him on a podcast. That would be incredible. Get him in that.
Recently opened. There you go. So what's already coming to fruition? What's this?
It just opened.
This is how you get your money out of. This is how you get your money out of all that humanitarian aid.
Recently opened, American run, obviously, and just absolutely no boundaries with regards to background, citizenship, who are attending, and that's your pipeline.
This is the stuff that makes people go, what?
Yep.
This is the stuff that they get about $6 billion getting.
And there's your justification. So,
What are you looking at? You looking at? Tell the world.
This is an article. It's not even an article. It's on the site American University Kiev about us. American University Kiev is designed as a world-class private university based in Ukraine. How about Arizona State University? They're all majoring in like coke and pussy.
it's not funny that we just talked about this last time.
You know, that's one. I had a client that had an MBA from Arizona State. I'm like, please don't ever tell me. It's one of the largest public universities in the United States with over 135,000 students and 4,500 faculty members. ASU has been ranked #1 for innovation in the United States, according to the U.S. News and World Report, and is considered one of the most prestigious universities in the world, according to Times Higher Education.
Yeah, this is
brand new.
It's a .edu. What is it?
Yeah, it's all the way back.
Yes.
What's right before that?
UA.
UA.
.edu.ua/media. It's a subdomain under University of Arizona.
Yep. Sitting in Ukraine.
Maybe that's it, or it's like Ukraine something. I don't know. That's crazy. Because people see these things and they're just like, and there's also rabid misinformation being fired by both sides at all times. So you have to, when I just see a video of something, regardless of who it's from, like, you know what I mean? Even that plane crash, I'm like, is that the same one? Could be filmed 3 years ago, right?
Very true.
So, it falls right into our political division in the sense that it's everything or nothing, left or right, whatever. People can't have, that middle ground of like, well, this might be okay, that might not. But you look at Ukraine, the whole point of like the people pushing the war, the heaviest is like, it is this critical strategic location that if Russia took it, they would have access to the seaports and there'd be a giant line going across like Western Europe, like somewhere Churchill's get it, then let's go. But like, is that true? Is that like, let's say Putin got all of Ukraine in a year or something. Like, does that mean like now maybe Belarus would be easy for him to make a partnership with, but now he wants to go to Poland and be like Hitler and go to Germany and everything? Is that a real possibility? No, not even close. And it's funny because that's exactly the narrative that you hear being fed to the West. That somehow it just starts with Ukraine. No, right? Now, I don't even think Putin necessarily wants Ukraine. I think he has most of what he wants in Eastern Ukraine. And then he wants a Ukraine that's individually run, but leans Russia. Right? Because if he actually takes all of Ukraine, he now has NATO as sharing a border with the Russian Federation. But he doesn't want that. He's never once said he wants Ukraine. The Western narrative has said that he's going to take Ukraine. What he has specifically said very early in the war, where he was like, if Ukraine doesn't give in to us, I am willing to take away their sovereignty. That's the only thing that he has said about what his ambitions are. All he wants is for Ukraine to not be part of NATO and to play nice with Russia and distance himself from the West. He's not trying to make it. That's not what he wants to do.
Does Putin want to go to war with the United States eventually?
No, the United States doesn't want to go to war with Russia. Yeah, that's not what anybody wants.
It's really interesting seeing his perspective dealing with all these U.S. presidents from the past, however long it's been, right? And especially from those interviews where he talks so kindly about some of these people, especially, for example, there was a moment when Oliver Stone asked him about Hillary Clinton. What do you think about Hillary Clinton? Here's her quote where she calls you Hitler. And he just smiles and she's very dynamical.
That's the military. That's some intel training right there.
That is.
Deflect and do not.
He seems very level-headed. I mean, this is my outside perspective. I don't know anything, but he seems like he has very cold, and calculated, and level-headed. So
that's my same read, man. And that's the read of every professional I have met in the military, in the info world, and even in business.
yes.
The only time I hear people complain about him being crazy and a wild card, it's all trumped up media or people.
Media, man. Remember the sitting at one side of the table, everyone else sitting at the other side and staring people down with. Yeah, certainly not coming from people who interacted. I mean, look, he's a cold-blooded killer.
But keep in mind that
He is.
the photos we see are cultivated photos.
Yep.
Not fabricated, but cultivated. So if they have 150 photos of Putin to choose from, and of those 150, 149 show him sitting in a group, but 2 of them show him sitting alone, we know which 2 we're going to use. Exactly. Right? It's like the inverse of Instagram. My wife hates Instagram because she goes post recently. She's like, Instagram is the highlight reel of everybody's life.
Yes.
Everybody's life is fucking sucky and bitch are going hard.
Right. It is the highlights.
So you know what I mean? The super hot Instagram influencer chick who's wearing almost nothing and looks smoking hot. Guess what she's going to be doing about 8 o'clock in the morning? Taking a dump.
Yep.
She's not posting that.
Yeah. She's not.
Right?
Yeah.
Every now and then she gets a pimple. She's not posting that.
Nope. Yep.
So what media does is the inverse.
Everybody knows that the couples that seem the most happy on Instagram and always take photos together are the most unhappy.
Oh wait, is that what it is?
Okay. All right. You noted, Danny. You noted. No more of those. I'm single, by the way. Anybody.
Not anybody.
Right. Yeah. Not that is correct.
So if the U.S.'s goal really is regime change in Russia, who is the next? How do you know if the next person who goes to lead Russia is better or worse than Putin?
Do you think that our goal is regime change?
I don't. I think we love where we're at because we know who we got. Better to know that enemy. Better to know that person well and be able to do what we've been able to do. Listen, we said before that we want to go to war with. How does that end? How does war with Russia end? 1-1. That's it. There's no other way we fight that battle. No other way. We might start fighting that battle. I can tell you. It's gonna get nasty quick.
Let's dissect how you even land on that question, right? You that wasn't even a question really. The first thing you started with was a statement. If the United States' end goal is regime change, where did that even come from? That came from the media perverting the words of the
interpreted by the media as regime change.
No, I could see how that could happen.
And then once the media says it's because they want clicks, dude. Because if you post the truth of what people say, it's not nearly as compelling as if you interpret it in a dramatic way.
That's right. And then reinforce it.
Here's the deputy director sign up.
The massive mistake that the United States media has played in this whole conflict in Ukraine is that they have essentially validated Putin and all of his claims for wanting to fight Ukraine. Because when the American president says, how in God's name can this person be allowed to leave? Whatever he said. And then the media blasts out to the universe and all, Biden wants regime change. Now Putin can take that line from media to the Russian people and say, the United States wants regime change.
No, it was Biden.
What, Biden talking in German?
Poland. Was it? May have been German. Either way,
No,
Biden calls for
He doesn't know where it is.
Yeah, you know, he has his guys back there.
Do you guys have ice cream?
See the one? Did you see the one the other day where they're like, well, this was maybe a week ago, where it's like the Medal of Honor thing, just like walked out halfway through. I felt bad for them. I really did. Like it's no business doing anything.
When did they move it? When did they move him out and replace him with Kamala?
There it is. Second video.
Yep.
Biden walks back, regime change comment.
She is. No, it was a video of him in like a warehouse. He was with the
Like sitting right there, truth. Well, yeah. What? So I thought he gave the speech when he was actually on the stage.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Oh, if it's out front,
It's like
no?
sitting next to troops like this almost. It was like, hey, we want regime change or something like that. It's like you don't want to, you know. No, I don't think they have it.
Here,
I don't think they have it.
the quote is, for God's sake, this man cannot remain in power. But, that point for
No, that's not it. That wasn't it. That was
Scroll up,
maybe
man. Yeah.
Never heard of
It's
it.
dumb. It's
Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. For free people refuse to live in a world of hopelessness and darkness. You will have a different future, a brighter future, rooted in democracy, hope and light.
Hope and life and democracy.
Safe. This man cannot. God bless you all.
There you go.
May God defend
That
our
is not where he said. So he said it twice.
Yeah.
So he doesn't want regime change.
That's this is where it came from. But the United States does not want regime change. What the United States wants is chaos in Russia, because that keeps Russia weak.
You know, also like them for elections, right?
Then I'm confused.
Because no one get to blame them.
Oh, yeah, we've only gotten to do that since 2016.
Pretty good.
So, I can see where that one.
Yeah, I liked it, though. David Joe.
Well, that's what he said in that interview with Oliver Stone. He was like, they need every election. They use us as the bad guy.
This is G1. People don't understand G1. The number one lesson we learned in the global war on terror is that it kills
defense, you know, we have neo-Nazis living in America now. Right, but if we were being invaded right now, we're in the middle of a war, would the FBI really be focused on doing that? So Jim, you left in, right?
5 years. Okay. Roll back in the day. I think we're probably 2.5 at the point.
Can you explain?
Back when I was there. The other two were covering and doing their own work. And it's your pension that you're supposed to make. You have all right for the city, work, and ride back. 2.5 are waiting around for this great pension. How can we get it there where it needs to be? I think he's a really nice man. I don't have a problem with his law degree and how he has done in his law practices to influence people that work for him and asking him difficult questions. He doesn't have the answer. The director must do that. You must take attention off the agency. You must deflect. And that, if that means getting fired, that
Because he was taking the hits, right?
well, I mean, he lasted his time.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and he's a true leader. I mean, he had done things that were outside of the actual norm for FBI directors and stuck up for his troops. It didn't matter what, my fault, my bad, let's talk, and was knowledgeable to speak in front of the House or Senate about issues. This guy might be knowledgeable, but he just refuses to answer questions. I can't talk about that. Paul Bate was the number 2 counterterrorism guy this month. Scrambled in this prevailing feeling about the FBI and the fact that we are weaponized, and I don't want to say they are weaponized. He has confirmed that by acting as absolutely defiant to questions that are posed to him. Instead of preparing and answering the questions. No, we are not. There's plenty of proof to show we are not.
Well, what's the difference here? Because I feel like, especially in the social media world, where it's all over the place and very divided, it gets worse and worse. The FBI, when they go to create a case, any agency, but let's focus on where you're at. The FBI is on which side the hammer is falling on the case. The other side is going to be ripping them or whatever. You, when you were at the FBI, were one of, and complete what I am allowed to say here, but you were one of the lead investigators on the Hillary Clinton investigation.
Maybe.
Okay. Now we see another investigator. Now she was a president. You knew she was president, but she was going to be again. Now we have all these investigations happening into Trump and charges being brought. So people use the words like politicization and stuff like that. But would you say it was also politicized back in 2015 too, when you're going after her?
I am a person that shouldn't have had that stage, that platform. Jim Comey. He made it what it was. He turned it on its head. And so when you think about it, there was a bunch of work done, and there was a bunch of allegations that were covered during that work. There was evidence that was actually brought forward, investigated, discussed tons of time, over the course of time. That is supposed to have a process. When that is found to be, it goes to AG, it goes to, or it goes through someone that points to handle that particular or more likely, and what normally happens, I like where you guys are going with not saying it didn't happen. We'll go to trial with it. What happens here is not in that position. Former U.S. Attorney in San Francisco. He stands up there and says, "Yeah, I looked at all this. I'm not going to present it to Ms. Lynch, the AG, to General Lynch. I'm going to go ahead and just make that decision on my own. But shame on you, Secretary Clinton. Shame on you. You know, some of those things are questionable. Sure. Bullshit.
So now they are bringing charges
Bullshit.
years later
Well,
on the other side.
they're bringing charges that are absolutely ridiculous. And the method by which they bring those charges. Sorry. But taking it back. The transformation. But if you look at other methods that could have been used in order to gain the supposed right, the supposed path of that investigation, word is right subpoena is a very common tool in the world of corruption, public corruption investigations. What is done simply is I show up at your office. Danny's the governor of Arizona. I show up to that office and I say, listen, there's 12 items that we need from you, governor, or whoever the representation will be. We're not going to leave here today by subpoena until one of two things happens. You either prove to us that you don't have those documents. That's it. You don't have to tell us where they might be. You might have them. Or you present them to us. That's it. It's over. I've never had a forthright subpoena that hasn't been disposed by the end of that time. No. 7, 8 hours of fun? Yes. Waited that long. Why did that was the easiest way to get those documents that day. Under very simple. Go in, 2 agents, just always have 2 with you. Sit down. Hey, thank you so much. Over. Get the documents, move along. No, that's not the way it was done. We needed to show something. They needed to put forward a show. Boats, planes, choppers, SWAT, HRT, dogs, vehicles, armored vehicles. What are we fucking Chris Ray? That's who authorized that.
Do you think it comes from them though, or do you think it comes up from them?
Oh, I think it's definitely
With both investigations.
It definitely comes to AG. I mean, the whole, remember, Loretta Lynch and Bill Clinton are being on Carmen. Now they publicized one thing. There was just one meeting, one spot meeting. I think it was at Phoenix.
Yeah, the one
Right?
I know about.
Yeah, the tarmac, and you're out there. Hey, how's your grandkids? How are your grandkids?
Yeah.
Really?
You were not playing this investigation.
You understand me? We'll stand there for an hour and I'll show you pictures. You're not
They're
gonna
like
like
Arkansas. They didn't do that shit to me. They're not doing it now.
exactly. So that I think is how do you classify that in this world? How do you look at that? Is that weaponization or is that pure corruption?
It feels like to me it I don't want to like plain Jane it down, but it feels like just regular little corruption.
Yeah.
To me too. On a plane,
To me too.
and an show to get some documents.
And an FBI director that clearly we now know was biased in his party. What he did.
Well, back then he told me.
Correct. So clearly we know that now. And there's other examples of him that I can't talk about. Other examples of things that is thought pattern.
But you, the FBI,
Bigger than narcissists, right? He's bigger than life.
prevailingly though, you were saying you guys at the FBI did not like Tony.
No, I don't think you could find many. Because he was egotistical and he was going to solve the world. Hey, great job on that. People loved that initially until they started to hear his policies. And then there was that group that
John Ashcroft. That's it. So Ashcroft is on like what could be a death. Betty ended up living. Right. But like emergency provisions, steal evidence, constitutional rights, whatever. And Mueller, and who was director of the FBI at the time, and Comey, who was the assistant, who rushed to the hospital at the same time. They gather around this poor sick guy's bed, like have him inject him up with drugs so he can fucking sit up and make a decision. And actually, to the constitutional credit of Mueller and Comey, convinced him, I believe, not to sign that one, right? So they didn't get that one through. Right? And so I feel like Comey, when you look at his backstory, he was like the guy that stood up. He did the right thing because also he was a Republican. This was a Republican White House. They wanted shit done. And it's like, no, this is the right thing to do. And I kind of wonder, like, gonna make it work?
Yeah,
and maybe carry that to something.
I think that big man, big presence.
Yeah.
Right. Big man, big presence, big ego. So he's now faced with a situation where he can make a difference in his mind. I can make a difference. I can make a decision. I'll jump within. I'll do the AG's job when it's not my job. And I should know that because I've done that job. I've done both. So I know that it's 1,000,000% decision of the Attorney General, just like it is with a simple United States Attorney. I go over, I present my case, they say no or yay, and I move forward. Either way. I'm pissed. I'm not saying I'm not going to be upset. I'm pissed. We talked about stories about Chris Christie. Yeah, you're mad. You're upset. But you understand you're not getting anything done. It's not going to happen. So Comey kind of hybrided himself. So he was going to present the evidence to himself and then make the decision and deliver it to the American people on a pretty broadly, a pretty wide net of media that he talked about. That. Remember the presentation went out?
Oh yeah, I remember.
Oh, here's what we found.
July 6th.
And I'm sitting, yeah,
Monday.
I'm sitting there going, whoa, there goes 8 weeks of my life, and we all do.
Yeah, I mean, so you disagree with how he did it, obviously, because he went totally outside the chain of command and how it's supposed to be done.
Yeah.
But in hindsight now, years later, because I'm looking at it based on today's events too, and how we're divided over like a potential political prosecution here at Trump. Do you think he made the right decision not injecting like charges into a presidential race and actually like people claim he put Trump in office with the Wiener emails announcement like 2 weeks before the election, but still, like at least in this case, he's like, all right, it's going to be the two of them, and this was bad. I'm going to admonish her, but I'm not going to get the FBI weaponized to like put the other guy in office. And now, like with that precedent, let's say if they found out Trump did some stuff wrong too, and a guy like you would want to bring charges against him, maybe they do the same thing to at least let the election happen and best man win.
And that's the way it should happen. What you just explained. There's a unwritten rule that basically says you will not affect an election cycle. And there's an actual, and I think they mentioned that in that case. I think they actually talked about whatever it is, 120 days, whatever. We can't do this. We can't affect. And I think it begins with the primary cycle. So it's really just all about raising money, right? So we don't want to get in a position where we're not allowing that candidate to have a legitimate shot to move forward in their campaign. So that is probably one of the most widely known rules outside of election. So any corruption agent, any white collar agent, any counter knows, hey, we can't mess with this campaign, and you're told them, you should be told them. So it's either one way or another. Either that happens or it doesn't. Either that happens or it doesn't. Either somebody says, no, I wouldn't have had any problem with it. No, we can't do this right now. Doesn't mean the charges won't be revisited to that point after or whatever. But it clearly was marked in some way, both sides now, to affect an election. Clearly, to me. I will go to my grave knowing what I looked at and spent time on was a crime. Period. Now, with Hillary, yeah. I mean,
super discouraging considering the large and stuff like that. Yeah, what's up with the CIA? Like, what was your main focus? Is it like these? Right. For us, the agency is the whole different beast because we have completely different authorities, completely different missions. The CIA and FBI. Right. CIA is all international intelligence gathering from foreign countries that benefit Americans. FBI is all this shit. Right. There are elements that do international, there are elements, but writ large mission. It's really just about the disastrous leadership, the fact that talent leaves before they have the opportunity to rise. So you're not getting the best intel officers, you're not getting the best law enforcement officers who become generational leadership. You're getting the leftovers that become generational. So what does that mean for 5 years, 10 years? It doesn't stop at us. I saw the same thing in the Air Force. I guarantee you saw the same thing in the Army.
But you also both have a political appointment as the top guy, right? So you also, I mean, you guys have, at the CIA, you got guys from outside the agency who were never there. You talk about that with Comey all the time. You're not an FBI guy, or some of the other guys were. I mean,
Political weird. Political appointees from career politics.
Yes.
That's very weird. Our system is an evolution. It's in process, right? People forget. Americans forget. The United States kind of in its adolescence. I don't know what kind of a 15-year-old you were, but I was pretty dumb shit 15-year-old. Right? In my adolescence, I was not. I should not have been in charge of anything. Our country is an adolescence. The democracy that we run is an experiment. It's a great global experiment. And it's working. It continues to work, but it doesn't make it the best system in the world.
Do you think spy agencies are dealing with the same problem in other countries?
Yes and no. It depends on what problem you're specifically talking about.
With the laziness, like what you were talking about earlier, with the percentage of people who just get by to get their pension and people who are actually doing work.
Oh yeah, no, that's a very American thing, right? I would say it exists in other countries. BND in Germany, for example, have a horrible reputation in Germany. Right? Germans don't like their own intelligence. Not like here, where at least we're split. Some people like CIA, some people don't. In Germany, everybody hates it. And that's culturally, there's just this inherent distrust of intelligence agencies, and then you have the culture of each country that dictates how people rise up. In the United States, we're meritocracy. Anybody, anywhere, right? And I was a rural kid in Pennsylvania. You earn the chance to apply, to be fairly reviewed. There's still, the HR processes are not efficient. They're not perfect. So they miss a lot of talent, and they catch some losers too, right? But basically, everybody has about the same chance of being accidentally recruited into any one of the agencies. I mean, in places in Europe, in places in the Middle East, in places like China, it's all about your family name, your connections, right? It's all about the 3 schools you went to. Where did you go to primary school? Where did you go to prep school? Where did you go to college? We have a chance in the United States to at least try. Most countries don't get that. So by the time they get there, it's the Emirates. UAE is a fantastic example. Have you worked with Emirates? Oh, yes.
What was that?
The thing.
Yeah.
The thing,
Thing
the
for a
guy.
guy.
Tell you later.
You're speaking New Jersey well, too. I like
So the Emiratis only have what? I think there's 7 families of royalty. And then those families have like secondary families, cousins, or whatever else, who are also just given more than any other family name. So you know that if you are of the ABC family, you're going to get something nobody else gets, including opportunities. So their senior intelligence service, their senior law enforcement services, those roles are not being filled by qualified people. They're being filled by people who came from a family name and who were given the opportunity to go to a certain course or get a certain certification. And then the instructors at the certification course were told to pass for certain people. They don't even have to complete their course. They don't have to do the work. It's like going to college and not actually having to show up for class, but you still realize that corruption also just happens because people are lazy, people are favoritists, nepotism exists. That's all versions of corruption. Corruption doesn't always have to be premeditated. Oftentimes it's just doing things shit done, right? When I first started my company, I hired friends and family, right? You just accuse Vivek of doing the same thing. Because that's what basically every entrepreneur does in the first principle. You know what I mean?
Did you give them a bunch of public stock stuff?
I didn't know that. I don't know if they ever, but yeah, the point is it's just easier. Is it nepotism? Yes. Is it corruption? Yes. But I also really didn't know how to use Indeed.com to put out a fair advertisement. I didn't really know how to, I couldn't pay them anyways. People would apply.
Interesting. I mean, that's a great view. I mean, I think that is really baseline corruption. The other parts are
Cynicism, right? But it's so sexy to talk about the cynicism. But we were like, all that better either. Right? We give one kid something the other kid doesn't get, technical corruption. Right?
There's something about the power and money that comes with it, and the fact that there's people that everyone can relate to because in the sense that we all know who they are. That's right. And say, what were you fucking around and start just by having a conversation and stuff like that. I mean, it's look, you used a phrase a few minutes ago about like whenever there's a gap, people are gonna fill it. I'll speak for myself there. Like that's the thing I always try and check myself on because there's gaps everywhere. What we know, even if it's not like some of the pure world of we're hiding everything, like we talked about earlier. Even if there is some stuff that's not hidden, there's still all that unknown, and it's easy to make those leaps and assume the worst. And sometimes, like, what's it? Something handling razor, or something like that. Yeah. So you can fall in the trap of then saying every time it's incompetence, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes it is sinister shit. But deciding which of those situations exist on a situation-to-situation basis, we're guessing. At best.
Unless you have a project or another.
Yeah.
And that's how you rule out guessing. And that's the thing that's so dangerous about all the suspicion and all of the English is failing me here when people start speculating, right? Like we are living in a culture now where we're inundated with information, and all the information that we're given doesn't close gaps. It creates more gaps. So then people speculate on how to close the gap that was just opened off of the limited information that they just got.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. And then that gets momentum sometimes.
Yes.
And then we're in trouble. Then we really lose the chance to be able to look at something objectively. Absolutely. We lose it. And that happens a lot.
And you kind of can't win, too, because people will look at you guys when you're talking on podcasts, CXM, CIA, and they'll immediately draw conclusions from that. Like, why are they talking on a podcast? Who sent them here? What are they doing? And it's kind of funny because, I can sit here and laugh and joke about some of it, but I also know you guys, right? Like, we talk off camera. I don't know. A lot of stuff I don't know. But, there's, a friendly understanding there. But, when people are just watching on the internet, they just see you guys sit down at the mic, record for 3 hours, and then they don't see what happens after. They don't see you take us in the back there and, read us the riot act and tell us we're your official handler or something like that. Steven might be a plant over here. You never know. That's what people are going to speculate. And to an extent, I'm like, I wouldn't want to live my life just doing that all the time. It's too much time and stress over shit I can't control. But still, I see where they're coming from. It's just, you don't know, so you're going to guess.
That's right. Human nature, man. Human nature, yeah. That's what I think about the UFOs. I think if they came out and told us UFOs were real and aliens were here, we would just find something else crazy.
Yes.
Exactly.
We would start being afraid of all the speculative stuff that's going to happen next. You know what I mean?
That is exactly it. And if you're a person, you put that out there, and then you get feedback, and it starts to pick up steam, you're empowered. Let's go to the next one. I mean, that's what digital brought that on to.
Yeah.
People can get out there and influence. I think we do a good job of keeping it very real, but there's people that are just going to speculate to see what happens.
Yeah, it's funny. You talk about us. I have actively been trying to recruit former intelligence officers to come alongside my business, because our business is plan to 10x in 2 years, and we have 4x, between 3 and 4x every year since we launched. So that's not here for the first time. Right? It's awesome.
Amazing.
Awesome. Great job. Well, I'm not bragging because if you saw what that should look like under the curtain, or behind the curtain, like, not pretty. Well, going back to our strip club stuff.
Like that.
Right? You all know exactly what stripper I'm talking about. I should have been hiding, but they was too hiding. But I just real quick plug about how hard it was that that just saw, he called it a bush instead.
I'm 60.
There's not a bush.
I see one of the ones. Sorry.
Baldest bush I've ever seen. Christ.
And like, yeah, that was great.
But we have all of this information that drives more gaps. I'm actively trying to recruit intelligence officers to come in, and what I'm finding is what Jim was just saying. They don't even try to comprehend the value that they can bring to the American people they swore to serve in a different capacity other than public safety, right? As a salesperson, as a public speaker, as a consumer or customer service person, like, you name it. People don't get it. So, yeah, I know one of my biggest business mentors was like, Andy, if you don't get out in front of the camera and you don't tell the truth that you know to be the truth, somebody else will get out in front of the camera and they will tell whatever they want to tell. And because you didn't take a swing to tell the truth, you are partially responsible for the misinformation. Now, which director was that on there? Is that Pompeo, your boy? Look at that's a big part of what drives it, man.
About this. I mean, Andy has taught me my value in this world. You know, before, I tell you, and I went through a whole career and got my attention. You know what? Shit.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I'm going to say that to you. You know, you guys out there that are holding on at 10-year mark,
your pension will be shit.
It's shit. You know, so get it together now. But he's taught me this in the last 6 months. You know, we have more to add. We have more value than we think. You know, we're always catching up as to what great is. No, you work exactly what you put in. We all put in work. We've all done it, and now it's okay to get out there.
But think about just the metrics of it, right? Just the metrics of it. When a company goes to hire an employee, a successful established company goes to hire an employee, say Johnson & Johnson. Any employee they hire, they have already done the math to know that they are going to earn back from the labor of that employee no less than 300% of what they pay that employee with all the benefits and all they pay. So if you're a $70,000 a year payroll benefit, $70,000 a year employee, and you have benefits on top of that, let's just say that you cost the company $100,000 a year. The company already knows you're going to make them back with your day-to-day labor $300,000. If you don't, then you're downside. If you create more than that 300% value, you get an uptake, right? That's kind of how it works, because they know that when they promote you and they pay you $10,000 extra a year, right? Now you're making $110,000 a year, but you're generating $500,000. That's just how it works. So federal and government employees, if you're military out there, if you're a federal employee out there, if you're a state employee out there, the list goes on. If you work for the U.S. government, whatever salary you take home in the public sector, you could generate 300% more revenue for the company, and as soon as you do that or exceed that number, they give you.
Which then becomes a talent issue because you're not, like you said, they're either leaving or they're never coming.
Yep, and guess what? And that's the wake-up call that happened in 2006.
It sure did. That is a great point. And it's turned to they're never coming more than they're leaving, right? Because the losers stick out. The people who don't have confidence in themselves stay back. It's easy. It's very easy to do the crossword puzzle for 20 years. Nobody's going to bother you, and you get your whatever it is, 168, 74, whatever it is. That's what you're going to get.
See, I can't speak on this with the FBI, for example, but you talked about it on a bunch of podcasts before, where with the CIA in over, say, like the last decade or something, they've moved heavily to private contractors doing things, which also creates a whole litany of issues we talked about. But, like, to me, like, we were talking about the budget we see and the budget we don't see earlier. guessing, like in part of the public budget they put out, they say some of this is earmarked for like private contractors or something. But also, what about all the money going to people to where the government says, okay, this is how we're just not going to tell taxpayer what we're doing. Well, fuck yeah, we're invested in this, and we have all these guys who either used to work here or maybe even worse, never did, and now they're working for private company whatever, and you're paying them times 100 the money because they are the most talented people.
I feel like we're rewinding right back to Donald Trump, circa 2019.
Yeah.
Is that what that was? Remember when he went to war with former government employees who were working for private contractors and he wanted to strip them of their security clearance? Remember that? The shitstorm that caused. And everybody coming out and being like, it's unfair and you're stripping them of their livelihood and everything else. And he's like, they have a security clearance because they had a job to do within the federal government. They have now left the federal government, and all they're doing is using their security clearance and their buddy-buddy relationship to charge the U.S. taxpayer more than they need to pay for the same service. And that still happens today, man. I can't even tell you. A pension is shit. Staying around for the pension. Don't. But what most people are actually staying around for is the pension plus. They want to double dip.
They want to contract out immediately, and they're coming back. They rotate right back. They don't even change desks
because they know, and it's a common professional practice, as unprofessional as it is. Right? If you're a taxpayer, it should piss you off that you leave CIA, FBI, NSA, DIA, you leave on Friday wearing your official badge, come back on Monday wearing a green badge that says that you're a private contractor. You're working for Booz Allen, you're working for Northrop Grumman, you're working for Mantech. Your whole job is just to go back to your buddies and sell them on the same thing that they were doing with you through Mantech instead. And then they swing in some nice 24-year-old recent college graduate who's happy to work their ass off all day long because it's inside CIA. And that's the person who replaces the retired person when they go out. And that's a cycle. It drives up GDP, it drives up the economy. In theory, it looks good on paper because now the CIA can carry the workforce that was defined by the 2003 finding out 9/11, right, which required a massive increase in employees across the IC. So it's impossible to meet all that employment demand that was set by the Congress without hiring privately. So the problem is, it looks good on paper because you think that once the op's over, we can cut our van size down and save money. Always a new op, and then it turns into a 5-year contract. You have 5-year money, and then at the 3-year mark, everybody rebids for the next 5-year contract. Another 5-year contract is signed for perpetuality. In perpetuity, you have overpriced, overpaid personnel who make more money and have more institutional knowledge than your internal cultivated internal.
So Trump was trying to pull the security clearance and he had a bunch of these private people. But wasn't he also, like his administration, the one where we were going to war with the CIA, with words and stuff, wasn't he also the one like pushing us using private? Or did I?
No, you got it both. You're right on both parts.
That's the contradiction, no?
Well, he didn't want what he was trying to prevent against was the internal CIA people who were questioning him, then getting out and becoming private contractors with major corporations.
So fundraising. I mean, basically, the other thing, Andy, and I have, you guys probably heard us, we were talking in the car about it, is those individual military guys and girls that come out, take a contract job overseas, they're making money, so they pump them with money. So picture your E78 coming out, probably making $70,000, in a pension of 35. All of a sudden, you're getting 240 to go away for you, right? So you're going right back into the combat zone that you were in, but in a different capacity. Well, what's happening with those guys? Those guys are getting really sick, literally really sick, with mental health issues. Now what happens is they realize, hey, this is great year 1, might be great year 2. Year 3, they fall apart. Now, they're still at $35,000 a year pension, but they can no longer be a guy who can earn. So now they got to recreate themselves, right? So the whole process kind of lets you down. It's very similar to the contractor. We have FBI people that come back in for, I think it's asset forfeiture jobs. It's our biggest piece, right? So we'll bring on financial agents that did a great job. We'll bring them back in as asset forfeiture people, making the same amount of money or more, or even guarding friggin' the
It's really
filling
sad.
that void.
It's really sad. They talk about a gap that people don't understand. That your military veteran, your state employee, your federal employee, they don't have options. They commit themselves for 20 or 30 years of government grind, which conditions them to follow the routine. You get up at 7, drive an hour to work, get off at 5, drive an hour home, you get 2 weeks of vacation a year, you don't get a bonus. Every 5 years you're eligible for promotion of 5%. They get into this grind. And then when they finally serve their term, and they're 65 years old when they retire, 67 years old when they retire, they've got no option except to now live off of their pension. Which pays them $35,000 a year, and they live in their same home, which is currently valued at $450,000, but they can't sell it because they can't afford any other home. And they're trapped in a cycle. So what happens is that the smart people get in, they see it early, they make one of two decisions. Either I'm going to get out, and I'm going to go reinvent myself early, or I'm going to retire with an eye towards getting into contracting and using the system. Because the only way to get ahead is to essentially use the system.
Let's talk about China.
Oh,
But first, let's pop Julian's cherry with salt.
Oh yeah.
oh dear.
We're all
Oh,
all celebrities come back and pull us in.
I already.
All right. So where am I positioned?
So you want to go like let's watch this. Like this, I do it. Don't look at it. Look away from it. Just like move it around until you don't know what you get. Yeah. So you just look reasonable. Here you go. Holy God damn. Here, Jim. Wow.
Dude,
Hey, come on. I got stents, bro. What am I doing? Oh, you'll be fine.
You got a second. It's like second. Remember what was it called?
Oh, we gotta go to the gym again.
Let's go. There. Remember that? Yeah. Secondhand smokes. You got secondhand salts already.
God,
Yeah, there's for the family.
that's godly. I get it now. I'm converted. So I heard sometimes. Christ.
Cleared out.
Yes.
They hurt.
No, it didn't. It didn't hurt. It was like it tingled.
It's a slap. It's a slap kind of tingle, but it's still. Yeah.
Oh, this is making.
It doesn't look. Nothing about that. But that's not an orgasm face.
No.
No. That's a slap in the
That
face.
shit, boy.
I am
No.
Fuck
I
that.
can hold it back here.
guys.
No,
Lock
don't.
it. You want me to lock it?
No.
Lock down.
I'm getting harassed. I like it.
No means no,
I
Julian.
don't like it.
No
Let's
means
talk
no.
about
That's
China. Too good. Anyway, China.
China.
Strip clubs to China.
China. So in
Do they strip clubs in China?
you know, I don't know. I really do. They must. Might be illegal. They probably not called strip club. Probably called something else.
They got him in North Korea.
They do.
That's what Wally said.
We did. What would a North Korean strip club look like? That makes me want to go.
Yeah.
Would you go to North Korea? I wouldn't go to North Korea. Especially not now.
If you're an American, if you're a passport holding American with no other citizenship, you become a political tribe.
Really? What if you were undeniable though? Like what if they couldn't deny you? What if you had some crazy mission in the CIA? No, there's no way. We're not leaving you no matter what.
That would be a lie.
Yeah.
I ain't going to bed.
Yeah,
You're good. I don't know if you're that good.
Yeah, the more CNN tries to tell you that you're not replaceable, the more you're like,
Yeah, holy shit, I'm out.
Jason Bourne.
oh. But yeah, we've touched on China twice now already, right? We talked about them with the whole American bullying thing and our strategy that's costing us the relationship that we have with the world. We talked about them with Russia's strategy in Ukraine. Like it's like you can't talk about geopolitics. You can't look at the world today and not talk about China. So to the question, really where to start? I'll tell you where I would start. I would start with the fact that they are doing all the right things. It's really hard. It's been really, really difficult for the United States to successfully counter China. We have not reduced their influence. If anything, they've taken the Trump, and because go to the G20 summit, and he did go to the BRICS summit. Right? He's been to Russia this year. He's not done anything with the United States. Right? Like he is intentionally playing the influence game and letting everybody else, letting the wake kind of show, you know how the wake for boats points towards the boat?
Yeah.
I feel like that's pretty cool.
I've heard that he also, I think it was like Peter Johnson saying that, but he's so paranoid now because he's a dictator. He's got the death grip on power. He's so paranoid that people won't even go in his office. Like, don't you think, like, eventually even the most powerful people who are hardcore dictators, even when things are, like, trending in the right direction for them, it explodes based on the size of their ego just being too big to fill the office? So, and I could make that argument with Hitler. The guy started a fucking forefront war. Thank God it was him and not the Goring guy in charge, or we'd be all under a whole different horrible regime right now.
Yeah, you lost me at the beginning of the whole he's so paranoid thing. I don't know where anybody's getting information. You know, paranoid people don't do all the shit she is on public stages, public parades, public rallies. That's all paranoid. Well, what do you do? How's a guy not gonna let people into his office, but he's gonna stand on a stage in front of a million of people in the public when any one of them could shoot him too? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. A lot of the rhetoric out there about China is based in absolute stupidity. This absolute ignorance of the culture, the history, a complete disrespect of anything even remotely related to the Asian experience.
Can you define examples of that?
Yeah, like this talk. Diane, a great example, talking about this collapse of their population and how it's the end of China. A collapse of your population, if anything, is like the adolescence. It's like starting puberty for a first world country. The collapse of a civilization, the collapse of your population. Think about it. Right? What was World War II? What was Vietnam? Massive losses in American population. It had to happen to move us to the next stage. Right? The same thing happened to Russia. What was World War II for Russia? A massive loss.
Massive.
The population doesn't war losses. Doesn't matter.
Talking about procreation losses.
No, losses are losses, man. China knows that it can't be a world economic superpower carrying 1.3 billion. It's not going to happen. Can't be done. So what people out there are saying is there's going to be a major population loss, and that's going to undermine the manufacturing ability of China. Completely ignoring the fact that China, for the last 20 years, has been moving away from being a human labor manufacturing hub. They're moving towards being a tech manufacturing hub. A tech manufacturing hub in the United States doesn't need huge amounts of manual labor. They need sophisticated machines, highly educated individuals, and their own domestic capability of creating the technology they need to manufacture technology. That's what China is doing. Xi Jinping he knows there's no social welfare base, that children have to take care of aging parents. There's a lot of aging parents out there with just one child. And then so there's going to be a massive loss of life. Absolutely. China, post-Maoist China, has seen massive losses of life on what? Three times? Yeah. The Cultural Revolution, right? Like, this is not new to them. It's just Americans. Believe is so precious. We argue about it in federal courts, right? Like American lives care about all the lives being lost in Ukraine. How much do Americans care about the lives in Russia? How much do Americans care about the bloodbaths happening with dictators, the Chinese authoritarian communists who care about Chinese lives? They could be, if you just look at anything, imagine a family of 60 the same resources They're gonna die. You need to have 6 kids, so they're gonna die. A couple of what? Come play outside of the American experience, right? We complain with pregnant. That works. We'll try to get pregnant. The element of giving your daughter to another man. That's the reason dowries exist. Yeah. I lose a daughter, that means I lose a farm worker. So I'm going to sell her to her husband, basically, in exchange for 4 cows. You said that, not us. Yeah,
own way. Again, the long-term process. With tech, he's focused on one thing. We are all alone. They are laughing. What was the whole Biden? I met with him 60 times, 60 hours. He won't even fucking return his phone call. He won't even sit or talk to him. Just active. He's done exactly what he wants to do. He's got it there. They're outplaying. They're a chessboard that's outplaying the shit out of us, and they're 10 steps in front. 10 moves in front. All the time.
Economically, for sure, right? And then when it comes to hurdles that we run into, we have a government that values individuals. Maybe not government that values the collective. There will always be fewer collectives than there will be individuals. So our individual nature, our independence, slows down our growth. For them, it speeds it up.
But if they're the main threat, like the United States power in the world, and just like the GDP war and influence, so easy every time, and I'm sure it's been this easy throughout history when other people are sitting to see like this, wondering what's going to happen next. Say, oh, this time it'll be different, right? Well, World War II happens, we're done this. Disputed guy. Right? And well, I should say it was the goal. Direction it keeps going as it's going right now, and he's chipping away at our GDP, he's chipping away at our future demographics, he's chipping away at all these different things, and China's like taking over. How does that happen without a war? Even if it looks different from previous wars where they're on a battlefield together, maybe it's a different form of a war now. You want it, or will it have to happen?
And does China, for all we know, the war that changes happening right now between Russia. Xi Jinping just sits there and watches. So the United States is feeding NATO, and NATO and the United States are feeding Ukraine, and that conflict goes on. What happens if with NATO? According to Article of the NATO alliance, the United States is now with Russia because Russia trusts and didn't ask the war with a NATO partner. China's not involved in that, but there's still a war. Where is war today?
So let's just assume for a second the state. How does that, and it never escalates to like China or us putting boots on the ground. That's enough. Like I still don't know if there's a historical precedent for that, where the country who becomes it isn't directly involved in it. You know what I mean?
Historical precedent. I mean, I'm a huge fan of history, and I'm the first person to know history or to repeat it.
Yeah.
But let's not forget that precedence, the term, is one thing. Precedence in terms of things happen again over and over again is actually a cognitive. That's actually cognitively incorrect. But
Is it also
that's very true. What has happened in the past is not destined to repeat. That's not true. But it's not in the body. You're saying it happens so often because what's actually happening in your brain is you're not thinking about all the times when it didn't happen. Think about all the times when something happened in the past that didn't happen. Right? There's so many more because if they don't happen twice, we never even bother to research in the first place. Right? So is it true that there? No, right? But it does in maybe most likely will be a blend of some size, some of one of the two together, right? But on the trajectory that we're on right now, economists are saying 2033 to 2035. That's the thing that's so fascinating. Politics, you haven't served a fucking day in service. Power, parity of power, is the same as fucking losing. And economists say most likely that China will exceed American GDP by 2030, but there's still a good strong chance that we will just meet parity. Fucking losing.
Yeah.
Nobody thinks of it that way unless they've actually had to stand on the receiving end of a freaking rifle or the end that people want to take down. Nobody understands that parity is death. Competition, so I don't want China to be the number one superpower. I also don't want them to be equal to us. That's it.
And so if there's things that have to happen along the way for us to maintain our place that are uncomfortable, maybe even wrong. Yep. So I'm not talking crazy shit, but I'm talking, some wars that maybe we don't want to be in and stuff like that I complain about, a lot of people complain about. In some ways, the human side of me always will. Maybe that's not why I'm in that seat. But you're saying some of those prices are a small price to pay so that we have the opportunity to decide how things go rather than being on receipt.
Jim, would you do something on that to protect your dog?
In 2 minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at. Yeah.
So deliberate discomfort, I think is what we're talking about. We don't have You're right. But nothing against you guys are beyond the generation. Kids coming up in 17, 18, 19, titles, whatever, they don't have that skill. If they don't, they're not going to do that. To teach deliberate discomfort.
But you also, you can't you have to be baited or to know what it's like for your people to almost die. Like, we have it so fucking good in this country.
Basic training is, that's what I'm sure Quantico is, that's for sure what the fun is. Simulating, like simulated torture, simulated escape and resistance survival, right? We can simulate it. But even that is big. Most people just go through life. And there are places, yeah. So that's it. That's the thing. For parity. Not even talk about superiority. If we're going to prevent parity with China, we have to be willing to take massive risks and do things that for sure the American people would be unethical. Like what? Assassinations are probably one of those things that's on the list. Blackmailing is probably on. For sure, blackmailing is on the list. For sure, calculated killing is on that list. Even if it's not assassination, it's more right? We've got domestic wars. We have laws that prevent us from bribery. Yes. We need to fucking bribe if you're going to keep up with that. You know what China can do without a problem? Right. Yeah. Right? Like human rights abuses. Like there's all sorts of stuff out there. Now, here's the truth of it. Those things are already happening on small levels with lots of oversight and regulation within our bureaucracy because those are authorities that we invest our intelligence funds. But is it enough? Are we going to be able to keep up with that?
And this is where, as a, I don't want to discredit it, but as like a small example in the context of this is where you make your stuff like enhanced interrogation program.
Correct.
Like if you do what's wrong with you, and then have water dumped on them.
Yeah.
What the fuck are they doing over there?
Exactly right, man. Like enhanced interrogation is a perfect example. A terrorist can cut an American's head off, but we can't get them wet in the face. How is he going to compete?
John's got the bucket out back right now.
The smelling salts are just as bad. From you?
Terrible. I think my stents just came out.
But I mean, the examples are countless, man, and it's just the developing world. What the BRICS is showing us right now is the developing world is outpacing the first world. Well, guess what we recently about how companies are so afraid of being regulated that they over-regulate themselves.
Yes.
And stifle their entire growth.
Yes. That's all that else was.
We're doing that to ourselves. One example of something like, let's piss off the internet.
We've been there.
Let's get out of Ukraine tomorrow. Let's just pull the fuck out tomorrow. America is done with this. Ukraine, NATO, you're all vested in Europe. You are all in this together. We will gladly advise American dollars are done. American weapons are done. American weapons need to be conserved and rebuilt, and we need to start using our own supply chain for ourselves. Because China right now is growing on their own. Nobody would be willing to do that. The outcry about leaving Ukraine tomorrow, it would be an ideological outcry only. We can't abandon them. Those poor people, they've done so much. Pragmatically speaking, if I have to pick between the long-term economic and national security survival of the United States and the long-term economic and national security survival of Ukraine, no question. Sure. So let's just ask that question. Let's just have that conversation now. Instead of 7 years from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now.
I mean, every exclusive community, we see a lot of it in the Jersey area. Every exclusive community has the flag, Ukrainian flag outside. See, you went in there and said, tell me one fucking thing that's going on. No fucking. Yeah. Oh, well, that's what everybody says. We have to save, $6 billion that we can't find. I'm not saying there's anything bad with that. I'm not, but I'm saying that's how fucked up our power is.
But then the argument is also being there, like you just gave it to that example, perfectly fair. But then also the example of like being there financially in the first place, let's say, and I'm not saying I know that this is what it is, I'm speculating. So let's say part of funding them is also creating a client state, also creating IOUs for maybe other people in NATO because you're pulling more weight or something like that to cash in the future when, I don't know, maybe you got to keep the dollar as a reserve currency. Now the argument becomes, and I can see this, and if it's from the military industrial complex or something, I can see the argument being, well, fuck yeah, we got to fund that shit because we're playing 20 years from now. We're not playing for right now. That's what I struggle with in my head because no one wants to see war, no one wants to see people die, whether it's your country or other countries. And I agree, it's still got to be like, you have to prioritize your needs first. But what if our needs are also tied to the fact that that's going to be happening because we have a financial incentive to get it done?
So you're not wrong by any means. You're not wrong by any means. If anything, it's a balancing act of the two strategies, right? We went in with the second strategy first. Let's invest. Let's start winning approval, support, and influence with our NATO allies, and let's have first right refusal so that Arizona State University can open in Kiev. Hoorah! Success, right? Now they get to major in what do you call it? Crappy pussy. It's okay input. So
Ukrainian style.
No straw.
So for sure, there's a benefit to that strategy, but there's a curve of diminishing returns, right? At first, we go in, we put in how much money we put in. I remember when it was 8 billion. I remember when it turned into 16 billion. Where are we at now?
Yeah, Stephen, can you look that? I don't want to go.
But whatever the number was, at some point, the number was 5 billion. At that point in time, for every billion that we put into it, we actually saw a reduction in ROI compared to what we saw in the first place. $75 billion invested in what? If at best, client state that has all of its own territories in Ukraine. What do we do with it now? Now we've got to put another $75 billion in to rebuild it to actually make it worth anything. But it's a money pit right now. It's a shitty house. It's a lemon of a vehicle. What are we going to do with it? You're not going to give it to your kid. They also owe us to decide how. It's like having a flight editing.
Yeah.
What are they going to do?
Yeah, but one map would be map of Chinese military bases around the world. The other map would be map of United States military bases around the world. If we could get that on the screen, because this is one country in all fairness, it's kind of hard to do. But still, like, you know, when I was in Sicily, like 9 years ago, I'm standing there in Catania, and no one around there, they're all Italian, and then suddenly, I'm standing next to a guy who's speaking English, like Texas English. I turn to my girlfriend, I'm like, there's actually like a couple Americans here. I start talking to him, I'm like, what are you doing? He goes, oh, I work on the base. The base that we got invading Sicily fucking at that point 70, 75 years before that. And you look at what we do around the world, I guess we're getting some of this on the screen now, like, you know, having Ukraine as a border country with, you know, why not? Instead of fucking, I think we already have a couple rockets here or something like that. I'm totally speculating, but like I could see where you're holding your poker cards and going, oh, I'm gonna like this Turkish river.
You're not wrong again. It's a game of diminishing returns. No country in the world has anywhere close to as many overseas.
Right.
Nobody comes close.
I do love that.
So when we get one more, what's the return on that investment? Small shit. When China gets one overseas base, they increase their overseas capacity by 25%. When we get one new base, we increase our overseas capacity by 0.05%. Is it worth it? Is it worth $75 billion? And where now all we're talking about is called direct cost. What could have been, what did we get for the money we spent? The second cost you have to consider is the outcome. What did we miss because we didn't put $75 billion in that? So it's spent for sure. We didn't get anything out of it, and we lost the opportunity to use it some other way. So technically, we're actually sitting at $150 billion lost. Crazy. That's crazy. So for what? For a potential base in Ukraine?
Right next to Ukraine.
A bunch of other ones,
It's
right?
like the mole in the stripper's ass the other day that we saw. Like even the stripper had that.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. Yeah.
That.
That's what's going on
Between China and Russia, right?
It's an interesting relationship, right? I'm not trying to steamroll.
That's how I love them. I'll jump in. You know me.
So you guys,
What's up? Anyway.
you got they made their long-term partnership list, long-term cooperation between the two countries. Right? This is a big part of why I believe that Ukraine is a test case for Thailand. Right? A big part of it because of that. But the point that I'm making is that you got two countries run by similar-minded leaders that are similarly conditioned to strongman rule. They can basically drive whatever policy they want to drive. So that means they can constantly support each other in a very dynamic back. Right now, Russia gets the attention. The upside here, Russia gets what they want out of the Ukraine conflict. China gets to test Western resolve and deplete Western resources in the Russian conflict, while they buy time to take the Taiwan target. And by the time they take the Taiwan target, the resources and the will of the West have been drained and tested. So the Taiwan target goes even faster, and now Russia's expanded, China's expanded, and they're a partnership.
Now we're sitting here in the end of September 2023. The next election is November 2024. We were on the Danny Jones podcast, number 127, on I guess like March 27, 2022. So that's a while ago now. That's when you first said that in the lead up to 2020.
You'll see China make a mad run.
Sounds like
All
go to the Julian Dory podcast on YouTube. Hit the subscribe button as well as the bell so you get notified as soon as it drops. Adios. Well, thank you guys for coming back. It's great. Great. I don't know if this is the first like in-person podcast that you guys have both been a part of or not, but it's
Well, together, yeah, I think, right?
I think so. We've done them virtually, but
Yeah.
together, yeah.
In the same actual room.
yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, I know you've been on a bunch of 10 podcasts before.
Yeah.
We've been in the same room before, but not combining that with a pod band.
In the same room.
We've done
Podcasts together, but this is the first time doing a podcast together in the same room.
I love it.
Now, is this is not the room we did last time?
This is the same room.
It is.
Yeah, same room.
Yeah.
So how's it feel to get censored by Joe Rogan?
It was a relief because, well, kind of a long story.
I know he didn't really, people listening, he didn't really get censored by the video.
Yeah.
You guys just decided not to publish it for some reason.
Well,
But there was a lot of people that were going crazy.
yeah, a couple of reasons. One reason was, well, first of all, let me just give you a little background on this. I have been on Rogan with Graham Hancock, and the question of what kind of energy technology made the ancient cultures might they have been using, if any. And I don't remember exactly. I think maybe Graham or Rogan, Joe looked at me, kind of deferred to me, and I kind of mentioned offhand that, I had an idea of what it may have been. And before we went in, Graham and I had discussed that we were not going to get into the whole energy dimension of talking about ancient cultures and stuff, because for one thing, that's a little bit outside Graham's purview. He's looking at artifacts and I mean, he's looking at different kinds of evidence, but the question is hovering over always. And I think it had come up to the question had come up to, the quarrying of these and transport of these great stones. And Ben will address that, I'm sure, in our conversation today. The growing evidence that they did have some kind of, our ancient people did have some kind of a technology that has been lost. Okay, so I just kind of dropped an offhand remark that, I kind of thought I had some ideas along that lines, and instantly Joe honed in on that and insisted I talk about it. And I didn't intend to talk about it because I felt at the time what I knew and what I had learned, to talk about it would have been premature. Because that's the way I like to vet things before I know what the hell I'm talking about, right? So, anyways, Joe kind of pressed the issue, so I kind of got into it a little bit. And he asked me, and I think, and I said, sure, in November. But in the interim, a couple of things happened. As a result of what I posed on Joe's show, I mentioned dialogue with at that point for about 7 years, while he had been building and testing prototypes. and explaining to me the science and ideas behind it, right? So when I first talked to him, I was like, okay, sounds interesting, but I don't know. I don't have the command of the science to really determine whether this is legitimate or not. So over the course of the years, I learned additional things, and I had a conversation with an Australian author named Roland Perry, also an investigative reporter who wrote a book about founding. He did the probably one of those most famous books. It's his biography of Mel Gibson. So I had a long conversation with him on the phone, and as a result of that, I kind of came away, well, it sounds like this is legitimate. Now, this guy, Malcolm, that I've been talking to, sounded like he had led a pretty interesting life and was, like a lot of geniuses, somewhat eccentric. But what I learned was, and I'm not going to get into the specifics of this, is that he got caught up in some scandals in the 90s and early 2000s based upon the fact that he had been his background was in geochemistry, and he was an oil prospector. He discovered an oil deposit that was coveted by one of the mainstream energy companies, and he held the license to that, to the drilling rights, and they wanted that license. So what they did was embarked on a campaign to scare away any potential investors. So they bribed politicians, they bribed journalists to basically concoct a smear campaign. And because of his background, there was food that they could take and exaggerate and take things out of context, just like they've done to so many, like they've done to Graham Hancock, when he came out with Ancient Apocalypse. I don't know how much you saw in the mainstream treatment of Ancient Apocalypse. That, Graham was being portrayed as a white supremacist, a racist. This is what they do. When you go out, you step outside the approved narrative, they start throwing it at you. They're doing it right now too. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. trying to paint him as a complete nut job because he's questioned the efficacy of vaccines, and you're not allowed to do that. If you do, and the approach is always not looking at specifically what you say and what data, what facts, what evidence you bring forward, but it's all character assassination. So there had been this whole slew of this stuff that had come out in the 90s, early 90s and early 2000s as a result of this whole episode. The upshot is that the board of this particular energy company did not caught in the scandal. One of the big companies, yeah. So fed up with the politics and all of that he decided that he was going to shift gears and go back to what he had been working on literally since he'd been in high school, which was alternative energy based upon the control of plasma, which is the fourth state of matter after solid, liquid, gas. So you have plasma, and plasma has extremely interesting properties to it. So the bottom line was this. Malcolm actually came to America, and one of the purposes he came here was, among several reasons, but one of the reasons was he was going to tutor me in the science and the technology. So we spent several months. I worked with my colleague Brad Young, who I've done a lot of, Ben knows him well, doing research together, traveling, organizing tours and all this. And Mike Robertson, who is the CEO of HowTo.com, where you will now find a whole lot of this stuff dealing with plasma technology. So the three of us worked with Malcolm, developed a 243-slide slideshow that Malcolm proceeded to a lecture series discussing what we had built on this slideshow over 10 hours of my life. Now this came after, but he was here. I was scheduled to go on to Joe Rogan, and so myself, Brad Young, George Howard, who is the he's one of the I would say primary people in the cosmic research team. He does the website Cosmic Tusk. He's been in the forefront of studies about the Younger Dryas, catastrophism, and all this. He rode out there with us. Another fellow that kind of is an assistant to me. We went out there together. I went on Joe's and went. Before on the show, I asked Joe, because Joe wanted me to talk about the science, and I thought, okay, here I got the guy himself, and he's going to be able to really get into a much more explicit and active discussion of the science than I'm going to be able to. So I called up Joe before the interview, and I said, just so happens the inventor's here. What do you think about inviting him on, and we can talk about the technology and the science, and what is a plasma, and so on. And he said, sure. Okay, so now in the interim, Jamie, who's Joe's producer, he started looking, found all of this stuff from, several decades ago that was part of this smear campaign. He's like, in 10 years from now, somebody's going, okay, who's this guy, Graham Hancock? Or who is this guy? They pull up, this guy's a white supremacist. He's a racist. He's out there promoting, conspiracy theories and all of this kind of stuff. There's a whole list. And if you go back through the list of these inventors and scientists that worked on these kinds of things, all the way back to Nikola Tesla, you see that there's a repeating pattern of suppression, of discrediting, of character attacks, all of that kind of stuff, right? So as we walk in to sit down, Jamie has just dumped this pile of stuff in front of Joe. Joe was looking at it, right? Well, so my priority and goal, which was to talk about the science, at that point completely got for the most part. And it got into the politics, the scandals, the conspiracy theories. And if it ever does get aired, you'll hear that I'm constantly trying to steer it back to the science. I had together a slideshow, and it kind of went forth. And Malcolm got, defensive because Joe kind of went into attack mode, which, had there been merit to this, would have been a valid thing to do. But and then in the course of it, there was several comments made that really kind of approached upon a territory that was being covered under non-disclosure agreements. That was part of it. Part of it was just the emphasis on politics. And as it's going on, I'm kind of like shaking my head, going, this is not where I wanted this thing to go. I wanted to talk about plasma technology. We're talking about all this other stuff. So at the end of it, we, adjourn. Joe comes and catches me on the way out. And he says, hey, would it be okay with you if I didn't air this right away, if I spent some time vetting it? And I said, for me, it was like, yes, that's fine. It was almost like a relief because I knew it was going to completely derail the conversation and the discussion. So I said, I'm fine with that. And then he also asked me if I would come back on just myself, and I agreed to that and said, sure, I would. But, in my mind, I wanted to get a better grip on the technology so I could talk about it knowledgeably. And also I knew that there was testing coming within the pipeline, and there was going to be some major testing thing going on. So I said, well, let's wait until the testing is complete. And then the testing will objectively show whether or not the technology is, whether it's legitimate and so on. And now the testing is ongoing right now. There's been, like, Ben made a reference to what happened at the Tesla Tech conference in Albuquerque a few weeks ago. You vetted that pretty. What did you?
Yeah, well, there are a couple of things to say. I feel like, I don't know Malcolm, I've not had the chance to meet him, but I've been intensely interested in hearing about the technology, and particularly its relationship to things like, it seems to have some properties of sacred geometry, and we can get into some of those topics, but, I've heard similar things where you talk about his reputation, or the fact that he's been set up, and there's dirt that you can dig up online if you search for him. And certainly just through social media and other people, I've had people reach out to me that are worried about you and your association with him. My most of that is usually like, well, but people can be eccentric, and genius often is eccentric, right? There's very rarely do you see like geniuses and people that, whether they're right or wrong, kind of have ideas that change the world. It doesn't seem common that they're just like regular people. Nikola Tesla's a great example. I mean, he was more or less pretty antisocial, but probably would be, not received really well. He would feel really strange to have met in person. So that you can separate kind of the man from the mission, as Randall mentioned this earlier, right? It doesn't just if he's eccentric or these things, the dirt on it, or all these things that have been said again about him. It doesn't necessarily mean that he's wrong. You can separate those things. So I've personally been interested in kind of the technology and to find out, let's get it tested. I've seen some of the theory. I've seen some videos of devices doing things, but there's always been talk of the testing, and I've been talking to people that are involved in this. And then, recently, and in Albuquerque at I think it was the Tesla convention. I wasn't there, but I've spoken to people who were, and I think you can find videos of it on YouTube. Malcolm was there. They brought a device. They had it hooked up to, I think, a 20 kilovolt generator. It had the whole thunderstorm thing attached to it, and there were a number of people there. I mean, that's a kind of an alternative energy conference, and you typically have a lot of physicists, chemists, and very qualified people that are interested in this thing. Engineers that turn up, and there was a number of people with their own instruments, like spectrometers and gas analyzers, and they hooked it up to this device that's running off. It's basically, as far as I understand it, there's a couple of different varieties of it, but one variety is one that is attached to a regular internal combustion engine, and they were seeing some frankly remarkable results just on the spot. You can see this in on YouTube. There's been a couple other reports about it on the internet, but it's doing things like removing carbon monoxide from the exhaust. You're increasing the percentage of oxygen. In fact, potentially even producing net oxygen might be a result of this. But I mean, the CO2 levels go down, plus your engine efficiency goes way up. It's kind of like a feedback loop that it works in tandem with an engine. So that to me is very interesting, and what I think it all needs is kind of third party independent verification testing, which is I'm sure something that's being pursued. It was that Tesla conference and the data that came out of that was pretty interesting. And I mean, personally, technology aside, I'm interested in some of the theory behind it and its potential application as something that may not necessarily be a new discovery so much as a rediscovery. Because as Randall said, I'm fairly convinced that there's plenty of evidence to suggest there was some powerful tools and techniques and technology being employed far in the past. I think it's the only way to explain some of the signatures we see in stone, some of the logistical achievements that have been made. And at the bottom line of what that means is that there must have been a power source to have this technology operate. So it's a potential candidate. I think. I don't know. I'm interested in it from that perspective.
Now, do you think this plasma technology? You said it's a possibility, but like, how much of a possibility is that this stuff is responsible for some of the moving thousands of stones or for cutting some of these immensely hard stones?
Well, let me put it this way. Now that I've got a better grasp of what it is, the more I learn about it, the more it seems like it would be the prime candidate for an alternative technology. And the technology upon which an entire civilization is. Yes. That seems to me to become increasingly likely. Because it is so ubiquitous. The whole idea of plasma technology, the fourth state of matter, is real. And there have been a lot of scientists who've been studying it for decades. And so it's a well-known phenomenon. And it lends itself to all of these kinds of alternative energy community and alternative history community have speculated about. It seems to fill a lot of in that knowledge. And ultimately, it's going to be, not a nonprofit organization called the Strike Foundation. So they've applied for some patents, which are applications of the technology. I'll give you an example. A chimney scrubber that would be, on a coal-fired plant. So they've got a patent, right? But the basic principles are being put out for free access, with the idea to encourage people to take those principles and work them and test them. So we got somebody right now who's going to be attempting sort of a backyard mechanic who's going to be doing a retrofit of his car with the technology, and that's one of the applications. You can retrofit any kind of engine or generator that operates on fossil fuel, whether it's regular gasoline or kerosene or natural gas or diesel, and it'll have the same effect.
The data is out there. I mean, I was talking to George Howard the other day, and he's saying that people are building it. It's like if you go sit through the 10 hours of content, it's out there. You have the skills to want to try and build one of these and use it as an application. You can, and as Randall said, people are. I've seen a few different videos on YouTube of people building these or running these systems. I mean, I know that the data is going out there, at least on the theory side, and it's contained in those 10 hours of lectures that are up on YouTube.
Yes, it is.
So it makes the engines, you said, twice as efficient.
About twice as efficient, yes.
So I guess like the problem is figuring a way to scale it up, right?
They've scaled it up to a 400 kilowatt generator. So that's industrial level.
And Malcolm said in one of his presentations that it all is based off of sacred geometry.
Well, yes, because for example, the spheres are in the ratio of 4 to 3 inches. And that's your fundamental number, 400. And the length of the pipe, the diameters of the pipe, all of these things are in those ratios that we get from the ancient canon of sacred numbers, which is interesting. Otherwise, they don't work as effectively if you don't use those particular ratios.
Okay. Now we're gonna do a whole separate podcast on this stuff and go like super deep into it. So I don't know if there's anything else that we should show for now, but I do want to sort of dive deep into the fundamentals of sacred geometry, because that's something that we did not cover on the first episode.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I think that's an excellent idea.
Can you give people a basic rundown, sort of an elevator pitch of what sacred geometry is and how it ties into prehistory? With the busy fall season already in swing, you might be looking for some wholesome, convenient meals for those jam-packed days. Factor, America's #1 ready-to-eat meal kit, can help you fuel up fast. With chef-prepared, dietitian-approved, ready-to-eat meals delivered straight to your door. It's a great way to save time, eat well, and stay on track with your healthy lifestyle. If you're like me and you're far too busy to always make sure you're eating well, that's what Factor comes in clutch. You can skip that extra trip to the grocery store, as well as all the prepping, shopping, and cleaning, and still get all the flavor and nutritional quality that you need. Factor's fresh, never frozen meals are ready to go in just 2 minutes. All you have to do is eat and enjoy, so you can get back to crushing your goals. Round up your meals and replenish your snack supply with an assortment of 45+ add-ons, including breakfast items like their delicious apple cinnamon pancakes, bacon and cheddar egg bites, and potato bacon and egg breakfast fillets. Or for an easy wellness boost, try refreshing beverage options like cold-pressed juices, shakes, and smoothies. Head on over to factormeals.com/DJP50 and use code DJP50 to get 50% off. That's code DJP50 at factormeals.com/DJP50 to get 50% off. Back to the show.
Well, I think that sacred geometry is geometry, as most people know, with the additional component of there being a symbolism or a philosophy behind it. That is, you don't find in Euclidean geometry. So Euclidean geometry is your definitions, your axioms, your propositions and proofs and all that. Well, all of that is part of sacred geometry, but in sacred geometry, we also get into the idea of there being symbolical meaning to the numbers. And the other part of it is that the sacred geometry, you don't even have to call it that, but use see is that across the spectrum of nature, geometry, molecular level, you'll see geometry at work. If you look at the cosmic or astronomical level, you'll see geometry. Look at the human level. Most people that are at least semi-educated in kind of material know of the golden sign proportion, was used by Leonardo da Vinci and others going back to the Middle Ages.
The diagram of the human body.
Yeah, and the human body is a repository of the divine proportion, as it's been called, the golden ratio. And to put it simply, imagine if you have a line. This is the simplest two-dimensional manifestation. Draw a line, and now you divide that line into two parts. You divide it in the middle. Now, both sides of that line are the same. So, in the sacred geometry, what you're doing is an asymmetrical division of a line. Relationship between the length of the whole line. The longer segment and the shorter segment. The homeschool that means the massively growing homeschool. Because I used to teach, I did many years of teaching these principles to homeschooling class to kids from the age of typically 9 to 17. Discovered that when you incorporate the ideas of sacred geometry, which I'm more interested than just your standard so forth. But let's get back to that line. Okay. An asymmetrical line where the ratio of the small section to the large section is the same as the large section to the whole line. Does that make sense? So if you have a line and you divide it asymmetrically and you call the long length A, the short length B, and the whole length C. In this case, C, if your picture can be the sum, will be the sum of A plus B only, right? Okay, now let's go, we can take it either from the large to the small, or the small to the large. Let's say 3 over A is the same as A over C. The short is to the long as the long is to the whole, or the sum of the two. So you could say as short B is to long A is to A plus B. And that's the basic mathematical expression of the golden section. And then when you solve that, you find out that it has a value of 1.618, 0, etc. It goes out forever, just like pi. Okay. Now that ratio is a ratio found ubiquitously throughout the natural world. Like I said, it's particularly associated with processes of growth. It's very much manifest in human anatomy. So, Danny, if you take your cubic, which is elbow to finger, right there built into your anatomy is the ratio I was just talking about. So, hold up your forearm like this. Now, feel around on your wrist, and you will find that there's a little space in your wrist joint. You can feel it. See, my thumb is in that space. It's called the space of destiny. Okay, so now imagine that line is your forearm from fingertip to elbow, and that asymmetrical division is marked by that space right there. So now look what you get. Small is to large, as the large is to your whole cubic, which is elbow to fingertip. So right there. It's right there. fingers, you see, look at the digits of your middle finger, Danny. You start right here. You've got a joint right there. Now you notice the next joint is longer, isn't it?
Yes.
And then from the middle of your finger to your knuckle, that progression is in the golden ratio. So the small to the large is to the next larger, and then from there to the space of that stop, right? And from there to your whole cubit. Now, do this. If you turn your forearm horizontal, and this is you're standing on the floor, and this is the top of your head, then this space of desktop will coincide with your navel. So again, it's the scale invariant relationship. So those are just a few examples. Your navel is not the middle of your body.
Right.
However, when you're born, pretty much is the middle of your body. But as you grow into the divine proportions until you reach adulthood. Now imagine this. Think about the proportions of an infant. Now imagine if you took an infant with those proportions, the size of their head, the distance that their navel divides your body, and you enlarge that to the size of a full-grown adult. If you saw that person walking down the street, you'd think they looked strange, wouldn't you?
A little bit, yeah.
Yes, you would. Well,
Game of Thrones.
so the thing is, you're growing it to that ratio. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And everybody deviates a little bit. Everybody deviates. Nobody's perfect. Although there have been studies looking at artist models and things like that. And, the further away you deviate from it, the more, I guess you'd say, the idiosyncratic, use a polite term, that you look. And there have been studies done by artists and things looking at the proportions of the human face. Now, for example, if you do this, if you make a rectangle, and you use the short length as the short side of a rectangle, and the long length as the long side, you now have a rectangle that would be called the golden rectangle. That golden rectangle is frequently used to frame the composition of paintings, of architecture, many things like that. Also, artists came to understand that the golden rectangle will perfectly frame the face, the height. Because you notice if your face was as wide as your head was tall, again, you would look strange.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
So, and then you can divide that rectangle. So if you think of this as a vertical rectangle, a slide is, if you could close your head into a vertical rectangle, golden rectangle, then if you lop off a square, what's left is another golden rectangle. So the square defines your brow ridge, like this, from your chin to your brow ridge would be a square. What's left over up here is another golden rectangle. But you can subdivide the features of the face according to the golden ratio. So you find in your height, in the division of your navel, you find into your forearm, it's all manifest throughout the human body. But it's manifest in all realms of nature, particularly in growing things. And we find it in molecular physics. It plays a very important role in the geometry of the DNA.
Yeah, I mean, it's reflected in the spiral helix of DNA. If you take a cross section of the molecule, if you cut it and you look at that cross section, you'll find it reflected in that. I like the golden ratios. I kind of think of it as a constant of our in our universe. It's a universal constant. And you can go from the DNA as something that's the size of a molecule or a DNA helix up to the structures of galaxies, and you'll also see in that spiral structure of galaxies the golden ratio is reflected in that as well. So it's like a natural constant. It's in nature. It's in life as
expressed in nature, things that grow, but it also seems to it seems to be a constant in the very fabric of our universe. Like it's from the smallest levels to the very largest. So it's a kind of a fundamental principle of reality.
And what is it?
Well, this is a two-dimensional model of a section of a DNA molecule. And DNA is made up of these bases, these nucleotide bases, adenine, taurine, and you can see that they are a series of interconnected pentagons and hexagons. Well, your pentagons are a pure manifestation of the golden section. If you take a pentagon, which is a five-sided polygon, and you connect alternate corners, you get a pentagram. And the pentagram, if you look at it, it subdivides completely into perfect golden ratios, right, of the signs. So this is just, and this is one of the things I teach in my coursework, is how you find this geometry embedded in various things. So this is an example of your DNA molecule. So yeah, here's your organic nitrogenous base, purines, and there's your pentagon. So it's like the geometry almost seems to be fundamental to the organization of the bases. They use this geometry, these molecular structures. And as you see right here, the DNA is a great example. I don't know if I have a cross section here that.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, so here's your Vitruvian band. The Vitruvian band shows one application of the squaring of the circle, and the golden section is very much intrinsic to the solution of the squaring of the circle problem, which is one of the great classical problems of antiquity. And what I'm trying to show in this slide here is this idea that, while going back to this, your life is cosmic. Within the past several decades, studies of meteorites that have fallen to Earth have revealed that they contain the building blocks of DNA in the form of the purine nuclear bases, which, as we have seen, organize themselves according to the union of pentagonal and hexagonal rings. Their presence in meteorites provides powerful confirmation of the hypothesis that life originated in space and was subsequently delivered to Earth through the agencies of comets and their meteoric offspring. It demonstrates that life is cosmic in origin and confirms that geometry is fundamental to the generation, function, and propagation of life from the universe.
Okay, I think I've heard that. This is what they call panspermia, right?
Well, yes. Okay, yes. That's right. Yep.
So this geometry, this understanding of geometry, and everything that's tied into it with mathematics, it doesn't seem like it's something that is practiced in any sort of building or any sort of technology that we use today. Is that right?
To some extent, I think I'm more hip to the use of it. Yeah, I definitely think that's happening because, if you look at the 20th century, pretty much you can follow the recovery of these principles going back to, one of the early, I think, researchers in this was Jay Hampton, who was a designer, illustrator, discovered dynamic symmetry. The dynamic symmetry that I think was very much throughout by ancient cultures of the world. Dynamic symmetry links together in geometry, including the golden section. And it kind of synthesizes these things. I actually could pull up, I guess, a slide here on that we could look at. You can see what it is. Let's see if I can go to. So this comes directly out of my sacred geometry course. And we'll see here. You'll be able to kind of see how it works here. Relationship to the meteorological systems of the ancient world. Void is the basis for temperature, proportion, and orientation. Meteorological.
That's what I kind of meant. I meant we don't build anything based on the universe. That seems to. There's a lot of evidence that shows that a lot of the stuff that was built in prehistory does. A lot.
this is straight out of my course. If you take this course, this is what we get with it. So erecting a line perpendicular to the endpoint of a given line. I'm going to just I'm going to go through this really quickly. I'm not going to explain this. I'm going to get directly into the idea of dynamic symmetry. But it begins with being able to erect two perpendicular lines like you see here. And then from there, it'll go to creating a square. Okay. So we just went through a process of defining the four corners of a square. Now, once you've done a square, you now can proceed with the system. So the square's diagonals can now be drawn, creating a central point. So if you put in one diagonal and the other, you get a central in the square. See that? There it is right there. Diagonals of a square, inscribed and inscribed circles, ratio of diagonals to the sides of the square, and that shows the ratios right there. We won't get into that. Here's an inscribed circle, another square inside there. So we've now got two squares. The circle inscribed is the larger one, circle inscribed is the smaller one. The dynamic ratio. This ratio was fundamental to the overage. And here we go. We've done it one more step. And it creates a series of concentric rings that have this dynamic proportional relationship, expanding or contracting. And it was used over and over again in the ancient world to establish the dimensions of temples, sacred structures. Now, begin with a square. Length of any side 1, length of each of the remaining sides will be 1. Agreed? Right? Okay. The area of the square will also be 1 square unit. You put in that diagonal, which is the square root of 2, which it says right there is 1.414212562 ... meaning it goes on without repeating, without terminating. Okay. So then what we do is we use that diagonal of that square. As you see right this, you would be drawing with a compass. After the square is drawn, set compass point at A and open the radius AC, and you swing an arc down and you intersect the baseline of the square projected out. You can see right there where they meet at point D. So now you can see that the distance from A to D is going to be the same as the distance from A to C. Right?
Right.
Yeah? Okay. That ratio is the square root of 2. So now, from there, we can generate a rectangle. Now, this rectangle, long side is square root of 2, short side is 1. Now, on a building site in the ancient times, you would have had, when we go back to this, let's say you've got your square laid out on the ground and you have a stake or a pole driven in at A, and you have a chain or a knotted rope that's stretched to C, and then you can actually inscribe this right on the ground. And that's how they would have done it, to lay out the template for the building that is being constructed. So now, once you've got that rectangle, the square root of 2, I can show you many examples of the root 2 in art, architecture, in nature, and so on. Okay. The next step within this sequence of dynamic symmetry is to put that diagonal. Now, again, you can use the Pythagorean theorem, which tells you that the square of the short side of any right triangle plus the square of the long side equals the square of the hypotenuse. So let's look, ADC is a right triangle. This length is the hypotenuse. So if you square CD and you square AD, you add them together and take the square root, you're going to get the length of AC. And that turns out to be this. Just show this is what we do in class. I show people how to construct these. Now here's what happens. We take the perpendicular to the diagonal and we get BE. Now did you see how I got this point right here? We can back up. It's not too important you see that right now. But if you put in the diagonal and then I draw a circle notice that the circle radius is the same as the side length of the rectangle. Okay?
Right.
Now I take this distance here, and I will take this length from here to here. Let's see that I call, okay, AF. And now I bisect AF in this manner. And when I do that, I get this perpendicular from here to here. And that splits the base of this rectangle right here, right in the middle. And what, as a result of that, what happens is I get a series of these scale invariant triangles. And I can go through this whole, they all have the same proportions. And then ultimately, what happens is I get two duplicates of the original. And I can create what are called the whirling rectangles. And these whirling rectangles are showing actually a vortex phenomenon that we can find in nature. Again, I get into all of this in the classes, and you'll notice the symmetries that are starting to appear there as we develop this sequence.
Melting my brain already.
Good. This is what we want. We want Danny's brain to be melted.
Give me those salts.
And so what we got here now is one of the things that makes them dynamic is the fact that these rectangles are infinitely replicable, either growing or reducing. So look what I got here now. You can see here that rectangle in blue is the exact proportions of the original rectangle. See that?
Yes.
Look at there. There it's going around. And I can continue by creating a series. I can create a grid. And this grid is scale invariant, meaning it's self-similar.
Right.
Right? And this is one of the key ideas of sacred geometry is the self-similarity of these forms. Which means that you're creating a composition. Let's say you're an artist. You're creating a painting that the canvas ratio is a root 2 rectangle one that we're just looking at. So you can divide this root 2 rectangle up just as I showed you here, so that all of the parts reflect the proportions of the whole. Now you have what the Greeks call stereometry, which is this relationship, harmonic relationship between the whole composition and its mathematics, its proportions, and the parts. So like if you look at this, you can see that within this, I'm showing here, these are dynamic points within it. And those dynamic points are kind of like where the energy is happening, see? Because if you connect these points is another root 2 rectangle. And now, let's say you create a template using a root 2 grid. You now lay out your composition of your painting or your building, whatever it might be, on this template. Now, you don't see the template, but you intuitively grasp that there's this harmonic relationship between part and whole, and this was one of the secret techniques taught to architects and artists in the. Let's see here, you can take this down to a degree of precision, or you can keep going with it. So I take that diagonal in the root 2 rectangle, and I repeat the process. I get a root 3 rectangle, and I can do the same thing, except now when I erect that perpendicular to diagonal, what I do is I split the root 3 rectangle into a series of 3 smaller root 3 rectangles that all have the proportions of the whole. And you can see now I'm drawing in diagonals to reveal the symmetries, the hidden symmetries within it. And then we can proceed as before to establish a template, a grid. And then once we've done that, we have this infinitely replicable geometry. So yeah, following are some simple examples patterns and designs that can be developed from the relations of dynamic simulations are literally without limit. So this is just going to show you some of the stuff that you could begin.
Now, how does all this relate to time?
Well,
So is that segue.
we get numbers. We get key numbers. Like, for example, look here. Here's you just asked a question. Look at this. in that ratio. So when you have a high energy, hypervelocity impact, it melts the target rock, turns it into a liquid. You have your rings emanating from the point of impact. As they're moving outwards, they're cooling, they're crystallizing, and eventually they freeze into a solid. It's the root 2 spacing ratio. And there's some examples. Mare Orientale and the lunar impact crater, and there you can see the root 2 spacing ratio superimposed. So yeah, I mean, and again, this is something that I'm just we're rushing through it, and the way you really learn this is hands-on. So when I teach this in a course,
Right.
I have everybody are drawing. Now in the new course I'm developing, I've kicked it up a notch because I'm also showing how to do all of this digitally. So if you work in a CAD program or some type of graphic design program, I'm showing how you would use this as a design tool, not only in the classical way of compass straight edge, but also doing it digitally.
Okay.
And so you're going to see here, I'm going to do this very quick. This is the transcendental root ratios are formed by the ratios that's measuring read said unto me, Son of man, behold with thine eyes, and hear with thine ears the measuring reed in his hand. And he's telling Ezekiel, you says, behold, with your eyes, listen that I will show you, because what I'm about to reveal to you is the pattern of all the temple of God and the altar and them that worship therein. Now, what do you think that St. John the Divine is going to measure the temple, the altar, and them that worship? Is that there is a common system of portion that unites all of them. The person to the altar itself, to the temple itself. Now, what is not mentioned here is that you can expand that to the earth itself. And from the earth to the solar system, and from that to the cosmos. You can also go in the other direction if you've got the ability. So then I show historic metrology, which is showing like the Egyptian Riemann, or 14.58 inches. Pyramid his work, historical metrology, refined which in fact I'm sure you were well aware of, also mentioned in the writings of Herodotus in his description of the city of Babylon, with slight variations. The accepted length of the royal cubit is taken as 1.72 feet or 20.6265. Now put in 1.72.
By clearing out the 1.2.
No, leave it. Actually, okay, here's what you're going to divide by 1.72.
1.72.
Right? Okay. Now, you see there's a little 1 over x button?
Oh, no, I hit equals.
Okay, you got to hit equals.
Okay.
Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to this
1.2.
Put in 14.58 inches. Okay,
Got it.
now divide by 20.6265. What'd you get?
0.7068.
Okay, so now do you see the 1 over x? Because we're going to flip. It should be.
It's a button. Got it. Let's see.
Third row.
Yep, got it.
Now hit that button. Okay. What'd you get?
1.41471.
4, basically.
Yes.
Right. Now, what'd you get?
2.
So what you're looking at is the square root of 2. So what you just did, Danny, was you showed the agreement to the royal cubit. So the Egyptians do this. If they drew a square, which was 1 rita on the side, and you drew its diagonal, the diagonal was the royal cubit. So that exercise we just went through, you draw a square and it's 1 rita, which is, as it says here, say 14.58 inches.
Okay.
Its diagonal is going to be the royal cubit. And that was the basis of their measuring system. Was that now the royal cubit was used, like I said, by Newton in his analysis of the King chamber. The King chamber. It's also the thickness of the soffit. That's right. Yeah. Knowledge of the Palestinian cubit survives in the writing of Ias, a bishop of Constantinople in Cyprus, who wrote a treatise on weights and measures in AD 392. It conforms to the cubit of the altar, as mentioned in Ezekiel 43:30. It's 20.2. Put 25.284 in your calculator. I'll do the same. 25. It equals. Medium cubit is used roughly in Palestine area. About 1,000 royal cubit and reman are being used in Egypt. Picture now. You start with a reman. You draw a square. Take its diagonal, that gives you the royal cubit. Use that to get your root 2 rectangle and take its diagonal. That diagonal is now the Palestinian cubit.
Got it.
Got it?
Got it.
So now we've got the Roman pace. You know the mile comes from the pace, right? You know what a pace is?
That's just like a human walking.
A human walking. Now, you've got a field. You want to know roughly how big it is. You don't have a measure. You figure, oh, it's about an acre, but I got to pace it out.
Yeah.
Well, if it's in the old days and you're a builder and architect, you're going to know pretty precisely the length of your pace. Because that's a common. You know, we didn't have transits and builders, you know, instruments back then. We used things like ropes and chains. And
Back then, what are we talking about back then?
Anywhere before, you know, from a few 150, 200 years ago.
Okay.
All the way back.
Okay.
Pacing something out.
Okay.
How many paces? Now, if you're pacing something out, you know that you're going to quickly learn that it's much easier if you were counting every other step than every step. Right. You don't count left, right, you go right, and you count, say, every time your right foot hits the ground. Okay, now, if you do 1,000 of those, that was the origin of the mile.
You've been using the mile for that long?
Oh, mile goes back, everybody, I mean, you find the mile, think about this, 1,000 paces, so you had a Roman mile, which was 1,000 paces in Rome. Now think of the word mile. Now think of the word mil, which means 1,000.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's the origin. The mile and mil, it's 1,000. So the original meaning. Now, our mile, how many feet are in our mile, Danny? I hope you can speak this before the entire world at this moment.
1,000.
1,000 feet.
I don't know. Let me guess.
Somebody, you have your ruler.
1,000?
Dan?
Unfortunately, is the
Why did you guys say
Oh, you judge Dan some Now this is
You got an excuse, I don't.
grandfathers all knew this, I think. Certain builders and people like that who live close to the land knew that our mile is 5,280 feet. Now, if you divide 5,280 feet by 1,000, you'll get the length of the pace of our mile that we use today as pace, right? So 5,280 feet, divide that by 1,000. That means that each pace was 5.28. 5.28. Very good. Right. 5.28 feet. You had your notebook there in class. I was beginning you to write that down. 5.28. 5.28. Okay, you got it. 5.28. Now you look at the Roman pace here, and it's equal to 4.86 feet. They were shorter. You got it. Now our mile is part of the imperial system that goes back to ancient Britain. Now, I've looked at the surveys of Stonehenge, for take the big outer ring of Sark. Think about that. Okay, so if you were to draw a ring on the ground, a circular ring that's 105 point, Stonehenge would fit in a few inches within that ring. Now, the fact that they were using a consistent unit of measure is verified or confirmed by the fact, assume that there was originally 30 of those uprights. Several of the lintels, the horizontal lintels that cap those uprights, are still in place. Their average length is 10.56 feet. So think 10.56 times 10 gives you that ring. Okay, got that? Got it. Now what's 105.6 times 100?
105.6 times 100?
Times 50, I'm sorry.
528, 5,280 or about.
What does that suggest? It doesn't prove, but it's yes, the builders of Stonehenge were using a system of measurement.
What's Neolithic?
Yeah.
I mean, looking like, I think it's what, 5,000 BC or somewhere like that, maybe even earlier.
Yeah.
It's at least Neolithic. I mean,
At least Neolithic. So at least 4,500 to 5,000 years. At least, if not. This suggests that our mile is that old. And they were using, if they had a mile of 5,280 feet, and you divide that by exactly 50, they now draw a ring on the ground, and that's the diameter of the Sargent Stone Circle stone. And you divide that by 10, and that gives you the average spacing of the Sargent Stone uprights. So, yeah.
that's bizarre.
Now, these are the kind of things we look at with fortunate. Okay, so when we look at the Roman base, which is basically almost Middle Eastern, right? You know, in Italy, not Middle Eastern, but it's Mediterranean. We're looking at roughly 2,000 years ago when the Roman base was in. And in Rome, it was well known that you had the city center, and the Roman mile was 1,000 paces out from the city center. Okay, so if we look at here, 1/1000th of the Roman mile is equal to 8 stades of 607.5 feet. Now that stade is where we get our term stadium. Yeah. Now a stadium was the distance around, you know. So the British version of the stadium was called the furlong. And we don't know how old the furlong is, but it was apparently very ancient. Now, the only place that I know where furlongs are still used today is where, man?
Racetracks.
Yeah, racetracks.
Oh, horse race tracks.
Yeah. But the furlong in the ancient Britons was 660 feet. 660 feet, 1/8 of a mile. Try it. 660 times 8. You can get 5,280.
5,280.
There you go. So the furlong was 1/8 of a mile. What's the origin of the furlong? I don't know. It's old. But see, that's more confirmation that the mile that we use today has ancient roots. And here's something else that's interesting. We talked earlier about Earth that we live on, this old Lake Zero. And we know it, Ben was talking about the equatorial diameter is 26 miles greater than the polar diameter.
Right.
It varies from
Now, why is that?
spinning. Think about any spinning system. It's going to, the centrifugal force is going to throw the mass of it. thank God that it does, because otherwise it can be so chaotic that it's highly doubtful that any kind of higher life ever could have evolved.
So if the Earth is a perfect sphere spinning, how would that disrupt the Earth? How would that disrupt everything? Like the Earth across would that set the oceans?
Well, there would be stabilizing fly,
Okay.
right? And the Earth is not perfectly rigid, but it's interesting. You said if the Earth was a perfect sphere. If the Earth was a perfect sphere, what would be the measure of that sphere that would then have the same volume as the actual? The actual Earth is 7,926 miles from the equator. 7,900 miles. The polar. So a difference of 26 miles. If you're standing at the equator, 18 miles farther away from this Earth's center than if you were standing at one of the poles, you're going downhill 13 miles. Right? Right? Now let's think about this. Okay, so what would be, I'm glad you brought up the idea of the perfect sphere, because, again, when we're talking about creation manifest in 3 dimensions, and the idea of sacred geometry is that behind the actual manifested 3-dimensional physical universe is this template. The template of geometry. In that template of geometry, you've got idealized numbers. Okay? Now, the idealized number of the Earth would be, what you just said, what would be the size of the Earth that was a perfect sphere? Let's say that had the same volume as the actual Earth.
Yes.
It would be 7,920 miles.
If we switched it to a perfect sphere.
If it was a perfect sphere, same volume as the actual. Get that number in your
I'm
head.
gonna write that down. 7,900.
7,920.
Okay.
Got that number?
Got it.
Okay. Back to the furlong that we were talking about. Okay. We agreed with 1 mile, 660 feet. How many inches in 660 feet?
7920. What? Source is this?
Saw here. Okay. We said the Earth 7,920 miles. Miles, right? We've already determined that the mile is a human-derived unit of measurement based upon paces. You go and you walk out 1,000 paces on the surface of the Earth, and it's 5,280 feet.
Whoever developed the mile knew the circumference of the Earth.
Well, I'm not going to go make that claim. Now, you say that the mile is 5,280 feet. Each of those paces is 5.28 feet. So think you've got a ratio. The ratio is the length of the human pace to the human foot. That's ultimately the ratio of our mile. The pace to the foot, 5.28 feet. And 1,000 of those paces, 5.28 feet. And I know that, you have to work with these numbers for a while before they become embedded as part of your consciousness, part of your framework, your conceptual framework of reality. You just saw that the furlong inches. So think of this. You got a furlong, 660 feet. Let's say we lay that out on the ground. And I have actually done this. Find a nice open field or parking lot, mark out one, which will, by the way, is the width of your thumb originally. Your digit, that's where the inch comes from, right? Put your thumb on a piece of paper, draw it on either side. You got your inch. That's a derivation. So all of this is connecting human anatomy. You got your inch. You got your foot. You got your pace. You got your cubit, right? So now this is all linking the geometry to the human anatomy. So now thing that you want to get in your mind, the relationship. The furlong is to the inch as the earth is to a mile. Got it?
Got it.
Okay, let's go further with this. Are you ready? I mean, this is we're just kind of like got one leg rabbit. What I like to do is I like to get people that they put one leg in, then two legs, and while they're peering down, I come up behind them, I give them a push.
Let's go.
There you go. Okay, so in the book of Revelation, we were talking about the prophecy. St. John the Divine, he's met with the angel with the line of flax, the measuring reeds, got to measure the holy city and all of this. And later on, describing his vision of the holy city. It's there. The length and the height and the breadth of it are equal. What would that suggest to you? Four square, but it's got length, it's got height, and it's got breadth. Cute. 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 12,000 furlongs. Let's put that in show. The earth. Yeah. That's the measure of the earth times 1,000. Now let's put that to miles. You're going to divide by 5,000. 1,500 miles. Now what's the ratio between that and the actual earth? So here's what you've already got that in your calculator, right? Yep. So that's what 1,500 on top divided by earth. 79.20 on the bottom. That by hitting 1 over X. So did you put the big number on top of it?
Okay, I just did divide it.
Okay, so
It's all connected.
yeah. In other words, there's a whole set of ratios and proportions.
Yes.
Embedded in creation itself. And whether we're talking sacred scripture and prophecy, whether we're talking architecture, whether we're talking art, whether we're talking growing things, whether we're talking about the great temporal relationships, time cycles, we're going to find the same numbers, the same ratios at work. So this was sort of your introduction, okay, into the sacred architecture of reality. When you begin to see these connections across time and space from one level of phenomena to another level of phenomena. And it was the basis for prophecy. And here's why. If everybody you knew only had a memory that went back 6 months, but you had a memory that went back a full year or more, so that you knew, like imagine this, I use this analogy in the whole climate change scan that's going on. Okay. If you started tracking climate change, and you started looking at daily temperatures, and you had no memory of what came before, and you started keeping your temperatures on March 1st, and then you go through March every day. Some days it'll be a little warmer, other days it'll be a little cooler, but by the time you get to April, May, June, you're going to be effing it upward trend, aren't you? Now, if you don't have any memory of before March 1st, you're going to think, oh my God, this temperature that I'm seeing it now in June is unprecedented. When somebody comes along that whose memory goes for multiple years, they'll say, well, no, this is normal. It's a part of the normal cycle, right? But the difference between that you, let's say, whose memory only goes back to March 1st, and this other person who knows that it's cyclical, who knows that, yeah, it's going to get hot, it'll be hot in August, and guess what? It's going to start cooling off. And then by December, January, the world is going to be your world that you inhabit is going to be a very different place. That person is a prophet. The prophet is the person that knows the grand cycles and knows where we are in those cycles, and therefore they are able to say, yes, in the future, this is going to happen. Now, say, for example, I grew up in Minnesota. Okay, so every year it's like, when is the first freeze going to occur? When is the first thaw going to occur in the spring? Well, we don't know the exact date and time, but we certainly know the window. Right? Same with prophecy. You know, you're not necessarily going to know the exact date and time that something is going to happen. But you're going to certainly know the window probability within which that's going to happen.
Right.
And that's what separates the prophet is the person that has the long view and understands cycles and where we are within those cycles. So if you're in Minnesota, I guess the date would be for the first freeze would probably be somewhere around by mid-October. So as you're coming up the first, second week in October, the prophet is going to know that first day of freezing is imminent. They may not know the exact date and time, but they know it's imminent.
And that is echoed throughout history, going back to as far back like the implications that of this sacred geometry and some of the oldest structures that we found. Basically, it implies that they understood this long history.
Yes, that's what I would read. That somewhere, what this is showing, and I mean, we just scratched the surface. I think what it's showing us is that somebody back whenever, and I would trace it right back into prehistory, had a very sophisticated knowledge of the architecture of creation. And they understood not only the spatial relationships, but the temporal relationships as well. And they were able to apply them in terms of sacred building, in terms of a technology. Because it turns out, see, that the plasma energy, when you transition from a plasma to a plasmoid, what it is you are now confining the erratic flux. See, when you go from solid, you've got electrons and neutrons bound tightly together. Go to a liquid, they're still bound, but there's a much greater degree of freedom. Go to gas, they're still bound, but now you've got even greater degrees of freedom. What if you ramp up the energy even a little to the next step? Well, now you've got a complete disassociation between electron and neutron. Your neutron is now just an ion, and now everything is completely free to move. How do you now begin to exploit that or utilize that? Is you create containment fields. Those containment fields are governed by sacred geometry. And I think there we're looking now at the key to understanding what an ancient system of technology that a civilization could have been built upon. Maybe, not a hypothesis. Definitely, I think warrants further testing. But we're interested in a very interesting time now because now we have the potential to actually test it. And it is being tested as we speak.
That's a lot.
Look at the stuff there that's been.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you explain that? You know, you can't really. You have to dismiss it. And then that's what pretty much the British are doing.
Well, yeah. It depends which element of it, but in general, it's a head in the sand kind of approach, dismissing it, and I mean, logical fallacies, meaning standing. That's what happens. But this is why I'm interested in it from that perspective of would this have been a potential root of a technology that was used, because we're seeing the same system. We're seeing this employment of these principles, sacred human principles, architecture, in the artifacts, and then when you see it employed in what is the potential technology, there's an alignment there. Like it's like, all right, so they were clearly aware of and deploying these principles in their works, and it was like a fundamental building block of what they were doing. We see it in the sites, we see it in the temples, we see it in the objects like phases, and then we see evidence for some form of technology. And now it looks like there's a technology that's potentially being rediscovered that is built using these same principles that we see employed in other aspects of these ancient cultures. Like that's it's hard to just say, well, that's just pure coincidence. I mean,
And some of these bases that you've discovered, I mean, is it true that it would take a very sophisticated computer to replicate some of these things, the symmetry?
well, it's a bit more complex than that. So since we last talked on the bases have always been fascinating, right? These pre-dynastic objects, and you can eyeball and look at ancient artifacts and see elements of precision. But you're just looking at it. We don't truly know until we measure things. And we're talking about metrology; it's the science of measurement. And since we last talked, that's exactly what's happened. We had finally had the chance to actually get our hands on some of these artifacts and start employing some of the best metrological systems like structured light scanning, even now in like MRI and CT machine scanning, which allows us to look at these objects, create models of them that are accurate down to the micro or structured lights like thousandths of an inch. And if you're looking for a comparative measurement, like a human hair is between 2 to 3 thousandths of an inch thick. So we're like less than half the width of a human hair, like accurate to this. And then a micrometer is like a 25th of a thousandth. So we're measuring right down to extremely high tolerances. And then so once you've got that model, you can start to do analysis on it and figure out, well, what's the geometry? What are the patterns we're seeing in this? What is the relationship and accuracy of different elements in this phase? So, long story short, we found that they're incredibly accurate in terms of the geometric relationship of different parts of the base relative to the others. And we could dive into sort of specifically what that means, but how it ties into kind of what we've been talking about is that we actually had once we created this model, we sort of looked initially at the metrology of it and said this is sort of astonishingly well made in terms of like the base itself is oblate. Like you can't it's not like it doesn't conform to a regular shape, so you can't really do measurement on it. So what you have to do is match geometric shapes to different parts of the base. So at the top we're matching like a flat plane to the top of the base. And in a CMM or coordinate measurement system application, we can then say, okay, and it is also based on how many points of reference you use to match it. So you could do it with 5 points of reference, which isn't going to give you a really accurate measurement. But with these high definition models, we're using 70, 80,000 points of measurement. So that flat plane that we match to, say, the top of a base, it's a very accurate representation of the top of the base. But then we can look at it and say, okay, so how flat is it? So we're looking at these bases, it's between 1 or 2 thousandths of an inch of being perfectly flat. But once we've got that top of the base, you can kind of now use that as a comparison or a relative measurement for other parts of the base. So you have now, like think of it as an x-axis. You've got the top of the base, gives you your x-axis. Then we looked at the base and we said, well, let's match, say, a cylinder. Like you're matching regular geometric shapes for parts of the base, things like cones, cylinders, spheres, toroids, things like that. So in the neck of the base, so you have the top, you've got the mouth of the base, we can fit the cylinder to the mouth of the base. And you again using 60,000 points of reference, so very accurate. You can now do geometric operations on that cylinder. You can look at, okay, how cylindrical is it? Like how perfectly does that base neck represent that shape? And again, you're within single digits of a thousand. But then this is where it got interesting on the metrology, is you can now look at, all right, so because it's a cylinder, we can define the center line. We know where the center line is. How perpendicular is that center line relative to the top of the base? Think of that as like a y-axis, like a z-axis. And turns out we're within, again, like a single thousandth of an inch, so it's almost perfectly perpendicular. And from there, we stepped out and and I can show you slides in this if you want to maybe get into some of the detail here. But you can then match things like the bottom of the vase matches a part of a sphere using 80,000 points of reference. You can define where the center point of that sphere is, and then match it against the center line of the vase. And that's where sort of some of the precision in this object really started to shine, because it's, you know, you're within these single digit thousandths of an inch, which tells you a lot of things about the accuracy of how it was made, the regularity of the shapes, and it's just leagues beyond anything that is achievable by hand. I mean, we're talking about tolerances that aren't really perceivable by hand or eye, and it's stuff that's done in rose granite, and it's remarkable engineering. But that was kind of just the beginning of the rabbit hole of what happened after that, because we released and I'm happy to we can go through those that detail. I think when we talk yes, the next day. Yep. So what we did then is we released the model. We sort of open sourced this data. And we said, all right, so we found some remarkable aspects of this vase. Here's the SDL. You can go to my website, download this model of the vase, and do this analysis for yourself. And we had a Danish cryptographer download it. He started looking at patterns in the vase. And he's a mathematician and cryptographer, and he started to find some really remarkable things. And this is where the sort of the sacred geometry comes in. So he was looking for geometric patterns in it. So he discovered a number of things. Firstly, by finding out that some of the patterns that are related or drawn from these sacred geometric exercises, things that Randall was showing. One of those is something called the flower of life grid. It's a series of interlocked circles, and he found that the elements of the vase would be matched to flower of life grids. There's a couple of different sizes. The inner diameter of the vase, and then the top and the bottom of the vase, and the outer diameter of the vase all match. There's two different flower of life grids that it matches. There's kind of like a starting point. And then he found that like a primary, I guess, unit of measure that seems to have been involved in the design of the vase is the radian. So 1 radian angle, which is it's a simple way to radian is an easy way to represent an angle. It's a little more elegant than the way we use 360 degrees. Is if you take a circle, you take its radius. You apply the length of that radius to the circumference of the circle. You cut that out. The angle that it forms in the center of the circle is a 1 radian angle. So you have half a circle is essentially pi radians. So there's 2 pi radians in a circle. So you can express any angle as a fraction or as a part of as a number of radians. Right. So the 1 radian angle is used to derive a number of features on the base, the placement of the handles, the dimensions and the curvatures of the sides of the base, at the top and the bottom. It's a fundamental principle in its construction. Further than that, he found that all of the curvatures of the base, and now you're talking about curves like the base is shaped like this, right? So all of the curves are essentially sections of circles, where like the circle is kind of the main primitive that's used in construction. And all of the curves in the various different little places on the handles, at the base of the vase, at the top of the vase, and at the neck. You're talking about circles or sections of circles that have radii measuring from 42 millimeters at the high end down to like 1.1 millimeters at the bottom end. So you're talking about a circle with a radius of just over a millimeter. All of those radii of specifically those circles, the radii of those circles, they all match a specific algorithm that he discovered in this phase, and it's only those radii that match this. Something he called the radial traversal pattern. So it's every curvature that's used in the vase was only it all matches a single algorithm. If there were different sized radiuses, they wouldn't match this pattern. We don't see that. So each of these curvatures related to each other through this algorithm. Effect what you could do is represent the vase mathematically with this algorithm. So we thought that's interesting, right? So we went into CAD and he said, let's create a vase model based purely on this algorithm. So let's build one from scratch, just using this algorithm, and then compare it to to this model that he created just using the radial traversal pattern. The median deviation of measurements between the bays and the pattern that he created using the mathematics was something like 2 micrometers. So it was, yeah. So this is it. If you scroll down, the abstraction set ground. Yeah, if you scroll down a little bit.
Did I see a Mexico there?
This is what you were showing us earlier, Randall. Yeah, if you keep going, I think this is the second article that he wrote. So this is the radial traversal pattern. These are the radii that these circles are fitted, and so you can essentially what Mark found. This is Mark's article, and I'm happy to show more detail onto this. I'm just trying to Mark. This is the Danish cryptographer. Okay, got it. So you have a couple things to consider here. One is that there's like 12 degrees of mathematical interrelationship between the curvatures that are used, so the different sizes of circles and those radiuses that are used to construct the base. And then it's only those. Like if you had different sized curves, like different circles that we used to create the curves, it wouldn't fit this pattern. We wouldn't see it. It's not an accident. This thing, it seems like, and you can express the base mathematically, and it matches. And if you scroll down a bit, he talks about the median deviation. Go up a little. So yeah, so it's the median radial deviation is 9 micrometers. So that's the comparison between the CAD generated model that's built on maths and the actual base model, which is basically you're talking now in measurements that we don't know if it's imperfections in the base or imperfections in the scan because we're down close to the tolerance of the scan itself. It's really remarkable. Now, what's interesting about that and the implications for a potential design process is like, okay, so if you can admit that this thing was designed, it's not an accident. You don't get 12 degrees of mathematical interrelationship as an accident in this vessel. We can reverse engineer its features to show that there's an equation that can be used to demonstrate the base. So maybe it was designed mathematically. So how do you do this? How do you go from a design to output? Now, can you design the space on paper? You might be able to do, like you could probably draw it out. If the paper was the size of this room, you could scale it up. But you try drawing, imagine trying to draw a circle or a curvature of a circle that has a radius of 1.1 millimeters. You can't do that, right? Even if you draw it out on a piece of paper, you've still got to scale that thing down to somehow generate an output. And remember, we have measured this base. It's made out of rose granite. It's incredibly precise in its manufacturing, right? So it's not something that's achievable by hand. Whatever system was used to manufacture it requires, it's even if you grant them the simple lathe, it's not a simple lathe. This is a lathe that has to have, very precise bearings and rods and set screws and things like this. Like you're also working in granite. There's all these forces involved in trying to work this type of stone to get it down to and to create it this precisely to a degree that matches just the mathematical model that precisely. The real trick is actually how do you produce output from this design? And I think Mark's quote in this article is excellent that talks about it. There's really, across all of nature, I mean, there's only one phenomena that we know that can do this type of thing, which can take an input, can take a design, it can take input, it can operate and do operations on state, and then translate, like basically do something and then provide an output. We don't know of any natural phenomena that can do this with people or animals or anything like that. It's the only thing that does this type of operation is a Turing machine. And Turing machines are something that, today we call them computers, but you can make Turing machines mechanically, pneumatically, hydraulically, electronically, which is how we do it.
So we could create something that's perfect today if we wanted to.
I think if we put out, it's one of the challenges that's out there. I would love to see somebody make this. Like some of the people that say, "Oh, this is a modern fake." I'm like, well, it seems to have been very well made if that's the case, and it's also got all these mathematical principles that are behind it. I'd love to see somebody try and make this down to the level precision that we see in the vase itself. But it seems like it would have required, I mean, this is Mark's conclusion on this article, is it would have required a Turing machine to create this. That there's no other way of doing it. In fact, if you scroll down,
How many vases have been measured with this degree of accuracy?
so that's a good question. Yeah, so we've really talked mostly about the one vase, which we've had access to through private collection, but there have been now probably a dozen that we've measured. And we're working on the analysis for this, but I can tell you that purely from the metrology perspective, so the things that I mentioned beforehand about looking at the accuracy of form and proportion and the relative perfection of, say, the bottom of the vase, the top of the vase, things like that. Some of these vases are even more accurate than this one. Like they zero out on the thousandth scale. And as you also see, this is the divine proportion here. The golden ratio is represented in the vase in a number of places.
And these were allegedly made how many years ago?
Well, so this one is a pre-dynastic. Many of these vases, they're pre-dynastic in terms of they come from, well, they've been found in burials that predate the beginning of the dynastic civilization of Egypt, which is roughly just around 3000 BC, a little earlier. A little later than that is kind of when the first dynasty kicked off. It's the first pharaoh of the first dynasty. 5,000 years ago. At least, I would say they're at least 5,000 years old. There's many of these objects, this one in particular matches the pre-dynastic vases you'll see in museums. And they're termed pre-dynastic because they're found in pre-dynastic burials. And there's a lot of contradictions there, right? Typically, they're found in burials along with very primitive pottery, which is always a strange contradiction to me. It's like, well, because they're found in the same burial, they'll say, well, they've come from the same period or the same people have made them, which I think is always a very sort of strange leap to make. Most of them were at a place called Saqqara. Pyramid of Joseph. They're rulers on them, or they're collecting them up, and he stored most of them with him. But we have some of these vases have been found in burials that go back 14,000 years. There's a site called Toshka that's now underwater since they built the high dam in Egypt. Excavated in the 1960s. being a hardened steel like 6.5 grams, like a 3. So these are extremely tough substances, and there's just these thousands and thousands of these vases made from this material to imitate the vase. It looks like that, and it's hand sacred. They're buried with like the color buried to the podcast images directory and into vases. I'll show you some examples. There's it's when we look at this is not just inheritance, renovation. So if you go display it next to the simple go up full imitation. To the right. Yeah, you were on it, was it? Yeah. So tough to see. So you have here, these are pre-dynastic segment. It's not a wheel spun, but a pottery base that's been put up to look like granite. And you see this, I saw it in the British Museum. I've got dozens of pictures of this type of stuff. I'm fascinated by it, but pretty clearly imitation. If you're in the business of making pottery granite made, something that's made from extremely hard stone and it's made with perfection, you would see it. You would notice that it would become immediately precious. It would become it's human nature to do that. It becomes precious, and then with you, and maybe it's an heirloom, or your tomb gets raided by the next. There's two different industries: there's a primitive and a sophisticated industry. When it comes to many of these artifacts,
The tale that it tells is that this stuff came way before.
well, I think so. Yeah, I think that a lot of this, the advanced stonework and the artifacts were potentially inherited from an earlier time when, from a civilization that had access to more sophisticated technology and potentially even knowledge, in order to be able to make these things, design and make them like we're seeing. And at the same time, we're seeing, because we kind of know what tools and techniques that the national Egyptians use, right? We found their tools. We found pounding stones. We found copper and flint chisels. And we found very simple little hand tools and on the wall that show how these tools are actually used. Like you see the primitive methodologies that they were using to make and do stuff. I mean, and then at the same time, we have a class of artifacts that very much match that description. So, be it in pottery vases or rough stacks or rough boxes or columns, we have these artifacts that match the tool techniques that we know that the national used, and that we know how they use it because we see it on the walls. At the same time, we have another class of artifacts that doesn't seem to match that display signs of machining, of overcuts, of rapid stone cutting. High degrees of precision and symmetry into extremely hard stone. We've got the logistical challenges of objects that weigh up to 1,000 tons or more, being moved around. So
it's an insane amount of work. It's not just with the precision, but with the moving of these enormous objects. My biggest question, there's so many big questions, but one of the things that always puzzles me, especially when it comes to the pottery, and not only that, but the big boxes that you find inside these pyramids that are perfectly square. Why precise?
Well, it's an interesting question. I think the answer to that is because at some point, or originally, their purpose was functional rather than ceremonial. There's a relationship between function and function. use the term precision all the time, and now we'll write it. You need precision. So that was sort of the initial foray into precision, and then that was followed by essentially how we eventually were able to measure longitude. You have to be able to measure time accurately to calculate longitude. And then one mentioned steam power and thing, and so you have to start worry about precision engines and being able to make surfaces that contain pressure. And so you do this in order to get a functional return, right? And if you go all the way up to our modern world, we have silicon processors that are down to like in creating transistors where we can fit millions and millions of transistors in complex logical circuitry down over a footprint. And it's cost billions of dollars to develop that capability, but we do it because there's a massive functional return. Our entire world is built on the transistor and the integrated functional return to it. Now, if you're building a box to throw a pool carcass into, or to put a person into, or something that's purely ceremonial, right? You don't need precision. You color within the lines, you hollow out the inside, you slap the lid on it, you're done. No one's supposed to ever open it up again. But if you're going to the trouble where you are making surfaces flat to within, a few thousandths of an inch, or making, relative surfaces just perfectly perpendicular or parallel, or things that lock to create hermetic seals, I mean, you're doing that for a reason. There must be some sort of functional return on it. I genuinely think that's what the boxes were for. I think some of these sites themselves may have been functional at some point. I will say also that once you do develop precision, once you develop the manufacturing capabilities to use precision, then precision's kind of what you get when you make stuff. Think about it this way: like the industrial design on your average toaster today, right? Much better than it was in the 60s. Like it all works well. Everything's a long line. You press the button, everything goes on. Because it's designed in a computer. And it's done perfectly on a piece of paper, and then it works. In the 1960s, everything together much better because our manufacturing systems are capable of delivering much more precision.
Standardization won't work without precision.
That's right. So that's also perfect symmetry, which is an element of precision. I actually think there's an endless number of applications for the scanning technology to start revealing some of these artifacts. But from what we do know, there's a high degree of precision in some of these artifacts. You could really only term as being artistic. Like I can't look at these giant statues of Egypt and go, well, that's functional.
Right.
It's art. Like it's perfectly symmetrical. But there's some of them, perfectly symmetrical is the ones that we looked at. And eyeballing the others, they kind of look that way, but again, needs testing. But they're precise. The measurements that we do have and the scans that we do have, analysis has been done, they're precise. I think they've been created by a manufacturing system that delivers precision. Once you have it, that's what you get. And potentially the bases fit that category. I think some of the bases may well have had a functional purpose originally too. Who knows what that could have been? I mean, I don't. There's all sorts of speculation you can make. All right, let's take a break. I got to pee. Okay.
We're back. But I wanted to ask you, Randall, what's
going through your mind when you're seeing all this stuff about the invasives and the symmetry and the sacred things? I know you have time to review it, but like as we're going through it right now, I'm seeing your reaction.
Work is we have seen a couple of his presentations, so I'm still digesting it, and of course, still with this idea that I mean it's just one of many different kinds of phenomena that seem to point to that is beyond what. So I mean, if this was a standalone thing, probably could be. Even like the critics are trying to dismiss it, but the thing is that it's not. It's part of a whole the human presence on this planet and what we have accomplished. And so a big part of my work has been about, there's two things. Thank you. One is that it's not really understood by mainstream at severe an extent extensive that actually is. On the other hand, looking for, if your definition of a symbol is basically a reflection typically sophisticated knowledge of nature and natural law. Avenues of anything like forward, what we now call civilization.
Graham Hancock has a great way of putting it. I like to tell people is that he says that we have a good term an electromechanical approach to problem solving. Like this is in the way that our technology and our civilization has progressed. We have this electronic mechanical approach to solving problems. There may well be other ways of doing that. It's like it's all you have to do is think about the technological progression that we've had as a civilization in the last 100 years and 50 years, and project that forward. And go, well, there's we are currently expanding into entirely other realms of technology. There's some aspects of it, like some of this work that Randall's been talking about. We're barely scratching the surface. So, yet, no doubt, inside of 10 different angles and other paths of technology, Randall's saying is exactly right. In that there are other ways to solve some of these problems. There are other technological paths and evolutions that another or previous advanced civilization could have gone down, which necessarily they wouldn't look anything like us. They could have progressed down an entire technological tree and solved problems in a different way and alien to us.
Do we even think do we know or speculate if they even had something like commerce? Like everything that we have is based on, like silicon microchips, is based on manufacturing, spending billions of dollars to sell billions of iPhones to everyone around the world. It's all based on money to some extent. Like I wonder if some of these ancient civilizations even had anything remotely close to that.
I think anything that we would attempt to surmise about that would be speculation. However, when we do look at ancient cultures, we do see extensive commerce, trade networks. That's one of the things discovered now about the Chaco culture of the Southwest. They were trading all kinds types of goods and materials, all the way like from the Hopewell culture up in Mayans, maybe even into South America. So there was, if we go back 1,000, 2,000 years, I mean, there's definitely evidence of, developed trade networks going on. I think trade, is a natural thing for people to do. The model I work from is, the realization that when we go back to some of the catastrophes, like the most powerful catastrophe of the last, in my opinion, perhaps maybe 5 million years, is the Younger Dryas, the events around the Younger Dryas. And we know it's our yardstick, we can basically use habitat loss as a measure of how extensive a catastrophe would be. And then we can measure habitat. Other species require more habitat, require more time for generational turnover. And when we look at the mass extinction of species at the Younger Dryas, we're seeing half of the megafaunal species on Earth get wiped out. I don't think necessarily it was one single event, but it was a cluster of events that occurred that ultimately brought the planet out of the depths of the grip of the Great Ice Age into this interglacial age that find ourselves in now. Of every species of animal on Earth, over about 100, some of the greatest extinctions in Earth history, like tertiary dinosaurs, perhaps 70 to 75% of all species.
That's what we were looking at. The picture, the diagram of the impact earlier.
That was right, about 66 years ago. Okay, or even worse, the Permian Triassic extinction event that wiped out perhaps 90% of all species, terrestrial and marine. The extinction event of 13,000, say the Younger Dryas extinction event, wiped out about half of the megafauna. So we're talking about the top of the food chain. It barely touched marine species, for example. Most marine species came through unscathed. Most of the smaller creatures, mammals, came through. Because for one thing, they require far less food, they require less territory, quicker generational turnover, time for bringing in newborns up to their own viability. Whereas the larger species, all of those are different. You got to have more territory, more food, generational time of turnover time is slower. It takes much longer to bring the young up to where they can survive on their own. And all of that would be a function of the loss of habitat. The loss of habitat means that there's not as much food for them to eat. And what we see is that half of this species that during the Younger Dryas, or close to it, some species were already on their way out. Prior to the Younger Dryas, I think that is because we were getting into a series of environmental catastrophes. I don't think, a lot of the critics are dismissive of the whole catastrophe scenario because they have an oversimplified model in their mind. One of the been a cosmic impact because that would have been a single event. I disagree with you. In fact, the evidence suggests that the nature of the cosmic environment is such that from time to time there could be periods of clustered bombardment.
Yes.
And as a consequence of that period of clustered bombardment, there could be a whole host of secondary consequences.
I love your analogy of this driving on like a highway. Going through a busy city intersection.
So it's not only a fact, it's your timing and it's your geography. it down there. That's like for system now, right?
Or if you that we cross twice a year.
That's right. Okay, so it's actually closer to 20.
Okay. Sorry.
It's okay.
See you. Ben's really trying to hit the salt was low. We're talking over here. We can't let it. Let's calm my quarter by itself. Yeah. Move right in. Don't be shy. Oh, it's all right.